You're staring again. Makes me feel all warm inside. This mask, it smiles for me when I'm busy. Don't worry, I'll be quick. Probably.
I'm Hayden.
And I'm David.
On the series premiere of the Disaster Files, we will delving into the deadly maritime disaster of the Titanic.
Imagine it's April 1912 and you've just set foot on the RMS Titanic, the largest and most luxurious ship ever built. With all the grandeur around you, you're certain this voyage will be a memory for the ages. But just a few days later, the unsinkable Titanic sinks to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, taking over 1,500 lives with it. How did this tragedy unfold? What really happened that fateful night could be more to the story than meets the eye. Today, we're diving deep into the mystery of the Titanic disaster.
Let's set the stage. The Titanic was the crown jewel of the White Star Line, a British shipping company that wanted to dominate the transatlantic passenger trade. To do this, they built the biggest, most opulent ship the world had ever seen. We're talking about a vessel nearly 900 feet long, with a gross tonnage of over 46,000. It was a floating city, equipped with everything from a grand staircase to a swimming pool, to luxury suites that would make even today's five-star hotels look shabby.
Wow, dude. That's crazy. All right. But here's the thing. While the Titanic was a marvel of modern engineering, it wasn't exactly perfect. In fact, some say it was a disaster waiting to happen. The ship was designed with 16 watertight compartments, but the bulkheads separating these compartments didn't reach all the way to the top of the ship. The design flaw meant that if enough compartments flooded, the water would spill over from one to the next, creating the domino effect that could, and ultimately did, sink the ship.
So it's April 10th, 1912, and the Titanic sets sail from Southampton, England, bound for New York City. On board are some of the wealthiest people in the world, including John Jacob Astor IV and Benjamin Guggenheim, as well as thousands of immigrants seeking a new life in America. For the first few days, everything seems perfect. The weather is clear, the seas are calm, and the passengers are enjoying all the luxury the Titanic has to offer.
Well, seems like a pretty good trip then, eh? Seems like it's going to be a good time. But then, on the night of April 14, everything changes. The Titanic receives multiple warnings about icebergs in the area, but the ship continues to steam ahead at nearly full speed, 22.5 knots. This is where things get murky. Why didn't the crew slow down? Some say it was because Captain Edward Smith wanted to make a name for himself by arriving in New York ahead of schedule. Others believe the Titanic was trying to set a speed record crossing the Atlantic.
At 11:40 p.m., disaster strikes. The Titanic collides with an iceberg on its starboard side. The impact isn't enough to immediately alarm the passengers, but beneath the surface, the iceberg tears open the hull, causing water to flood into 5 of the ship's watertight compartments. The Titanic was only designed to stay afloat with 4 compartments flooded, so with 5 breached, the ship is doomed.
Jeez, glad we're not on that ship.
Yeah.
And this is where the story takes a darker turn. Captain Smith, the crew, and even the ship's designer, Thomas Andrews, quickly realize that the Titanic is sinking. But they don't tell the passengers right away. Instead, they start lowering the lifeboats. But here's the kicker. The Titanic only had enough lifeboats for about half the people on board. And the lifeboats they did have, they weren't even filled to capacity.
Mm.
Some were launched with only a dozen people in them, even though they could hold 65.
the situation quickly descends into chaos. Women and children are given priority for the lifeboats, but the process is disorganized. There are reports of men dressing as women to secure a spot on a lifeboat, while others stand back and let the lifeboats leave half empty, believing the Titanic can't possibly sink. By 2:05 a.m., the last lifeboat is launched, leaving over 1,500 people still on board the sinking ship.
Tragedy. Now at 2:20 a.m., the Titanic breaks apart and disappears beneath the waves. For the hundreds of people still in the water, the freezing temperatures of the North Atlantic quickly became deadly. Most die from hypothermia within minutes. Those who survive are left floating on the lifeboats, watching as the ship of dreams vanishes into the abyss.
By the time the RMS Carpathia arrives at around 4 a.m., the scene is grim. Only 706 people are rescued. The rest are lost to the sea. The Titanic disaster is one of the deadliest maritime tragedies in history. But what if I told you there might be more to the story than just a tragic accident? What if there was something more sinister at play?
Ever since I was little, I always had a very strong connection to the Titanic. Every single picture, every single photograph, a doco, dreams, flashes that I would have about being on the Titanic took me back to that very moment, the feeling, the coldness, the looming, and the fight for survival. The majestic of that boat, I see it and I still watch it go into the water on shows that talk about the Titanic, and I get this goosebump feeling of travelling to New York and the excitement about going to America to start a new life. Those memories got deeper and deeper. Every year on April 12th, I would wake up in this freezing cold panic. For many years I did this, for many, many years, and it would take me back to that very moment of when that ship went down. I believe I survived the Titanic, and when I was about 16, I had this memory that my name was Amy, and I was a second-class citizen. And what I did is I actually did research into it. I remember going to an exhibition at the Brisbane Museum, and I was looking through the list, and lo and behold, there was a lady called Amy Stanley who survived the Titanic. What I later found out is that there was a necklace that was recovered from the Titanic, and it had Amy on it, and it is the exact same way that I would write my name, with the curls, with the A and how the Y curled around. It was hauntingly similar. She ended up surviving, remarrying in America. She died in 1955, and that is my memory of...
That's right, folks. There are a lot of conspiracy theories surrounding the Titanic. Some of them are pretty wild. But hey, this is Disaster Files, so let's take a look at a few.
One of the most popular theories is that the Titanic wasn't the Titanic at Alit, was actually her sister ship, the RMS Olympic, in disguise. According to this theory, the Olympic had been badly damaged in a collision the year before, and the White Star Line swapped it with the Titanic as part of an elaborate insurance scam. The idea was that they would intentionally sink the damaged Olympic, disguised as the Titanic, and collect the insurance money.
It's quite a scam they got going there, Hayden.
Yeah.
Wow. Sounds crazy, right?
Yeah.
But there's some evidence to back it up. For one, there were some subtle differences between the Titanic and the Olympic, like the number of portholes. Okay, I'm reading again. Stop it. Portholes. Sounds crazy, right?
Yeah.
But there's some evidence to back it up.
Okay.
For one, the subtle differences between the Titanic and the Olympic, like the number of portholes on certain decks. Some people claim The photos taken before the Titanic set sail show a ship that looks more like the Olympic than the Titanic. What? And get this, several crew members who were supposed to sail on the Titanic suddenly cancelled at the last minute. Do they know something we don't? Think so.
Another theory suggests that the Titanic was sunk to eliminate opposition to the creation of the Federal Reserve. Some of the richest men in America were on board the Titanic, including John Jacob Astor IV, Isidor Straus, and Benjamin Guggenheim. All three were opposed to the creation of the Federal Reserve, and all three died in the disaster. According to this theory, the Titanic was deliberately sunk to remove these powerful men and pave the way for the establishment of the Federal Reserve.
That is quite the coincidence, Haydo. Sounds a little sus. Let's keep digging. And then there's the mummy's curse. You heard this one?
No.
Well, guess what? According to a legend, a cursed Egyptian mummy was being transported on the Titanic, and its presence brought doom to the ship. The so-called unlucky mummy had a reputation for causing disaster wherever it went, and some believe it was responsible for the sinking of the Titanic. Of course, there's no solid evidence that the mummy was actually on board, but it's a fun theory to think about. Yeah.
Conspiracy theories aside, there's no denying that the Titanic disaster was a perfect storm of bad decisions, human error, and sheer bad luck. The ship was traveling too fast through iceberg-infested waters, the crew was slow to react, and the lifeboat situation was a complete mess. Even today, over a century later, we're still learning new things about what really happened that night.
Wow. For example, in 1985, when Dr. Robert Ballard and his team discovered the wreck of the Titanic, they found the ship had actually split into two before sinking, a detail that wasn't widely known until then. And in recent years, researchers have uncovered evidence that a coal fire in one of the ship's bunkers might have weakened the hull, making it more vulnerable to an iceberg.
So, was the Titanic disaster just a tragic accident? Or was there something more to it? We may never know for sure. But what we do know is that the story of the Titanic has captured the imagination of people all over the world. It's a story of hubris, tragedy, and the enduring power of the sea.
So what do you think? Was the Titanic doomed from the start? Or is there more to this story?
We'll leave that for you to decide. But one thing's for sure, whether it was a case of bad luck or a carefully orchestrated plot, the Titanic disaster will remain one of the greatest mysteries in history.
And that's going to do it for this episode of the Disaster Files. And if you liked what you saw, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more deep dives into the history's greatest mysteries.
What disaster do you want to see next? Comment below. Hey, I'm Annabelle Devil from I'm in Love with the Princess, and you're watching Disaster Files on the Hayden Hanson Company channel.
Hi, I'm David,
And I'm Hayden.
and this is episode 2 of Disaster Files. Today we're going to center on Deepwater Horizon. Picture this, it's 2010 and you're 40 miles off the coast of Louisiana, standing on the deck of a massive offshore drilling rig, the Deepwater Horizon. This rig's supposed to be one of the most advanced in the world, drilling deep into the Gulf of Mexico to tap into a massive oil reservoir. But on April 20th, everything goes horribly, catastrophically wrong. The rig explodes, and the worst oil spill in US history unfolds. How did it all go wrong? And could this disaster have been prevented? Today, we're drilling down into the mystery of the Deepwater Horizon spill.
April 20th, 2010. The Deepwater Horizon, owned by Transocean and operated by BP, is in the final stages of drilling a well called Macondo, nearly 5,000 feet below the surface of the Gulf of Mexico. This isn't your average backyard project, it's a deepwater oil well with millions of barrels of crude oil lying beneath the seabed. BP is pushing to finish the job ahead of schedule, and they're about to make a series of decisions that will lead to one of the worst environmental disasters in history.
That's right. BP and Transocean, along with other contractors like Halliburton, are all working on this rig. And while they've had some issues with pressure build-up in the well, they decided to move forward with cementing the well, a process meant to seal it off. Now, they could have done more tests to make sure everything was stable, but they didn't. And my friends, that's where the trouble begins.
Around 9:45 p.m., disaster strikes. Methane gas shoots up the well, hits the rig, and ignites. The explosion is massive. The rig quickly becomes engulfed in flames, and chaos breaks out as the crew scrambles to evacuate. 11 workers lose their lives in the explosion, and many others are injured. The rig burns for nearly 2 days before it finally sinks to the ocean floor. But the nightmare is only just beginning.
Here's where it really gets bad. When Deepwater Horizon sank, the riser pipe, which connected the well to the rig, snapped. This meant that the oil, crude oil, started spewing uncontrollably from the well, straight into the Gulf of Mexico. And here's the kicker. BP had no real plan for dealing with a spill this massive. The well is a mile below the surface, and now they have to figure out how to stop it, while millions of gallons of oil are already pouring into the ocean.
In the days following the explosion, BP tries to downplay the situation. At first, they claim only 1,000 barrels of oil a day are leaking. Spoiler alert, it was way more than that. Independent estimates eventually show that it's closer to 60,000 barrels of oil a day, about the size of an Olympic swimming pool being dumped into the Gulf. And it continues for 87 days. By the time the well is finally capped in July, an estimated 210 million gallons of oil have spilled into the Gulf, making it the worst oil spill in U.S. history.
So you've got oil covered 68,000 square miles of ocean, killing marine life, destroying ecosystems, and ruining the livelihoods of thousands of people who depend on the Gulf for fishing and tourism. The cleanup takes years, and even now we're still dealing with the fallout.
It's not just about the oil either. BP tries several methods to stop the leak, but they keep failing. They try something called a top kill, where they pump heavy drilling mud into the well to stop the flow of oil didn't work. Then they try a containment dome to capture the oil, also didn't work. It's like they're throwing darts at a board blindfolded, hoping something will stick.
And then, of course, there's the infamous Corexit. BP decides to spray millions of gallons of chemical dispersant to break up the oil. Now, they said it would help clean up the spill, but some experts argue that the Corexit made the situation worse. It didn't make the oil go away, it just made it harder to see. And that's not even touching the health risks associated with this stuff. Fishermen and cleanup workers reported illnesses from exposure to the dispersant, but BP just kept using it anyway.
Naturally, BP faced a lot of heat for this disaster. In the months following the spill, there were multiple investigations to figure out how things went so wrong. And boy, did they go wrong. BP was accused of cutting corners to save money and rushing the job. Some called it negligence, others flat-out criminal. The U.S. government eventually charged BP with manslaughter, environmental crimes, and lying to Congress. They agreed to pay over $20 billion in fines and settlements, the largest environmental fine in U.S. history.
But this is Disaster Files, so let's dive into some of the wild theories surrounding the Deepwater Horizon disaster. Could there be more to this story than corporate greed and bad decisions? Some people think so.
One of the more popular conspiracy theories is that the Deepwater Horizon explosion was no accident, it was sabotage. There are whispers that rival oil companies, or even eco-terrorists, may have played a role in the disaster. According to this theory, someone deliberately sabotaged the rig to cause the spill, either to tarnish BP's reputation or to draw attention.
Yeah, that's right. In 2010, the drilling industry was under a lot of scrutiny, especially in the wake of the growing concerns about environmental impacts. Some believe this disaster was a way to force tighter regulations of the oil industry, either by activists or even higher ups in the government. It's a classic case of, let's cause a disaster so we can pass more laws.
According to this theory, eco-terrorists infiltrated the rig or sabotaged the equipment. The rig had been having some problems with the blowout preventer, basically the fail-safe device that's supposed to stop a blowout like the one that happened. Could someone have tampered with it? The rig was vulnerable, and there were a lot of workers moving between rigs at the time, so it's not impossible.
Yeah, but here's the thing. This wasn't just some environmentalist out there to save whales. There's a version of this theory that says the sabotage was orchestrated by BP itself, or by insiders with something to gain. Sabotage for profit, if you will. The idea is that BP or its competitors could have intentionally caused this disaster to manipulate the oil prices. After the spill, oil prices skyrocketed, and some big players in the industry made a fortune.
Speaking of BP possibly benefiting from its own disaster, this brings us to another theory, the insurance job. After the Deepwater Horizon disaster, BP received massive insurance payouts. The theory here is that BP, knowing the well was unstable and that a blowout was a real risk, didn't take the necessary precautions because they knew they were covered by insurance. They cut corners to save on costs, and when the rig exploded, they collected billions in insurance.
I guess it's kind of like burning down your own house for the insurance money, but on a massive global scale. You gotta wonder though, would BP really risk the lives of its workers and the environmental devastation for just a payout? It seems pretty far-fetched, but when you look at the company's history, it's not like they've always been the most ethical player in the game.
Another theory suggests that the US government might have been involved, or at least knew more than they were letting on. According to some, the government knew about the risks associated with deep water drilling, but turned a blind eye. In this version of events, the government, BP, and other industry insiders had too much at stake financially to shut down the rig, even though they knew it was a ticking time bomb.
There's a lot of speculation that BP and the government were just too cozy. Remember, the offshore drilling is a big business, and BP had powerful friends up in high places. There are even allegations that some of the investigations were tampered with to keep the true scopes of the negligence under wraps. BP might have paid $20 billion in fines, but some conspiracy theorists think they got off easy and that there were forces in the government protecting them.
It doesn't help that the regulatory body responsible for overseeing offshore drilling, the Minerals Management Service, had a reputation for being lax and even corrupt. They were known to be lenient with companies like BP, often waiving safety inspections or signing off on risky procedures. It's easy to see how people could connect the dots and wonder if the government was turning a blind eye to dangerous practices.
And so, was the Deepwater Horizon disaster simply a case of corporate negligence, or is there something more sinister lurking beneath the surface? Sabotage, insurance fraud, government cover-ups. There are plenty of wild theories, but in the end, we may never know the full story.
What we do know is that the Deepwater Horizon oil spill was a tragedy on many levels. It cost lives, devastated ecosystems, and left scars that will take decades to heal. Whether it was human error or something more nefarious, the consequences were real, and they were massive.
And so, what do you think? Was it just a tragic accident, or could there have been some truth to these conspiracy theories? Let us know in the comments below. And thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time on Disaster Files. Woo!
What disaster do you want to see next? Comment below.
Hey, I'm Will Scarlet, aka the Blue Mask, also formerly known as Foam from the Robin Hood serial series, and you're watching Disaster Files on the Hayden Hanson Company channel.
I'm David.
And I'm Hayden.
And this is Disaster Files, Episode 3.
December 26th, 2004. A day that will forever be remembered for one of the most devastating natural disasters in human history. A 9.1 to 9.3 magnitude earthquake struck off the coast of Sumatra, Indonesia, unleashing a colossal tsunami that swept across 14 countries and killed over 230,000 people. The waves reached speeds of up to 500 miles per hour and in some areas stood 100 feet tall. But was it really just an unlucky day for humanity? Or is there something deeper and more sinister hiding beneath those waves?
So what you're saying is, nature said, I'm done playing around, humans. Watch this.
Pretty much. The tectonic plates down there were building pressure for hundreds of years, and then they just snapped. Imagine you're trying to open a really stubborn jar of pickles. You twist and twist, nothing happens for ages, and then, bam, it pops open and pickle juice flies everywhere. Except in this case, the pickle juice was a wall of water moving at 500 miles per hour, and instead of pickles, it was entire coastal towns.
Right. Classic pickle tsunami. Seen it 1,000 times.
It's a real thing, David. Tsunamis are a very real and terrifying natural phenomenon. But hold up, there's more to this story than just tectonic plates and bad luck. Let's back up a bit and talk about how tsunamis work. Earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, or underwater landslides can displace massive amounts of water, which then rushes to fill in the gap. The problem? That water moves really, really fast, and it doesn't stop until it hits something solid. In this case, that something solid was basically everything in its path. Entire cities were obliterated in minutes. Buildings, cars, trees, animals gone. Whole communities were wiped off the map. It was one of the deadliest days on record.
And here's the thing though, it was so sudden, so massive, it's like the ocean went from, just another day, to, oh, here's 100 feet of water, good luck. Kind of makes you wonder, was it really just nature doing its thing? Or did someone help Mother Nature out a little?
Oh, we're absolutely going there. Because as soon as this disaster hit, the conspiracy theorists came crawling out of the woodwork faster than you can say Illuminati. Let's start with the big one. Have you ever heard of the HARP project?
HARP. It's like the holy grail of conspiracy theories. If anything goes wrong anywhere in the world, someone out there is blaming HARP.
Exactly. For those of you who don't know, HARP stands for High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program. It's based in Alaska and was supposedly set up to study the ionosphere, you know, like a normal science thing. But the conspiracy crowd says, nah, that's just the cover story. They believe HARP is actually a government weather manipulation program. According to this theory, HARP was used to trigger the earthquake that caused the tsunami.
Of course, because when you have a weather machine, the first thing you do is destroy a tropical paradise.
Right? You'd think they'd use it for something more practical, like making it rain money or fixing my terrible Wi-Fi connection. But no, apparently the goal was to cause one of the most devastating tsunamis ever recorded. Now, the science behind HARP is a little complicated, but the theory is that by shooting high-frequency radio waves into the ionosphere, the government can manipulate weather patterns. The big question here is, can HARP actually cause earthquakes? The official answer is no. Scientists say there's absolutely no way HARP could influence tectonic activity.
And when have we completely trusted scientists?
Well, yeah, but it's a little hard to believe they're hiding a giant earthquake-making machine under a program that's public knowledge. I mean, they literally post the research online.
This is how I imagine it works. You've got some guy in a secret lab drinking his morning coffee, and he's like, today feels like a good day for a disaster. And next thing you know,
Stop the tsunami quick lit for skyward documented by several witnesses. These like they were
flashcards. Oh, aliens are about to abduct me.
Speaking of aliens, there's actually another theory that aliens were involved in the tsunami. Some people believe that extraterrestrials, for reasons known only to them, decided to experiment with our planet. They triggered the earthquake as part of a test-no, just to see what would happen if they pushed a big old intergalactic button.
Actually, if aliens are cruising by Earth, their first thought is, hey, let's mess with the tectonic there. It was like a soda. Like, oops, sorry Earthlings, we didn't mean to destroy your entire coastline. How bad.
Okay, back to the real world for a minute. Conspiracies aside, what's absolutely chilling is how many people had no idea what was coming. Entire families, tourists on vacation, they were all completely blindsided. In some places, locals did recognize the signs. Some saw the water pulling back and immediately knew a tsunami was coming.
Yeah, but most probably people just thought, hey, free seashells. Not exactly the time to go beachcombing.
Exactly. And then there's the animals. Now, this is where things get weird in a different way. Reports from Sri Lanka, Thailand, and other regions say that animals began acting strangely before the tsunami hit. Elephants broke free from their chains and ran inland. Birds flew to higher ground. Some species of frogs and reptiles disappeared entirely from coastal areas.
So what? Now animals can predict natural disasters? Are they like Mother Nature's secret agents?
Some scientists say animals might have a heightened sensitivity to changes in the environment, like the vibrations in the ground before an earthquake. Others, though, and here's where the conspiracy comes in, believe that animals were reacting to some kind of man-made disturbance. You know, like a weather machine or aliens.
Is, if you see a bunch of elephants sprinting inland, don't ask questions. Just follow them.
Honestly, that's solid life advice. If elephants are running, you should be running. But we're not done yet. Some believe that the 2004 tsunami was actually part of a shadow government operation. The goal? To destabilize the region and pave the way for some sort of global political takeover.
Oh boy, here we go. So you're saying it's a mastermind scheme?
That's right. Some claim that secret organizations, like the Illuminati or New World Order, use this disaster as a test for future geopolitical manipulation. Think about it if you could control natural disasters. You could wipe out economies, restructure governments, and create chaos. Who's gonna question a natural disaster?
Yeah, I'm sure they were sitting in their underground lairs, twirling their moustaches like, hey, let's just hit a tsunami by.
It's all a little far-fetched, but conspiracies have a way of growing when there's no clear villain. People want to believe there's someone or something behind tragedies like this, because the alternative is scarier. That sometimes bad things happen and no one's in control.
Yeah, and maybe the real conspiracy here is that people just can't accept that Earth sometimes just has bad days.
But in the end, whether or not you believe in secret weather machines, aliens, or shadow governments, the 2004 tsunami is a stark reminder of how unpredictable and terrifying nature can be. The response from the world was incredible. Billions of dollars in aid were sent to the affected regions, and recovery efforts are still ongoing in some areas today.
Yeah, nature may have knocked us down, but people came together to rebuild. No aliens even needed.
So what do you think? Was it just a catastrophic natural event, or was there something else going on behind the scenes?
Let us know in the comments. And if any of you have access to a secret government weather machine, hit me up. I have a few mild requests.
Like donut showers, right?
Obviously. But I'm also thinking about throwing in some puppy tornadoes. Woo.
What disaster do you want to see next? Comment below. Hey, I'm Coterie from Agent Rapunzel, and you're watching Disaster Files on the Hayden Hanson Company channel.
Hi, I'm David.
Hi, I am Hayden.
Today we're talking about one of the most notorious and explosive, and dare I say it, mysterious disasters in human history, Mount Vesuvius. In the year 79 AD, this towering volcano decided it had enough and unleashed absolute chaos on two ancient cities, Pompeii and Herculaneum. The eruption was so intense, it wiped these places off the face of the earth, leaving them buried for nearly 1700 years. But here's the thing, was it really as sudden and unpredictable as we've been led to believe? Or were there warning signs that people just ignored?
I mean, when a giant mountain that can spew molten rock is just hanging out in your backyard, maybe you pay a little more attention. But hey, hindsight's 20/20, right? They didn't exactly have weather apps or seismographs back then. But that doesn't mean the disaster couldn't have been avoided or at least mitigated. There are a lot of theories that suggest the people of Pompeii might have seen this coming. Literally.
Yeah, there are a lot of layers to this story, and we're going to dig deep into what really went down that fateful day. But first, let's set the scene. It's the summer of 79 AD, and Pompeii is thriving. We're talking about a booming metropolis of around 12,000 to 15,000 people. It's located near the Bay of Naples, a prime spot for trade and agriculture. You got bustling markets, luxurious villas, and bathhouses filled with the wealthy elite. Life was good, even by this.
Pompeii was basically the ancient version of a vacation destination. The elite from Rome came down to relax, sip wine, and lounge around in the baths. It was like a resort town where everyone was balling out, except they were balling out next to one of the most dangerous volcanoes in the world.
And that's what's wild. Mount Vesuvius was literally looming over them the whole time. But the thing is, Vesuvius had been quiet for centuries. The last time it erupted was around 1800 BC, and that was way before anyone living in Pompeii was born. To them, it was just a big, harmless mountain. Sure, there were occasional tremors, but nothing to suggest the apocalypse was around the corner. Yet.
So, here's where it gets interesting. There were definitely warning signs. But did people take them seriously? Well, according to historians, the region had been experiencing for years before the eruption. In fact, a major earthquake rocked the area in about 17 years before Vesuvius blew. It caused serious damage to Pompeii and other nearby cities. But the people rebuilt and moved on like nothing happened. They didn't know these quakes were caused by volcanic activity beneath their feet.
Yeah, they were like, oh, the ground's shaking? Must be Jupiter having a temper tantrum. No big deal. Let's just patch up these buildings and get back to our gladiator matches.
There's even evidence that the water supply started to get contaminated in the months leading up to the eruption. Springs and wells in the area showed a clear sign of volcanic gases seeping into the water table. You'd think this would freak people out, but nope. They kept on living their best lives.
And to top it off, Pliny the Younger, a Roman author who witnessed the eruption from a distance, later wrote about strange animal behavior in the days leading up to it. Animals were freaking out, acting erratically, and if we know one thing from disaster movies, it's that when animals are running, you should probably run too.
It's like all the warning signs were there, flashing in neon lights, and people just ignored them. But here's where we get into the theories. Some historians argue that the people of Pompeii weren't oblivious to the danger. Instead, they might have underestimated it, thinking it was just another earthquake or minor event. Others suggest that the cities actively the risks to protect their economy and property investments. After all, who wants to believe the city you've poured your wealth into is about to become an ash pit?
And then fast forward to August 24, 79 AD. The day starts like any other. People are going about their business, shopping, eating, maybe even lounging in the bathhouses. And then, around noon, everything changes. Mount Vesuvius finally decides to let loose. A massive explosion rocks the earth. A gigantic plume of smoke and ash shoots up into the sky. According to Pliny the Younger, the column of ash looked like a pine tree, rising miles into the air.
This wasn't just a little puff of smoke. We're talking sending ash and debris into the stratosphere. People in Pompeii could see it from miles away, but instead of running, Most of them just stood there.
Yeah, classic disaster movie moment, right? Everyone's standing in the streets, staring up at this apocalyptic scene, thinking, huh, that's weird. Guess we'll just have to wait it out.
And that's exactly what most of them did. Some historians believe the citizens of Pompeii thought it was just a regular volcanic smoke show. They had that the real danger was coming.
Which brings us to the next phase of the nightmare, the rain of pumice stones. Now, these weren't your average pebbles. These were chunks of volcanic rock, some as large as your fist, being launched into the sky and falling at terrifying speeds. The city was getting pummeled from above, while a thick layer of ash started to blanket everything in sight.
The ash started piling up at a rate of, that's about 6 inches of ash every hour. Imagine trying to breathe in that, let alone escape. It was getting harder and harder to see, let alone run for safety.
And while all this was happening, the people of Pompeii were split. Some tried to flee, but a lot of them stayed behind, thinking it would all blow over soon. Some were reportedly even throwing volcano parties, drinking wine and watching the chaos unfold from their rooftops. I mean, I get it. Go out with a bang, right?
But here's the thing, why did so many people stay behind? Theories abound. One idea is that they simply didn't understand the scale of the threat. Ancient Romans weren't exactly volcanologists. They probably thought, it's just a little ash, it'll pass. Another theory suggests that played a role. The wealthy elite might have refused to leave their lavish homes behind, while the poorer citizens didn't have the resources or the means to escape quickly. It was a disaster of as much as nature.
Some historians even think there might have been a religious aspect to it. The Romans believed heavily in omens and signs from the gods. There's speculation that some of the citizens thought that this was a divine event and that staying put was the right move to appease the gods.
A pretty risky gamble, if you ask me. And then we have another theory that's a bit darker. People didn't want to believe their city was about to be destroyed. It's human nature to hold out hope, even in the face of overwhelming evidence. They thought they had more time, but they didn't.
And then after about 18 hours of ash and pumice raining down, the real death blow came. Vesuvius unleashed a series of pyroclastic surges, basically waves of superheated gas, ash, and volcanic debris that traveled at over 100 miles per hour. These surges were so hot, over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, that anything in their path was instantly incinerated.
You can't outrun that. You can't even hide from it. The people who stayed behind were instantly buried, suffocated, or cooked alive by these surges. Pompeii was hit hard, but Herculaneum had it even worse. In Herculaneum, the surge was so intense, it vaporized entire bodies. Archaeologists later found frozen in place, showing people in their final moments, trying to protect themselves or their loved ones.
One of the most haunting things about this is the plaster casts of the victims in Pompeii. When archaeologists excavated the site centuries later, they found hollows in the ash where the bodies had decayed. By filling those hollows with plaster, they were able to recreate the final positions of the victims. Some of them curled up, others reaching out, frozen in time.
By the time the eruption was over, both cities were buried under of ash and debris. Herculaneum gone, forgotten. For almost, they remained lost to time, buried under layers of volcanic rock.
That is, until they were accidentally rediscovered in the 18th century. And what archaeologists found was like a time capsule, a snapshot of life frozen in 79 AD. We're talking about intact buildings, mosaics, frescoes, even food left on the tables. It's like everyone just hit pause.
And that's where we get one of the most compelling parts of this story's preservation. Thanks to the ash, we have an almost perfect record of what life was like in ancient Pompeii and Herculaneum. But also, it gives us a chilling look at the disaster itself, the terror and tragedy of people who never had a chance.
And now, the big question, could Vesuvius pull a repeat performance? The answer is, well, yeah. It's still an active volcano, and there are 3 million people living around it today. A catastrophe.
And get this, they've got emergency evacuation plans, but it's no guarantee anyone would get out in time. The volcano has erupted multiple times since 79 AD, but none have been on the scale. Scientists monitor it constantly, but if Vesuvius decides to blow, it could give little warning.
So yeah, maybe don't book any long vacations near Vesuvius.
Unless you like living dangerously.
Now that's the explosive mystery of Mount Vesuvius, the ancient disaster that wiped out 2 cities and left us with one of history's most haunting stories.
Stay curious. And, maybe avoid active volcanoes.
Especially ones with a history of obliterating cities. Booyah!
What disaster do you want to see next? Comment below. Hey, I am Sakura the succubus from Monster, and you're watching Disaster Files on the Hayden Hanson Company channel.
Hi, I am Hayden.
And hi, I'm David. Now, alright, imagine this. It's the early 1930s and you're in China. The country is already going through a rough patch, political turmoil, civil unrest. Let's just throw in the Great Depression for good measure. You think, okay, this has got to be the worst of it, right?
You'd hope, but Mother Nature always has a way of saying, hold my beer.
Exactly. And what she served up in 1931 was one of the worst natural disasters in recorded history. The 1931 China floods. A flood so devastating, it makes Noah's Ark sound like a kiddie pool.
I feel like we've covered a lot of disasters on this show, but this one, how come no one talks about it?
Well, that's because a lot of tragic events, history has a habit of sweeping things under the rug. But today, we're going to take that rug, throw it out, and dig deep into how the flood claimed millions of lives. Are you ready?
Oh man, I'm already regretting asking about this.
Well, the calm before the storm. So, let's set the scene. China, winter had a lot of snow and ice. More than usual. People are going about their daily lives, just dealing with the cold. No big deal, right?
That's what winter does, right? Little chilly, some snow days, throw a few snowballs seems innocent.
But here's where things start to go wrong. In early 1931, the temperatures rise quickly. All that snow and ice starts to melt, and suddenly there's a lot more water than everyone planned for. The rivers, especially the big ones, low and high, all start to swell. And you're thinking, okay, that might not be too bad. We've had floods before.
Yeah, a little flood. Maybe a boat ride. Could be fun.
Not this time, buddy. By the time spring rolls around, it's not just a little overflow. It's the kind of thing that would make even Kevin Costner in Waterworld go, whoa, this is too much water.
Not. That movie was practically a documentary about too much water.
And then came the rain. And when I say, I don't mean a few downpours. I'm talking biblical, like cue the giant boat and pairs of animals kind of rain. Central China experienced one of the wettest monsoon seasons in history. Between us not opened up.
Yes, the rivers were already over their limit.
Oh yeah. By July, the rivers were bursting at the seams. The Yangtze, the Yellow, and the Hua rivers were completely overwhelmed. But that wasn't even the worst part.
Wait, how can it get worse?
Throw a tropical cyclone into the mix. Because, why not?
This sounds like a sequel that nobody wanted, and I didn't even want the first one.
In June 1931, a tropical cyclone made the land fall in the region, adding even more water to an already overflowing disaster. So imagine, you got and torrential monsoon rain, and now a cyclone just dumps more water in, like it's a sick joke.
I mean, at this point, it sounds like the universe just hated China.
Floodmageddon. It's 1931, the floodwaters are completely out of control. Imagine the rivers, huge, powerful rivers, suddenly spilling out of their banks, flooding everything for miles. Entire cities, towns, and villages, gone. Just that.
All right, so let's put this into perspective. Like, how big are we talking? A few blocks? A couple of square miles?
Oh, Hayden, sweet, innocent Hayden. We're talking about an area the size of England, maybe even bigger. This flood covered over 600,000 square kilometers, about 230,000 square miles. To put it simply, it was like central China turned into one giant lake.
A lake? You're telling me an area big was just gone?
Yep. In some places, the floodwaters were up to 50 feet. Wuhan, for example, was hit with 53 feet of water.
That's like submerging a 5-story building. You'd have people living on rooftops or just
Being washed away. I mean, entire communities were literally erased. At the height of the flooding, boats were on their way to get around. This wasn't just a flood. It was a whole new geography.
Wait, you mean like with better
Things have been prevented. Now, here's where the disaster part comes in. Could this disaster have been prevented?
Wait, you mean like with better infrastructure?
Exactly. China had a history of flooding, especially along the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers, but they didn't have the kind of robust flood control systems we see today. Dikes and levees were built, but they were basically held together with hopes and prayers. A lot of them were made out of dirt, not concrete. Waters came, they just collapsed.
So they were using band-aids to hold back an ocean?
Pretty much. And some historians believe that if China had better flood management, a disaster on this scale could have been prevented, or at least minimized.
I can see that. I mean, we have levees now, and they still fail sometimes. But back then, without modern engineering, it's like trying to stop a fire with a water gun.
That's right. There's another theory that the political situation at the time made things worse. China was dealing with a lot. Civil war, shifting governments, so flood control wasn't exactly the top priority.
So basically, it was a perfect storm. Political chaos, weak infrastructure, and a ridiculously bad monsoon season.
Yep, and the results were catastrophic. The aftermath, famine, disease, and despair. Once the floodwaters started to recede, you'd think things would get better, but nope, they actually got worse.
How is that even possible?
Well, because when the waters finally pulled back, what was left behind was a wasteland. Farmland was completely destroyed. Crops, gone. So people had no food. And when there's no food, you get famine. We're talking millions. People struggled. It got sad that people were eating grass, tree bark, and reportedly, some even turned to cannibalism.
Okay, that escalated fast.
Yep, it's pretty horrifying. But that wasn't the only problem. The stagnant water left behind the flood became a breeding ground for diseases. Cholera, dysentery, typhoid, you name it. Without clean water or proper sanitization, disease spread like wildfire.
So, not only were people starving, but now they're getting sick?
Exactly, the death toll. So let's talk about the numbers. How many people died in the 1931 China floods? Short answer, we don't know for sure.
I feel like I'm not going to like the long answer either.
Yeah, you're not. Estimates for the death toll range from 1 million to 4 million people. And here's why it's hard to pin down. Record keeping wasn't exactly great back then, especially during a disaster of this scale. People drowned, starved, or died from diseases, and many of those deaths went unreported.
So, 4 million people could have died, and we might not even know?
Yep. Some estimates even suggest the death toll could have been even higher. But most historians agree that at least 2 million people perished, making it the deadliest natural disaster of the 20th century, and possibly the deadliest in human history.
That's more than the population of some countries today. I mean, we're talking millions of people just gone.
Yeah, it's unimaginable, and yet it's largely forgotten.
Okay, but here's what's bugging me this isn't common knowledge. I mean, we hear about hurricanes, earthquakes, and even the Titanic all the time, but this?
Good question. I think it's a combination of things. The world was going through so many crises at the same time. The Great Depression was hitting everywhere. World War II was just around the corner, and disasters like the often get overshadowed by immediate political and social issues.
I guess people were focused on surviving their day-to-day struggles instead of remembering a flood from years ago.
Exactly. It's like when we watch The Walking Dead and we get caught up in the drama, but forget the apocalypse means people are dying every day. It's easy to lose sight of the real horror when you're just trying to survive.
So, it's a mix of human forgetfulness and the chaos of the times.
It's also possible that the sheer scale of disaster was just too overwhelming for people to comprehend. Think about it. How do you process millions of deaths? The legacy of the flood. So what's the legacy in the 1931 China floods? The disaster led to significant changes in flood management practices in China, including the establishment of better levees and flood control systems. But it's also a chilling reminder of how vulnerable we are to nature's wrath.
So, it's a mix of human forgetfulness and the chaos of the times, and how it can wipe out entire communities in a blink. Makes you think about all those apocalyptic movies we love or they're entertaining, but they're also based on real fears.
Right? And it's so wild to think that we're still facing these kind of threats today. Extreme weather. History is a way of repeating itself if we don't learn from it.
So, every time there's a flood warning or hurricane watch, we should probably take it seriously.
Definitely. Because if history has taught us anything, it's that disasters can strike when you least expect them. And they can have devastating consequences, just like in 1931.
Well, there you have it. The 1931 China floods, a disaster so massive that it deserves to be remembered, even if the world has mostly forgotten it.
What disaster do you want to see next? Comment below. Hey, it's the Wicked Witch of the West from I'm in Love with the Princess, and you're watching Disaster Files on the Hayden Hanson Company channel. Happy Halloween!
All is good in the dinosaur world. Everyone's happy. And then all of a sudden, explosion.
Hi, I am Hayden.
And I'm David, and this is the season finale of Disaster Files.
We're diving into one of the biggest disasters this planet has ever. When I say biggest, I mean it literally reshaped the entire history of Earth. No, not your last date. Dave, I'm talking about the KT event.
Oh, yes, the one where the dinosaurs got yeeted into oblivion.
Yeeted? Dude, they were obliterated. 66 million years ago, a massive asteroid collided with Earth, and in doing so, wiped out about 75% of all life, including prehistoric predators, the dinosaurs. This event, also known as the Chicxulub impact, was the very definition of a bad day.
Sounds like a prequel to Jurassic Park, except instead of resurrecting the dinosaurs for a theme park, we got not dying as our prize. Seems like a fair trade.
Well, if by fair trade you mean losing 75% of all species, seeing the skies darken for years, and watching the planet become a barren wasteland, then sure, a great trade.
Well, yeah, that's just nature's way of saying time to clean up the party. Maybe it was too wild for too long. But what actually happened?
So here's the deal. Around 66 million years ago, Earth was very different. Dinosaurs had been ruling the planet for over 160 million years, longer than we've been around by a long shot. They had sprawling forests, vast oceans, and a pretty cushy spot at the top of the food chain. Life was booming. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, disaster struck a 6-mile-wide asteroid, traveling at around 12 miles per second, slammed into the planet near what we now call the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico, where we see the massive asteroid, let's call it Rocky, barreling toward Earth, cutting through the atmosphere with a fiery tail.
6 miles wide? That's like a giant celestial bowling ball, and Earth was the last pin standing.
And Rocky didn't just knock the pin over it, shattered the entire bowling alley. The impact released energy equivalent to billions of nuclear bombs, creating a crater nearly 93 miles wide and 12 miles deep. To put that in perspective, that's like 3 Chicagos stacked inside the crater.
So basically like an earth-shattering kaboom?
Exactly. When Rocky hit, it vaporized almost instantly, releasing heat so intense it caused wildfires for miles. A shockwave from the impact traveled at the speed of sound, flattening forests, creating massive tsunamis, and sending molten rock flying halfway across the planet. But the real kicker wasn't just the initial impact. It was the aftermath. Rocky didn't just take out a few trees and beachfront properties. The dust, ash, and debris from the impact were thrown so high into the atmosphere that it blocked out the sun. It was like the planet hit the ultimate snooze button, plunging Earth.
So basically, the dinosaurs woke up, had their morning cup of coffee, looked outside and thought, wow, it's a little dark today.
Yeah, only they wouldn't be drinking coffee because everything was on fire. Imagine trying to find months, or even years. Photosynthesis gone, the food chain decimated. No sun means plants can't grow. And if plantivores die, and if the herbivores die, guess what happens to the carnivores?
They get really hungry?
They get dead. This chain reaction led to what scientists call a mass extinction event. 75% of all life forms wiped out, from the top predator T-Rex down to the tiniest marine organisms.
That's harsh. No more dinosaur parties, no more dino raves, just silence. The discovery.
Here's where things get interesting. For a long time, scientists didn't actually know what wiped out the dinosaurs. They knew something huge happened at the end of the Cretaceous period, but they didn't have a clear culprit.
So it was like a 66 million year cold case.
Exactly. The mystery stayed unsolved for decades until 1980, when a father-son duo of scientists, Luis and Walter Alvarez, found something weird. A layer of sediment rich in a rare element called iridium. Iridium isn't common on Earth, but is super common in asteroids and comets. This was a smoking gun. The Alvarez team theorized that this iridium-rich layer was evidence of an asteroid impact, and the timing lined up with the mass extinction.
Well, I love a good father-son detective story. This sounds like a plot of Indiana Jones and the mystery of the dead dinosaurs.
Yeah, except instead of ancient relics, they're digging through layers of dirt. But what they found changed everything. Their discovery gave rise to the impact hypothesis. The idea that the ET event was caused by an asteroid strike, and this theory has since become the leading explanation for why the dinosaurs disappeared. However, there's another twist to this story. Some scientists believe the asteroid wasn't acting alone. Around the same time as the impact, a series of massive volcanic eruptions were happening on the other side of the world in what is now India. These eruptions, known as the Deccan Traps, spewed tons of lava and gases into the atmosphere, possibly contributing to the environmental disaster.
So Earth was already having a bad day, and then the asteroid just came in and made it worse. Like if you're having a rough day at work, and then you spill your coffee all over your shirt, I guess.
Exactly. It's a 1-2 punch volcanic activity releasing toxic gas. Asteroid impact kicking up even more dust and debris. It's possible that the Deccan Traps and the asteroid together created the perfect storm for extinction.
So basically, Earth got hit by 2 trucks at the same time. One was a giant space rock, and the other was a slow-moving lava flood. Talk about a rough commute.
Exactly. It's a 1-2 punch volcanic activity releasing toxic gases, combined with the asteroid impact kicking in debris. It's possible that the Deccan traps and the asteroid together created the perfect storm for extinction. Now, of course, an event this dramatic has left its mark on pop culture too. Obviously, we've got Jurassic Park with its resurrection of dinosaurs, which kind of plays with the idea that maybe the KT event didn't have to be the end for them. But beyond dinosaurs running amok, we've also got Hollywood's obsession with asteroid impacts.
Ah, yes. Let's talk about the cinematic master Armageddon and Deep Impact. It's like we have a weird fascination with watching giant rocks rule the Earth.
It's true. But here's the thing. If Rocky had been the asteroid in Armageddon, Willis would have had no chance. The Chicxulub asteroid was massive, and its speed was insane. Even if Bruce and his crew had somehow made it up there, nuking it would have been pointless. There was no stopping this one.
So basically, what you're saying is Armageddon lied to us. Aerosmith got a song out of it. That was good.
Yeah. And I'm sorry to say, there was no emotional, slow-motion goodbye scene with a hero saving the world. The real-life KT event was far more brutal, and nobody made it out alive to tell the tale, except for the few lucky species that managed to survive. Of course, because this is the internet, there are some wild theories out there about the KT event. One of the more out there ones is the idea that the asteroid impact wasn't a random accident, was fated to happen to make way for humans.
Wait, so you're getting into some kind of cosmic destiny thing? Like the universe set an asteroid as a hitman to take out the dinosaurs? So we could have our moment in the spotlight?
Yeah, kind of. It's called the anthropic principle. The idea is that if the asteroid hadn't hit, dinosaurs might still be roaming the Earth, and mammals like us might never have evolved into what we are today. So in a weird, existential way, we owe our existence to Rocky the asteroid.
So basically, I'm here today because some space rock decided to go bowling with Earth? That's pretty deep.
Yeah.
In a way, yeah. The extinction of the dinosaurs cleared the stage for mammals to thrive and evolve. It's one of those what-if scenarios. If the asteroid had missed, who knows? Maybe dinosaurs would have kept evolving, and we'd be living in a world run by sentient raptors.
Jeez, I'm glad that didn't happen. Okay, now I want to see Jurassic Park, but with the roles reversed. Like, what if humans were the theme park attraction for the dinosaur overlords?
Yeah, let's not dwell on that too much, but you can see how wild this gets. There's even a theory that the asteroid might have come from a disrupted planet between Mars and Jupiter, or that it was nudged by cosmic forces, maybe.
Oh boy, here we go. Next thing you're going to tell me is that aliens were driving the asteroid, like a UFO. The lasting legacy.
Yep, those little guys made it through. And because of that, we're sitting here today, talking about the downfall of the dinosaurs, rather than running from them. So, what do you think, Dave? Could anything have stopped this from happening? Or was it all just a cosmic inevitability?
You gotta hand it cockroaches though. They always find a way to survive.
That's a grim way to look at it, but you're not totally wrong. Sometimes, catastrophe brings about new opportunities for life to evolve. It's just crazy to think about how one momentone, impact, could have such an enormous, lasting effect on the entire planet.
Honestly, I think Earth was due for a reset. Maybe the dinosaurs had it too good for too long, and the asteroid was just nature's way of hitting the refresh.
Let's hope that doesn't happen anytime soon. But just in case, keep an eye on the sky, folks. You never know when it might be our turn. Thanks for watching, and remember, don't get yeeted by a space rock.
Yeah, stay safe, guys. And if you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe. We'll catch you next time on Disaster Files. A live dinosaur here. Attack us. Get away from our dinosaurs, Mr. Turkey. He's like he wants to break out his friends.
Okay.
What disaster do you want to see next? Comment below. Happy Halloween to you all. Hey, I'm Snow White, and you're watching Extinction Files on the Hayden Hanson Company channel. Hello there. I'm Masha the Hyanodon. Mysteries of the past remain unsolved, but not for long. Welcome to Extinction Files, where we dig deep into history's greatest disappearances and talk about them. Join Hayden and Claire as they uncover the truth behind the Earth's most jaw-dropping, long-extinct creatures. A bit of reckless curiosity. They'll venture into the ancient past to solve the ultimate question. What happened to these incredible animals? From deadly predators to massive herbivores, and prehistoric oceans to ancient skies. On their very first mystery, they will talk about the Tasmania tiger, aka thylacine. So, sit back, grab some snacks, and get ready, because things are about to get wild.
Hello, I'm Hayden. And I'm Claire, on the series premiere of the Extinction Files. Today we're going to be talking about the mysterious extinction of the Tasmanian tiger. Did they really disappear? Alright folks, today we're diving into the mystery of the Tasmanian tiger, also known as the thylacine. This isn't your average predator though. This animal's got a story of tragedy, conspiracy, and maybe even survival.
So another animal mystery, are we going to say it's still secretly alive like Bigfoot?
Yeah, I mean, the meat of the mystery, let's start with the basics. The Tasmanian tiger, despite its name, was not a tiger at all. It was a marsupial, much more closely related to kangaroos and koalas. But don't let that fool you. This thing looked like a cross between a wolf and a tiger. With its dog-like body, it had stripes all down its back and down its tail. It even had a catch. It was used to carry its young, like a super creepy backpack.
So it was like a striped dog with a baby pouch? That's bizarre.
Also, fun fact, its mouth would open up to 90 degrees. Imagine a wolf with a mouth that opens like a Pez dispenser. That's nightmare fuel.
That's horrifying.
Yeah. The thylacine was native to Australia, New Guinea, and Tasmania, but it was mainly found on Tasmania by the time the Europeans showed up. When settlers arrived in Tasmania, they brought something that would spell disaster for the thylacine: sheep. Lots and lots of sheep. As you can imagine, the farmers weren't exactly thrilled when they thought their stock was being hunted. They blamed the thylacine for the missing sheep, even though wild dogs and human error were just as equally responsible.
It's always the wild dogs, man. They never get enough credit.
That's true. Dogs are sneaky, but the thylacine, they got a bad rap.
This started a brutal campaign against the thylacines. By the mid-1800s, the Tasmanian government decided to offer bounties for each thylacine killed, and the public responded with enthusiasm. It was like a real-life monster. Between the bounties, habitat destruction, and competition from settlers' dogs, the population of Tasmanian tigers plummeted. By the early 1900s, they were practically extinct. But the story doesn't end there. There was still one left. Enter Benjamin, the last known thylacine.
The tragedy of Benjamin, the last Tasmanian tiger.
Benjamin was captured in the wild and brought to Bomera Zoo in Hobart, Tasmania. And let me tell you, this time, no one knew it at the time, but Benjamin was the last of his species. He lived in captivity until September 7th, 1936, when he died, probably due to neglect outside in temperatures.
Can you believe that? The last of an entire species and they just forgot about him?
It's heartbreaking. Like, they didn't even know how important he was.
Exactly. Poor Benjamin just wanted a blanket.
With Benjamin's death, the Tasmanian tiger was officially declared extinct. The government even made it official in 1986. Yes, they waited 50 years just to be sure, but was it really the end?
Theory 1. The official extinction. Was it really our fault? So, the textbook explanation is that the European settlers sent the thylacine into extinction with the hunting, habitat destruction, and introduction of new species. So, the textbook explanation is that destruction of environment and introduction of new species just sent the thylacines into extinction. Between the bounties and the clearing of their habitats, it's no surprise that their numbers dropped drastically. It's like the dodo all over again, only this time with more teeth. But some experts argue that the Tasmanian tiger was doomed long before the settlers showed up. There's evidence to suggest their population was already on the decline due to diseases like mange and whatnot that would have been covered by the settlers' dogs, or natural climate change that would have just made it harder for them to survive.
So, you're telling me that even without humans, they might have been in trouble?
Possibly, but humans definitely sped up the process, like a lot. However, not everyone is convinced Benjamin was the last, which leads us to our next point. Theory 2, the tiger that lived, did they survive?
Is where things get weird. Death sightings of Tasmanian tigers. Reports of thylacine sightings have continued for decades. They've seen the elusive animals slinking through the wilderness, usually at a distance, like some kind of marsupial Bigfoot.
In 1982, a park ranger named Hans Narding reported seeing a thylacine while he was out on a mission in the wilderness. He described it in great detail, everything, shape, colour, the way it moved, and he was no amateur. He knew the Tasmanian wildlife well. His report wasn't dismissed out of hand at all, and it sparked a massive new re-interest in trying to find the thylacine again.
An actual park. Ranger saw one that's legit.
Yeah, exactly. This wasn't just some random guy with binoculars. This was a professional. Since then, there has been dozens of alleged sightings, but the proof's been elusive. No one's been able to capture a living thylacine on camera for a long time. Find any fur or scat. But these sightings have led many to believe that a small population might still be out there, living in areas of Tasmania or hiding in other areas. But these have led many to believe that there might still be a small population living in rural Victoria, hiding from human eyes. In fact, in 2019, the Tasmanian government reopened the case. They received 8 credible reports of sightings within 3 years. Could the thylacine didn't go extinct at all, but instead went into hiding? Theory 3, the conspiracy. Was there a cover-up? Now, if you want to dive into the conspiracy pool, there's another theory floating around. The idea that some government or private collectors might have captured the thylacines and kept them hidden. Supposedly, they wanted to protect the species or keep them as part of some private research.
So you're saying there could be a hidden population of thylacines in a government lab somewhere?
I mean, it's possible. People collect everything. Why not thylacines? There are stories of thylacines being kept in private zoos, on secluded properties, but these are largely unsustained. Still, the idea persists that someone there knows more than what they're letting on about the fate of the thylacine.
I believe in a secret thylacine. Conspiracy? Not really, but it is fun to think about.
I like to imagine a thylacine sitting in a lab with tea, planning its great escape. With thylacines still out there, the impact of their disappearance is undeniable. They've become a symbol of extinction, a warning of the fragility of our ecosystems, and a reminder of often reckless relationship humanity has with nature. Today, efforts to clone the thylacine are already on the way, using samples from preserved specimens.
Wait, they're trying to bring it back, like Jurassic Park?
Yeah, people are serious about it, like thylacine 2.0.
Great. What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah. So, are they gone for good?
Here's the thing, we never know for sure. If the Tasmanian tiger is truly extinct, some believe they're out there hiding in the remote wilderness. Others think they're gone for almost a century. The sightings keep rolling in. And the mystery continues to capture the imagination of cryptic hunters, wildlife enthusiasts, and conspiracy theorists alike.
So, next time you find yourself in the Tasmanian wilderness, will you be the one to solve the mystery?
No thanks. I'll just stay inside where there are no wolf kangaroo hybrids.
Extinction Files, the Tasmanian tiger. High five, that was a good one. Oh, Knuckles, what are we doing? Knuckles.
What extinct animal would you like to see next? Comment below.
Hey, I'm Snow White, and you're watching Extinction Files on the Hayden Hanson Company channel.
Hi, I'm President Annabelle.
Hello, I'm Hayden.
Welcome back to Extinction Files. the only show where we discuss prehistoric creatures like they're cryptids, even though they're scientifically proven to have existed. So today, we're going deep, like way deep. We're talking about a whale, but not just any whale, a whale that could walk.
Yep, you heard that right. This whale had legs. It's called ambulocetus, which literally means walking whale. Just imagine your average whale, but with legs that let it wander out of the ocean like it was strolling into a Starbucks.
Terrifying, really. Like, we're talking Jurassic Park meets Jaws levels of horror. But here's the kicker: despite being this incredible hybrid of land and sea creature, ambulocetus went extinct. This half whale, half crocodile couldn't make it in the changing world.
Gone. And we're gonna find out why.
Let's rewind the clock about 50 million years to the Eocene epoch. Picture it. A hot, humid Earth with shallow seas and swampy coastlines. The perfect environment for a creature like ambulocetus. This guy was basically living the dream.
You've got to think. Life was like one big summer vacation for ambulocetus. He's out there catching fish, maybe hunting some small land animals, just chilling in those shallow waters, taking the occasional stroll onto the beach to tan his weird whale crocodile skin.
This was a world where the early ancestors of modern whales were just starting to dip their toes, or, fins, into ocean life. But ambulocetus? It was a full-blown amphibian.
So you're telling me this thing is like the Adam Sandler of evolution, just walking from beach to sea without a care in the world?
Sure, I mean, if Adam Sandler was a 10-foot-long, 500-pound apex predator with the body of a crocodile and the awkwardly elongated face of a whale, then yeah, exactly like that.
You make it sound less fun.
The thing is, ambulocetus was built to be versatile, but not exactly in the best way. It had powerful limbs for walking on land and swimming, but it wasn't great at either. It was like the Swiss Army knife of prehistoric creatures, useful in a lot of ways, but never the best tool for the job.
So it's like when you use those little scissors on the Swiss Army knife? They cut, but they're terrible. I get it.
And that leads us to the mystery of today's episode. Despite its unique abilities, ambulocetus is extinct. So, what the heck happened? Let's dig into some theories. Theory 1. Climate change, when swamps became real estate nightmares. The first suspect on our list is climate change. During the Eocene, the Earth was going through some serious mood swings. We're talking about rising and falling sea levels, shifting coastlines, and shrinking swamps. Those cozy coastal waters ambulocetus called home? Yeah, they were slowly disappearing like the last good pizza slice at a party.
So, ambulocetus was basically living in a neighborhood that got gentrified. The swamps it relied on were turning into beachfront property, but like the kind of beachfront property that's bad for living whales and great for real estate developers.
Exactly. And as the swamps receded, ambulocetus probably had fewer and fewer places to hang out and hunt. Its body was built for shallow waters and land, so when those environments started to disappear, it had nowhere to go.
I can almost picture it, no ambulocetus just sitting in a dried up swamp, wearing tiny sunglasses, looking at the horizon and saying, well, this sucks.
Yep, life became a lot less fun for our amphibious friend. It's like if your entire ecosystem starts vanishing, and you're stuck being like, can I go back to the water? Oh wait, I'm not that great at swimming yet.
The ultimate identity crisis. You're not good enough for land, but you're also not fully committed to the sea. It's like ambulocetus was stuck in nature's version of purgatory.
Theory 2. The whale evolutionary revolution. This brings us to the second theory. Ambulocetus was simply out-evolved by its own descendants. Nature had bigger plans for the whale family tree, and ambulocetus was just one step in the evolutionary experiment. You see, around the same time ambulocetus was wandering around, other proto-whales were evolving, but these guys were committed to the sea life.
So, while ambulocetus is like, I'm cool with land and sea, the future whales are over here like, nah, we're going full ocean. They're the hot new generation that's all in on swimming, not this wishy-washy amphibious nonsense.
Exactly. Ambulocetus was the beta version of a whale, but nature was working on a massive upgrade. Over time, those fully aquatic whales got better at swimming, hunting, and surviving in the deep ocean, while ambulocetus was still stuck trying to figure out which team it was playing for.
So, ambulocetus was like your friend who can't decide if they're really into fitness or video games, and then their little brother goes full-on pro-gamer. Nature was like, okay, big bro, thanks for the inspiration, but we've got this covered now.
In a way, Ambulocetus paved the way for modern whales like blue whales, dolphins, and killer whales. Without it, the transition from land to sea might not have happened at all.
So Ambulocetus was the awkward whale-crocodile hybrid that had to crawl so modern whales could swim. What a hero.
Yeah, it's like that scene in The Lion King where Mufasa's like, it's the circle of life, Simba. Except instead of lions, it's whales. And instead of being wise and noble, Ambulocetus just didn't make it.
Theory 3. Food chain crisis. Ambulocetus gets outsmarted. Okay. Theory 3. Ambulocetus faced a food chain crisis. At this point in history, a lot of the early whales were competing for the same food. Ambulocetus probably hunted fish, but so did other emerging marine predators that were better adapted to life in the water.
Think about it, you've got all these fast, sleek, dolphin-like proto-whales zipping through the ocean, scooping up all the fish. And then there's Ambulocetus, this clunky, semi-aquatic creature, trying to keep up.
So it's like, if Michael Phelps was swimming against a guy wearing water wings, Ambulocetus never stood a chance.
Exactly. As fully aquatic whales got better at hunting in the open ocean, Ambulocetus just couldn't keep up. It wasn't as fast, it wasn't as agile, and it probably had a much higher energy requirement because of its semi-terrestrial lifestyle. More energy needed equals more food required, and if you can't catch enough prey, well, things go downhill pretty fast.
The whale world was moving fast, and Ambulocetus was too slow to keep up. That's harsh.
Evolution doesn't pull any punches. Ambulocetus had to deal with increasing competition and fewer resources. So, in the end, it might have just gotten out-hunted by more efficient, specialized predators. That's the way nature rolls sometimes. Theory 4. Environmental chaos. It was a perfect storm. Here's the final theory. Ambulocetus wasn't taken out by any one thing. It was a combination of all these factors: climate change, competition, and evolution. Basically, Ambulocetus got caught in a prehistoric perfect storm.
It's like the ultimate crossover event. Every bad thing that could happen to an animal, all happening at once.
Climate change dried up its swamps. Competition made it harder to find food. Evolution gave it younger, fitter cousins that totally outshined it. Poor Ambulocetus was doomed from every angle.
You know, Ambulocetus really feels like the Rodney Dangerfield of whales no respect at all.
Yeah, it's like the universe just said, thanks for pioneering, buddy, but we're moving on. It's tragic, but at the same time, kind of beautiful. Ambulocetus may have gone extinct, but it set the stage for the rise of modern whales. It's the ultimate underdog story, or underwhale. Final thoughts, rest in peace, walking whale. So, what's the final verdict on Ambulocetus? Was it taken out by climate change, competition, or just plain old evolution?
I think it's all of the above. Ambulocetus was like the test run for future whales. But nature decided it was time to upgrade. When the world started to change, Ambulocetus couldn't keep up, and so it faded into extinction.
It's kind of bittersweet. Ambulocetus may not have survived, but without it, we wouldn't have dolphins, killer whales, or any of the majestic ocean creatures we see today.
So really, Ambulocetus is like the forgotten MVP of the whale world.
A true unsung hero. Rest in peace, you funky walking whale.
And on that note, if you ever feel like you don't quite fit in, just remember, you could be Ambulocetus, halfway between two worlds, but still important to the story.
We salute you. Ambulocetus, gone, but never forgotten.
Until next time, folks, stay weird and keep an eye out for the next prehistoric cryptid mystery.
What extinct animal would you like to see next? Comment below.
Hey, I'm Snow White, and you're watching Extinction Files on the Hayden Hanson Company channel.
Hi, I'm President Annabelle.
Hello, I'm Hayden.
Welcome back to Extinction Files, the only show where we discuss prehistoric creatures like they're cryptids, even though they're scientifically proven to have existed. And to see Today, we're going dark deep into the darker seabed on Earth. We're talking about a shark, but not just any present-day shark. A shark that could eat huge prey. Hayden, let me paint you a picture. It was 23 million years ago. The oceans are teeming with life, whales are doing their whale thing, and lurking in the depths is a shark so big it makes Jaws look like a goldfish.
Oh good, an ocean full of nightmare fuel. Let me guess, this is Megalodon?
You guessed it, the ruler of the seas, the OG apex predator, a shark that could grow up to 60 feet long. That's roughly the size of, I don't know, a school bus, but with teeth as sharp as your news matches are fake.
And by sharp, you mean terrifying. Imagine trying to swim with that thing in the water.
No thanks. I'd rather be in a hot yoga class. Anyway, for 20 million years, this prehistoric bad boy dominated the oceans. Then, about 3.6 million years ago, it just vanished. Gone. Extinct. Or so they say.
Let's get into the theories. What happened to this absolute unit of a shark? Did it just die off? Or is it still out there, living rent-free in the deep ocean?
Exactly. But let me remind you, the ocean is a big, creepy place. We've only explored about 20% of it. There could be anything down there, giant squids, lost cities, maybe even Megalodon, just waiting for its Netflix documentary deal.
Okay, but if it's still alive, how has nobody seen it? You're telling me a 60-foot shark just pulls a Where's Waldo for millions of years?
Yeah, I'll admit it's a stretch. If something that big was still kicking, we'd probably see some modern whales with bite marks the size of my car. But it's fun to imagine, right? Cue the Aquaman crossover. Only that we'll never know for sure. Until then, every shadow in the ocean and every weird sonar reading will keep people wondering, is Megalodon really gone? Or is it just waiting for its second act? Oh, absolutely. Megalodon was the original oceanic nightmare. This guy didn't just hunt, it dominated. Whales, lunch, seals, snacks. Sea turtles? The hors d'oeuvre platter. For 20 million years, Megalodon ruled the seas like a prehistoric Tony Soprano.
And then, poof, it disappears. Gone. Like Blockbuster or Disney good storytelling. We don't know why.
Exactly. How does the biggest, baddest predator in the history of the planet just vanish? It's one of nature's greatest mysteries. And today, we're going to dive pun intended into all the theories, from science-backed to completely unhinged. Buckle up. Theory 1. The climate gave Megalodon the cold shoulder. First up, climate change. Around 3.6 million years ago, Earth decided it was time to cool off. Ice caps started expanding, ocean temperatures dropped, and warm water species like our buddy Megalodon had a real tough time adapting.
So, basically, Megalodon was the ultimate beach bro who couldn't handle cold water?
Exactly. Picture Megalodon with sunglasses and a surfboard, shivering as the oceans turned into a prehistoric polar plunge.
Okay, but couldn't it just swim somewhere warmer?
Great question, Hayden. But here's the thing. When the oceans cooled, the food chain started to shift. That brings us to Theory 2. Theory 2. Whales left the party. Megalodon's favorite food was whales' big, fat, juicy whales. But as the climate changed, whales started migrating to colder waters, places where Megalodon couldn't follow. It's like when your favorite food truck moves across town, and suddenly your life is over.
So, you're telling me the Megalodon didn't have Uber Eats? Couldn't it find new food?
Well, some scientists think Megalodon was just too specialized. It was built for hunting whales in warm, shallow waters. When those whales left, Meg was like a very picky eater at a potluck. It couldn't adapt. Theory 3. The Great White Shark Takeover. Next up, competition? Around the same time Megalodon was struggling, the Great White Shark made its debut. These guys were smaller, faster, and way better at adapting to changing conditions.
So great whites were the scrappy underdogs who swooped in and stole the throne?
Exactly. Imagine Megalodon as Blockbuster and great whites as Netflix. One was big and dominant but slow to adapt, and the other came out of nowhere with agility and new ideas. Suddenly, Megalodon was obsolete.
Wait, are you saying sharks are like tech startups? Is the great white shark basically Elon Musk?
I mean, sure. Picture that with less social media drama. Theory 4. Supernova Doom. Here's a wild one for you. Some researchers think a nearby supernova about 2.6 million years ago might have played a role. When a star explodes, it releases cosmic rays, which can mess with Earth's atmosphere and even climate. Some scientists suggest this could have disrupted marine ecosystems, making life even harder for Megalodon.
So, a star blows up, and suddenly Megalodon's out of a job? That's like getting fired because of an asteroid hitting another country.
The universe is a weird place, my friend. Theory 5. A Megalodon pandemic? Alright, now we're getting speculative. Some paleontologists have floated the idea that a disease could have swept through Megalodon populations, wiping them out faster than your interest in my fantasy football team.
A prehistoric shark pandemic? Great. So even 3 million years ago, nobody was washing their fins?
Apparently not, but it's a tough theory to prove, since fossilized bacteria isn't exactly common.
Theory 6. It's still out there. Okay, now we're at the good stuff. What if Megalodon never actually went extinct? What if it's just chilling in the deep ocean, waiting for its time to shine again?
Ah, the Jurassic Park theory. People love this one. Every now and then, someone claims to see a giant fin or a massive shadow on sonar. And let's not forget that fake documentary from the Discovery Channel.
Yeah, Megalodon. The monster shark lives. That thing made me think twice about swimming in the deep end of a pool.
I mean, we've only explored 20% of the ocean. There's a lot of room down there for weird stuffed giant squids, alien-looking fish, maybe even Megalodon. Or maybe it's just the ghost of Megalodon haunting the Mariana Trench.
Theory 7. The Hollywood comeback. Let's be honest. The reason people are obsessed with Megalodon is because of pop culture. You've got the Meg movies, starring Jason Statham, Shark Week hyping up every shark sighting, and those cheesy sci-fi movies where Megalodon fights dinosaurs or whatever.
Oh yeah, Megalodon is a pop culture icon. But if it's still alive, it's not going to be fighting T-Rexes. It's going to be dodging plastic pollution in cruise ships. So, to recap, the Megalodon might have been wiped out by climate change, starvation, competition, cosmic rays, disease, or maybe it's still out there, starring in its own underwater Breaking Bad.
Right. And until we explore the rest of the ocean, we'll never know for sure. But I'm not taking any chances. If Megalodon is alive, I'll stick to swimming in bathtubs, thanks.
So, what do you think? Did Megalodon go out with a whimper? Or is it hiding in the deep waiting for its comeback? Let us know in the comments below.
I, for one, will not be swimming in the ocean to find out.
Say, smart choice, Hayden. Remember, when in doubt, stay on land and respect the sharks. All of them. Especially the ones that could swallow you whole.
What extinct animal would you like to see next? Comment below.
Hey, I'm Snow White, and you're watching Extinction Files on the Hayden Hanson Company channel.
Hello, I'm Eriga.
And I'm Hayden. Welcome back to another episode of Extinction Files today. We're tackling a mystery that's slippery, tiny, and unfortunately, extinct. Or is it, we're talking about the Yunnan Lake Newt, a little amphibian that once called China's Kunming Lake its home before disappearing in one of the most tragic ecological collapses in history.
And by tragic, you mean we did it to ourselves. It's like accidentally dropping your ice cream cone. Except the ice cream cone is an entire species. Way to go, humanity.
Before we dive into its extinction, let's set the stage. The Yunnan Lake Newt, also known as Synops wolterstorffii, wasn't just some random pond dweller. It was unique. Found only in Yunnan province, this little black and orange beauty was endemic to the region, meaning it couldn't be found anywhere else on Earth.
Yunnan province, by the way, is kind of a big deal in Chinese culture. It's famous for its beautiful landscapes, ancient tea traditions, and spicy hot pot. But apparently, no one thought to save the cute little newt.
Back in the day, Kunming Lake, the newt's primary habitat, was this crystal clear aquatic haven. Locals believed the lake had mystical properties, even associating it with dragons and water spirits. According to folklore, amphibians like the Yunnan Lake Newt were thought to be messengers between the human and spirit worlds.
Wait, so this wasn't just a newt? This was, like, a mini dragon messenger? And we wiped it out? That's bad luck on so many levels.
By the early 20th century, Kunming Lake was thriving, and so were the newts. But then, things took a dark turn. In the 1930s, the lake started
as agriculture expanded in Yunnan province, drained from the lake Asia, dramatically lowering water levels. And that's not all.
Oh no. Let me guess. We also dumped a bunch of garbage in it?
Bingo! Pollution from nearby settlements turned the lake into a toxic soup. Industrial waste, chemical runoff, and untreated sewage slowly poison the ecosystem. And then, to top it all off, invasive species fall, unexplored. Amphibians are notoriously elusive, and rediscoveries happen more often than you might think. Case in point, the Vietnamese crocodile newt, thought to be extinct for decades, was rediscovered in 2009.
So you're telling me there's a chance? Maybe the Yunnan Lake newt is just chilling in a secret spa, waiting for us to clean up our act.
Exactly. Theory 2. Hybridization. Some scientists think the newt might have interbred with other species before it disappeared, creating hybrids that could be lurking in nearby lakes. These hybrids might not look exactly like the original Yunnan Lake newt, but they could carry its DNA.
Okay, but let's be real. Even if there's a hybrid out there, it's like comparing bootleg merch to the original. It's just not the same.
Fair. Now, Theory 3 is a bit darker. The newt's extinction might have been accelerated by overcollection. In the 20th century, specimens were collected for research and zoos, and some were even sold in exotic pet markets. Combine that with habitat destruction, and you've got a recipe for disaster.
So basically, humans showed up, took some for study, ruined their house, and left. Classic.
Interestingly, the Yunnan Lake newt has popped up in Chinese pop culture. In some folklore-inspired media, amphibians are portrayed as magical creatures. A popular theory among fans of Chinese fantasy dramas is that the Yunnan Lake newt inspired certain characters in shows like Ashes of Love and The Untamed, where mystical creatures play central roles. It's as if the newt's spirit lives on in modern storytelling.
So we wiped them out, but then made them immortal in soap operas? That's a choice.
Hey, art imitates life, and let's not forget the gaming world. In Genshin Impact, which is inspired by Chinese landscapes and folklore, players can explore wetlands and encounter rare amphibians. Some fans speculate the Yunnan Lake newt might have inspired some of these designs.
Gamers keeping the newt alive in the digital realm? I can respect that.
The extinction of the Yunnan Lake newt is more than just a tragedy. It's a warning. Wetlands around the world are disappearing at an alarming rate, and amphibians are some of the most threatened species on the planet. If we don't act, stories like the Yunnan Lake newts will only become more common.
So you're saying we need to stop draining lakes, polluting rivers, and releasing random fish into ecosystems? Got it. Easy fix.
Sarcasm aside, there's still hope. Conservation efforts in China and around the world are focused on protecting endangered species. Who knows? Maybe one day we'll rediscover the Yunnan Lake newt in some remote spring, alive and well. So, what do you think? Is the Yunnan Lake newt gone forever? Or could it still be out there?
I mean, I'd love to believe it's out there, but knowing humans, we probably built a parking lot over its last hiding spot.
Let us know your theories in the comments. And if you ever find Yunnan, maybe take a moment to look into the water. You might just spot a little orange and black ghost of the past.
Or, a fish. Either way, tell it I said hi.
Until next time, folks, stay weird and keep an eye out for the next prehistoric cryptid mystery.
What extinct animal would you like to see next? Comment below.
and you're watching Extinction Files on the Hayden Hanson Company channel.
Hello, I'm Araga.
And I'm Hayden. Welcome back to Extinction Files. Today, we're investigating the disappearance of Andrew Sarkis, a prehistoric predator that could snap you in half like a breadstick at Olive Garden. Once the ruler of its domain during the Eocene epoch, this absolute unit seemingly vanished without a trace. Why did it go extinct? Was it a victim of climate change? Eaten out of house and home by competitors? Or, and bear with me, did something more sinister happen?
More sinister than a 13-foot meat vacuum with hooves? I'm intrigued.
Strap in, folks. It's about to get prehistoric. The apex predator nobody really knows about. Let's start with what we know, or rather, what we don't know. Andrew Sarkis is one of the most mysterious extinct creatures ever. The entire legacy of this beast comes from one fossil, just a skull. A huge skull, mind you, but still, just one. This fossil was discovered in the 1920s in Mongolia by a team led by paleontologist Roy Chapman Andrews. Fun fact, he's supposedly the real-life inspiration for Indiana Jones.
So, basically, Indy finds a giant skull, and the science world collectively loses its mind. I like it!
This skull is massive. It's over 3 feet long, with a mouth full of teeth designed to crush bones like they were popcorn kernels. Scientists believe Andrew Sarkis weighed around 2,000 pounds and could stretch up to 13 feet long. But here's the kicker. It wasn't a wolf, or a bear, or even a dinosaur. It was more closely related to sheep, goats, and get the shippos.
So, basically, if a hippo and a wolf had a baby, and that baby grew up to be a metal band frontman, you'd get Andrew Sarkis.
Exactly. But for all its terrifying stats, we don't know what this thing's body looked like. Did it have a long tail? Stumpy legs? Tiny, useless arms like a T-Rex? We just don't know. Honestly, Andrew Sarkis is the equivalent of a blurry Bigfoot photo-scary, mysterious, and raising more questions than answers. Theory 1. Climate change did it in. Let's get into the theories. First up, the big one, climate change. Around 34 million years ago, Earth went through a huge shift called the Eocene-Oligocene extinction event. Temperatures plummeted, ice sheets expanded, and ecosystems all over the globe got a massive shakeup.
Classic Ice Age vibes. You're chilling in a lush forest, munching on whatever's around, and suddenly the menu changes to barren wasteland.
Exactly. Andrew Sarkis likely relied on a steady supply of prey animals. But as the climate cooled, the ecosystem supporting those animals collapsed. If you're a giant predator with a giant appetite, that's bad news.
Imagine being a giant carnivore with no food. It's like going to Costco and finding out they've run out of free samples.
Worse, because in this case, you're the sample. Theory 2, competition killed the beast. Moving on to Theory 2, competition. Andrew Sarkis wasn't the only predator in town. During the Eocene, you had a lot of weird, toothy rivals, massive crocodiles, giant flightless birds like Gastornis, and even early ancestors of big cats and bears.
So, like the prehistoric version of a turf war?
Kind of. Andrew Sarkis may have dominated for a while, but if other predators evolved to be faster, smarter, or better at hunting, it could have been game over. Think of it as a prehistoric version of Survivor. Except instead of getting voted off the island, you get eaten.
Or maybe Andrew Sarkis just retired early. Like, you know what? I've crushed enough bones. I'm done.
Unlikely. Nature doesn't hand out pensions.
Theory 3. Mystery extinction event. Now, here's where things get juicy. Some scientists think Andrew Sarkis might have fallen victim to a sudden, catastrophic event, something we don't even have on record. Maybe a localized volcanic eruption wiped out its habitat, but only in its stomping grounds. Or maybe, just maybe, something weird happened.
Like what? A predator even bigger than Andrew Sarkis showed up?
Or aliens.
Aliens?
Look, I'm not saying aliens wiped out Andrew Sarkis, but I'm also not saying it.
You're saying an advanced extraterrestrial species traveled light years across space to hunt down and erase one prehistoric wolf hippo?
I'm just saying we don't have evidence they didn't. Theory 4. Evolutionary disappearance. Another possibility is that Andrewsarchus didn't go extinct at all, it just evolved into something else. Over millions of years, species adapt, change, and sometimes shrink. Maybe today's wolves, dogs, or even hippos are distant descendants of Andrewsarchus.
So, you're telling me my dog could be related to this thing?
In a way, yeah. It's like having a really scary great uncle nobody talks about.
My dog couldn't survive 2 minutes against a cat, let alone evolve from a bone-crushing monster.
Fair point.
Andrewsarchus, in pop culture. Despite being a prehistoric legend, Andrewsarchus doesn't get much love in pop culture. It shows up in the Walking with Beasts documentary series, some video games, and Ect. But it's no T-Rex.
Yeah, you never hear kids saying, when I grow up, I want to be an Andrewsarchus.
Which is a shame, because Andrewsarchus deserves its moment in the spotlight. Someone call Hollywood and pitch Andrewsarchus, the movie. I'm thinking Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson as the skull, and maybe Chris Pratt as the confused paleontologist who finds it.
I'd watch that.
The final verdict. So, what happened to Andrewsarchus? Was it a victim of climate change? Did it lose out to competition? Did it evolve into something less terrifying, Gore? Did aliens really come down and take it out?
Honestly, I think it just peaked too early. Andrewsarchus was like the cool kid in high school who couldn't handle the real world.
Fair. Either way, the extinction of Andrewsarchus remains one of history's great mysteries. Until we find more fossils or discover its descendants munching on grass in a field somewhere this case stays wide open. Got a theory about what happened to Andrewsarchus? Drop it in the comments below. And, as always, until next time, folks, stay weird and keep an eye out for the next prehistoric cryptid mystery.
What extinct animal would you like to see next? Comment below.
Hey, I'm Snow White, and you're watching Extinction Files on the Hayden Hanson Company channel.
Hello, I'm Araga.
And I'm Hayden. Welcome back to Extinction Files. Today, we're investigating the disappearance of the Denisovans. These guys were thriving for tens of thousands of years, and then poof, they disappeared. It's like they packed their bags and left human history without saying goodbye.
Maybe they saw where things were heading and decided to leave before things got bad.
Honestly, wouldn't blame them. Who were the Denisovans? Before we start playing detective, let's talk about who the Denisovans actually were. They were an ancient human species that lived around 200,000 to 50,000 years ago, closely related to Neanderthals.
So, like, Neanderthals' long-lost cousins?
Pretty much. If human evolution was a family reunion, Neanderthals and Denisovans would be the two quiet uncles off in the corner, while Homo sapiens are the loud ones taking over the barbecue.
And I assume at some point, all these relatives started sharing more than just fire-starting techniques?
Yeah. We know Denisovans and Neanderthals met up and had families together, and early humans did the same thing. In fact, some people alive today, especially in parts of East Asia, Melanesia, and Australia still, carry Denisovan DNA.
Wait, so if you have Denisovan DNA, does that mean you're part caveman?
Technically, yeah. Some scientists think Denisovan genes even helped certain modern populations adapt to high altitudes, like the Tibetan people.
So you're telling me I might be able to climb Mount Everest without gasping for air, all thanks to some distant Denisovan ancestor?
Evolution is weird, Araga.
But also kind of awesome.
Moving on. All right, now for the big question. What happened to them? Theories of their extinction. Theory 1, climate change. The silent disaster. First up, climate change.
Wow, even prehistoric humans couldn't catch a break.
Nope. The Denisovans lived during the last ice age, which was already tough. But around 50,000 years ago, The climate started changing fast. Ice sheets expanded, forests shrank, and food sources disappeared.
So basically, their grocery store shut down, and they had to figure out a whole new way to survive?
Exactly. Some scientists think they just couldn't keep up and slowly faded away.
So nature just unsubscribed from them?
Yep, the ultimate cancellation. Theory 2, the Neanderthal problem. Now, here's where things get complicated. The Neanderthal theory.
Oh, we got drama?
We got drama. Denisovans and Neanderthals were close cousins, but they probably weren't the best of friends. They lived in overlapping areas, so they would have been competing for food, shelter, and resources. And when two species are fighting over the same land, things don't usually end well.
This is some HGTV. Prehistoric edition kind of conflict?
Scientists think Neanderthals may have had better hunting skills or larger groups, which could have given them the advantage. If food was scarce, that might have pushed the Denisovans out.
Or, hear me out maybe, the Denisovans were just peaceful and didn't want to deal with all that competition.
That would be the first recorded case of someone choosing peace over conflict in human history.
Yeah, you're right. They probably got outmatched. Theory 3. The human takeover history repeats itself. All right, you knew this was coming? Maybe we were the reason they disappeared.
Of course we were.
It's a pattern. Every time early Homo sapiens show up somewhere, another human species seems to vanish.
Like when a giant chain store moves into a neighborhood, and suddenly all the small businesses start shutting down.
Pretty much. Humans were smarter, better at adapting, and probably more organized. We had better tools, better hunting strategies, and we traveled in larger groups. If we ran into Denisovans, it's possible we outcompeted them for food, land, and resources.
So Homo sapiens were the original bad guys of history?
Not the best look for us.
We've been causing problems since day one.
Theory 4. The blending theory. They never really left. Now, this is where things get interesting. What if the Denisovans didn't go extinct at all? What if they just blended into other populations?
You're saying they didn't vanish. They just became part of us?
Exactly. DNA evidence shows that Denisovans passed on their genes to certain human groups. Some scientists think they weren't completely wiped out, they just became part of modern human populations over time.
This is the least tragic extinction story ever.
Right? Imagine you're an ancient Denisovan thinking your people are disappearing. But then thousands of years later, humans in Tibet and Southeast Asia still have Denisovan DNA helping them adapt to their environment.
So instead of a dramatic downfall, they just faded into history, quietly.
It's possible. Instead of being wiped out, they just became part of the larger human family tree.
That's actually kinda nice, the verdict. So, after looking at all the evidence, what's your final verdict?
I think the Denisovans were just introverts who didn't want to deal with Neanderthals or humans, so they stayed quiet and eventually disappeared.
That is not a scientific theory.
Look, sometimes it's easier to just blend in and not get involved. If anything, the Denisovans were the true masterminds of history.
Okay, well, personally, I think it was a combination of climate change, competition, and blending. Some Denisovans probably did disappear, but their genes live on in modern humans.
So, in a way, they won.
I wouldn't call going extinct winning, but sure.
They live on in our genes, and I respect that. A silent victory.
And with that, until next time, folks, stay weird and keep an eye out for the next prehistoric cryptid mystery.
What extinct animal would you like to see next? Comment below.
Hey, I'm Snow White, and you're watching Extinction Files on the Hayden Hanson Company channel.
Hello, I'm Araga.
And I'm Hayden.
Welcome back to Extinction Files. Today we're talking about a prehistoric creature that was small, spiky, and had a tail that looked like a medieval weapon.
Uh-oh. Sounds like something that should still be around. What was it?
Pholidocercus, a distant cousin of modern hedgehogs that lived 48 million years ago.
Wait. A prehistoric hedgehog? So like Sonic's great-great-great-great-grandpa?
More like Sonic's awkward, slow-moving, unfortunate ancestor who did not go fast.
So not exactly blue, super fast, or capable of rolling into a spiky ball to attack enemies?
Absolutely not. This guy's best defense was mildly annoying armor plating and vibes.
Rest in peace.
What even was Pholidocercus? Pholidocercus was a small mammal that lived in what is now Germany during the Eocene epoch. It was about the size of a modern hedgehog, but had an elongated snout for sniffing out insects and, most importantly, a tail covered in bony plates.
All right, so what you're saying is this was some kind of hedgehog mixed with a pangolin that decided to cosplay as a medieval knight.
Pretty much. It had armor, but let's be real, it was not winning any battles. This guy was more of a stay very still and hope nothing eats me kind of animal.
So, again, not like Sonic.
Not even close. Sonic is all about speed. Pholidocercus probably moved at the pace of a DMV employee on their lunch break.
Theories on its extinction? Okay, let's get into it. What took this poor armored hedgehog down?
We've got 5 theories, each one more tragic than the last. Theory 1. Climate change strikes again. The Eocene epoch was a time of major climate shifts. Temperatures rose, environments changed, and Pholidocercus, being a specialist insect eater, might not have been able to keep up with its vanishing food sources.
So you're telling me this little dude went extinct because it was too picky about what it ate?
Essentially, yes. It was the prehistoric version of a kid who only eats chicken nuggets, and then suddenly, all the chicken nuggets disappeared.
Truly tragic.
Theory 2. Predators got meaner, faster, and hungrier. By the Eocene, larger mammals were evolving, including early carnivores that were way faster, way stronger, and, most importantly, way hungrier than Pholidocercus was prepared to handle.
So, Pholidocercus was basically walking around like a tiny snack in a world of growing apex predators?
Correct. Imagine being a hedgehog trying to survive in a Jurassic Park movie. That's basically what happened.
Did it at least try to run?
Did it try? Probably. Succeed? Absolutely not. Theory 3. The Messel Pit Death Trap. One of the best fossils of Pholidocercus was found in the Messel Pit, a prehistoric lake that was basically nature's version of a booby trap. The lake had toxic gases that would bubble up and suddenly suffocate anything nearby.
So you're telling me this thing could have been just living its life, sniffing around for food, and then poof gas attack?
Exactly. 1 second you're vibing, the next second you're a fossil. Theory 4. Evolution. Decided it didn't need Pholidocercus. Here's the harsh truth. Evolution is ruthless. If an animal isn't the best at surviving, it gets replaced. Pholidocercus might have just been outcompeted by other small mammals that were more efficient at eating bugs, courtship, and not falling into toxic pit.
Evolution really looked at this thing and said, nah, we're good.
Yeah. Mother Nature is like a reality show producer. If you're not getting the ratings like The View, you will be cut. Theory 5, the what if it just gave up. Theory. Okay, hear me out. What if Pholidocercus just wasn't built for the long run? Maybe it wasn't hunted into extinction. Maybe it didn't struggle against climate change. Maybe it just quietly faded away because it couldn't be bothered to keep up.
You're suggesting this animal just looked at the changing world and went, yeah, nah, I'm good?
Exactly. Maybe it was the first animal to decide that life was just too much work.
The legacy of Pholidocercus. So, did Pholidocercus die for nothing?
Not entirely. While Pholidocercus itself vanished, its distant relatives evolved into modern hedgehogs and pangolins.
So, in a way, Sonic still won?
Yeah. It took 48 million years, but Sonic eventually got to go fast. So, what really happened to Pholidocercus? Did climate change doom it? Did predators run it out of existence? Or was it simply too slow to keep up with the brutal game of evolution?
All I know is, if Sonic had been like this thing, we wouldn't have a franchise. Until next time, folks, stay weird and keep an eye out for the next prehistoric cryptid mystery.
Hey, Extinctors! I'm sorry. It's a shorter episode of Extinction Files this week, because I need to study for my exams.
What extinct animal would you like to see next? Comment below.
Hello, I'm Araga.
And I'm Hayden. Welcome back to Extinction Files. Today, we're talking about an ancient fox that scientists discovered millions of years too late. Vulpes qiu-hu-dingi.
Quiz hoodie?
It's pronounced Qiu-ju-ding-yi.
Yeah, I'm just gonna call it Tails Senior.
That's honestly not the worst name for it. But this fox wasn't a two-tailed flying genius, it was a prehistoric predator that roamed the Tibetan Plateau during the Pleistocene epoch, about 2 to 3 million years ago.
Ah, yes, the Pleistocene, nature's frostbite speedrun.
Exactly. And in the middle of all that freezing chaos, Vulpes qiu-dingi did its best to survive.
And then it just didn't?
Yup. Gone. Vanished. Poof.
Classic Ice Age.
What was Vulpes qiu-dingi? Alright, let's break it down. Imagine a fox. Now, imagine that fox is stranded in Tibet before snow boots existed. The temperature is somewhere between cold enough to freeze your soul and, congratulations, you're now a popsicle. Oxygen is at an all-time low because of the insane elevation, and every predator in the area is roughly the size of a small car. That was Vulpes qiu-dingi's life.
Sounds like a fun time.
Not even remotely. But Vulpes qiu-dingi was built for this. Scientists believe it had thick fur, short ears, and a compact body, all of which helped it conserve heat. It also had a specialized skull structure, meaning it likely had a strong bite for crunching through tough prey.
Wait, what did it eat?
Mostly small mammals, birds, and whatever else was dumb enough to cross its path. Some scientists think it might have been a scavenger, meaning it could have relied on the leftovers of bigger predators.
So, it was basically the prehistoric version of that friend who only eats off your plate?
Yeah, but in this case, the friend was a fox, and your plate was the half-eaten corpse of some prehistoric rodent.
Appetizing.
The important thing is that Vulpes qiu-dingi was a survivor until, it wasn't. The Tails theory. Did Sega secretly know about Vulpes qiu-dingi? Now, before we get into extinction theories, we need to address something critical.
Do we?
Yes. Was Vulpes qiu-dingi the real inspiration for Miles' Tails' prower?
Oh my god.
Think, both are foxes. Both survived in extreme conditions. Tails is known for flying through freezing mountains, dodging danger, and outsmarting his enemies. Vulpes qiu-dingi did all of those things except the flying part.
That seems like a huge part to leave out.
Okay, fine. But what if Sega knew? What if, somewhere in the depths of their research, they found a reference to this prehistoric fox and thought, this guy deserves to be immortalized?
Or in Hear Me Out, someone just thought a two-tailed fox would be cool.
Maybe, but I refuse to rule this out. How did Vulpes qiu-dingi go extinct? Theory 1. Climate change was the final boss. One of the main theories is that climate change was just too much for this fox to handle. The Ice Age was a wild ride, extreme freezing temperatures, sudden warm periods, ecosystems shifting faster than you could say natural selection.
So, The snow melts, the environment changes, and Volpe's Kijudingi is just standing there like, well, this sucks.
Pretty much. It's like showing up to a ski resort only to find out all the snow melted, and now it's a swamp. Theory 2. It got foxed. Another big theory? Volpe's Kijudingi got replaced by its more adaptable descendant, the Arctic fox.
So, it was the original, but got outclassed by the newer model?
Exactly. Evolution basically went, hey, this version is good, but what if we made it better? And then Volpe's Kijudingi got permanently patched out of existence.
Brutal. Theory 3. It got eaten. A lot. There were bigger, meaner animals roaming Tibet at the time. Giant hyenas, prehistoric bears, saber-toothed cats. All of them were terrifying and very hungry.
Imagine being a fox in that situation. You're just trying to find dinner, and suddenly, a 900-pound bear decides you are dinner.
That's probably exactly what happened. Theory 4. Did humans do it? Now, here's a wild one what if early human ancestors were involved.
Oh, of course. It's always us.
Well, early human relatives like Homo erectus were already in Asia at this time. They probably weren't hunting foxes regularly, but if one wandered too close, that could be dinner.
So, humans showed up and were like, hey, what's that? Oh, cool. It's extinct now.
Pretty much.
Theory 5. The Tails Paradox. Now, hear me out. What if Volpe's Kijudingi didn't go extinct? What if it ascended to a higher form?
I'm scarred.
What if, through some mystical, unexplained phenomenon, this fox evolved beyond time itself and became Miles' Tails Prower?
No.
But what if?
No way.
Final verdict. So in the end, Volpe's Kijudingi was a tough little fox that just couldn't survive the Ice Age's chaos. Whether it was climate change, competition, predators, or humans, it vanished.
Or did it?
Until next time, folks, stay weird and keep an eye out for the next prehistoric cryptid mystery.
What extinct animal would you like to see next? Comment below.
Hi, I'm Maho. I will be filling in today as my big sister Araga has a cold. I've been traveling around the world.
And I'm Hayden.
Welcome back to Extinction Files. Tonight we investigate the baffling case of Tainolophos, an ancient mammal that scurried around Australia back when dinosaurs ruled the earth. This little guy was tough. It had a reinforced jaw. It could burrow. It laid eggs. And yet, it vanished.
Wow, shocking. A rodent-sized animal disappears from a world filled with building-sized murder lizards. What a mystery.
Don't be so quick to dismiss it. Tainolophos wasn't just some random prehistoric critter. It was an early monotreme. That means it was part of the same weird family as the platypus and echidna.
So, this is the ancestor of those two freaks of nature? One of them looks like a science experiment gone wrong, and the other one is literally Knuckles the echidna.
Right. And here's where things get suspicious. We still have monotremes today. That means some of its relatives survived whatever took Tainolophos out. So what happened? What force wiped out Tainolophos, but let Knuckles live?
My guess? He punched his way out of it.
Let's get into the theories.
Theory 1. The Dino Death Zone.
First up, we have the most obvious suspect. Dinosaurs. At the time, Australia was basically a prehistoric nightmare. You had giant theropods, raptors, and even tree-dwelling killers that could leap down and snatch unsuspecting little guys like Tainolophos.
So it was like if hawks were the size of refrigerators.
Pretty much. Even though Tynolophos was a burrower, there's only so much dirt you can pile over your head before something with claws digs you right back up. If you were a small mammal back then, your entire life was basically an open-world survival horror game with no weapons and no save points.
That's a real shame. Maybe if it had evolved, like spiked fists or something, it could have punched its way out of danger.
You mean like Knuckles?
Exactly.
Theory 2. The marsupial mob hit.
Tynolophos wasn't the only tiny mammal running around Gondwana. At the same time, marsupials were evolving, and they had a huge advantage. They gave birth to live young. Meanwhile, Tynolophos still laid eggs, which meant its babies were vulnerable. Vulnerable to what, you ask?
To predators?
To literally everything. Dinosaurs could eat them. Other mammals could steal them. Even just bad weather could wipe them out. So while marsupials were giving their babies a head start by keeping them safe in pouches, Tynolophos was out here hoping nobody stepped on its entire next generation.
So it got out-parented to death?
Pretty much. And we all know that one overachieving parent that just makes everyone else look bad.
Yeah, like that mom who signs her kid up for 6 different enrichment programs before they can even walk.
Exactly. Marsupials were that mom, and Tynolophos just couldn't keep up.
Theory 3. The climate curse. Now, let's talk about the one thing that never fails to ruin everything. Climate change.
I feel like if you were a prehistoric animal, just existing was a gamble.
Yeah, because back then, the planet just did stuff for no reason. One day, the temperature's perfect. Then, boom, the air is full of volcanic ash. One decade, your jungle is thriving. Then, suddenly, your whole neighborhood is underwater. And if you're a species that needs very specific conditions to survive, too bad.
Right. So this is like when your landlord suddenly jacks up the rent, and you have no choice but to leave forever.
Exactly. Tynolophos may have been forced to pack up its tiny prehistoric bags and hit the road, except there was nowhere to go because the entire planet was an eviction notice. Theory 4. The ultimate betrayal Knuckles did it. Now, Hayden, I know this sounds crazy, but hear me out. What if Knuckles is responsible?
Okay, I'm listening.
We know that Tynolophos and echidnas are connected. They're part of the same bizarre family tree. We also know that echidnas are stubborn. Scientists say they've barely changed in millions of years. What if... Stay with me. What if Knuckles just refused to go extinct?
So, you're saying he outlived them through sheer willpower?
Yes. What if Tynolophos could have survived? But one branch of its family, let's call them the Knuckles lineage, was just built different?
You think Knuckles personally watched Tynolophos go extinct and was like, that ain't happening to me?
Exactly, and that's why echidnas are still here today.
Conclusion. What really happened to Tynolophos?
So, whether it was dinosaurs, overachieving marsupial moms, a vengeful planet, or just a failure to evolve Knuckles-level stubbornness, Tynolophos didn't make it, but its weird egg-laying cousins did. Meaning that, in a way, it won?
Yeah, if winning means your closest relatives are an animal that looks like a duck-billed beaver and a spiky red warrior who guards a magic rock, sure.
And with that, until next time, folks, stay weird and keep an eye out for the next prehistoric cryptid mystery.
What extinct animal would you like to see next? Comment below.
Hey subscribers, it's EarthChan here. Thank you all for watching this video. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you. And feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video. Hello, I'm Arga.
And I'm Hayden. Welcome back to Extinction Files. Tonight we investigate Imagine you're a small, prehistoric mammal living your best life in South America. You're just chilling, foraging for food and thinking, Wow, what a beautiful day to be alive. Then, suddenly, boom, out of nowhere, a 10-foot tall, 200-pound nightmare-fueled ostrich on steroids comes sprinting at you at 50 miles per hour.
That's when you realize you were never the main character.
Nope, you are a side quest. Because, my friend, you have just met a terror bird, and I have terrible news for you.
Yeah, your season finale is coming up real fast.
Terror birds, scientifically known as forest racids, were giant, flightless apex predators that ruled South America for millions of years. They had razor-sharp beaks, the leg strength of a track star, and the attitude of a seagull that just stole your fries. And then, they were gone.
Crazy because, honestly, I feel like they had main villain energy.
They really did. So, what happened? Did they get wiped out by climate change? Did mammals outcompete them? Or did they just wake up one day, realize they were giant, angry pigeons, and decide to call it quits? Today, we investigate the mystery of the terror bird's extinction. Theory 1. Mammals pulled an Uno reverse card. For millions of years, terror birds had no competition. They were at the top of the food chain in South America. It was basically their personal hunting playground. Then, around 3 million years ago, something huge happened. North and South America finally connected.
Ah, the Great American Biotic Interchange.
Yes, a very fancy way of saying North America and South America started swapping animals like a Pokemon trade.
And South America got what?
Oh, just wolves. Saber-toothed cats. Giant bears, basically a whole squad of animals built for war.
So, what you're telling me is that cats showed up and ruined everything.
Pretty much. Terror birds had never had to compete with pack-hunting predators before. Suddenly, they were dealing with wolves and big cats that could strategize, work together, and didn't rely on sheer size to win fights.
So the birds went from being the biggest bully in school to realizing the new kid knew jujitsu.
Exactly. And on top of that, many of these mammalian predators were more adaptable. While terror birds relied on speed and brute force, mammals could survive in more environments, hunt in different ways, and eat a wider variety of food.
So, mammals weren't just stronger competitors. They were more well-rounded.
Yeah. Terror birds were specialists. They had one job run fast and hit things with their face. Once their environment changed, that skill set wasn't enough. Theory 2. Climate change, Syed. You're not built for this. Here's where things get worse. Around 2.5 million years ago, the world started cooling down.
Oh, no. I know where this is going.
Terror birds thrived in warm, open grasslands where they could sprint, chase prey, and live their best murder bird life. But when the planet cooled, those grasslands shrank. Suddenly, their habitat was disappearing. Their food was getting harder to find. And since terror birds were built for one specific lifestyle, they couldn't just switch things up.
Meanwhile, the mammals were like, oh, we'll just move somewhere else.
Exactly. Mammals could migrate, burrow, and change their diets. Terror birds? They had no backup plan.
So, let me get this straight. First, mammals show up and start stealing their lunch money. Then, the climate turns against them.
Yep. They got double-teamed by evolution.
Theory 3. Maybe they were just too extra. Now, there's another theory. And honestly, it's kind of embarrassing.
Oh, I love that. Please continue.
Some scientists believe terror birds just weren't that great at being predators.
Wait. You're telling me these giant, flesh-eating birds were actually bad at their job?
Kind of. Some fossil evidence suggests that terror birds weren't as strong or deadly as we thought. For example, some studies show that their beaks weren't strong enough to take down large prey. Instead of being apex predators, they might have been opportunistic scavenger saga giant, angry vultures.
Oh my god, that is so humiliating.
Right? Imagine going extinct because you weren't actually that scary.
This is like if Darth Vader took off his mask and just started selling insurance.
Theory 4. Humans showed up and said, nah. Now, we don't have solid proof, but there's a chance that early humans might have played a role in terror birds disappearing.
Ah, yes. The classic humans ruin everything theory.
Yeah, the timing is a little sus. Some species of terror birds survived up to 18,000 years ago. And guess who was around by then?
Us.
Exactly. And let's be real, if humans saw a 10-foot-tall bird running around, we definitely would have either killed it or tried to ride it.
So we either hunted them to extinction, or someone tried to make them the first prehistoric Uber. So, what killed the terror birds? Honestly, probably all of the above. Climate change ruined their home. And humans? We probably didn't help.
And that, my friends, is how the greatest murder chicken of all time met its end. But here's the plot twist. That thing looks like it holds a grudge.
Yeah. If science ever decides to bring back terror birds,
we might just be one bad decision away from real-life Jurassic Park, but with homicidal big birds.
And with that, until next time, folks, stay weird and keep an eye out for the next prehistoric cryptid mystery.
What extinct animal would you like to see next? Comment below.
Hey subscribers, it's EarthChan here. Thank you all for watching this video. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you. And feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video. Hi, I'm Araga.
And I'm Hayden. Welcome back to Extinction Files, where we dive into the mysterious disappearances of species that once roamed this earth. Today's case, the elusive, enigmatic, and totally extinct sea mink.
Sea mink? Are we sure that's not just a regular mink that got lost at the beach? Like, oh no, I've gone too far. I'm a sea mink now.
Araga, I swear to. Okay, no. The sea mink, scientifically known as Neogale macrodon, was a real thing. It was larger than your average mink, had reddish-brown fur, and lived along the rocky coasts of New England and the maritime provinces of Canada. But here's the kicker. By the late 1800s, it was gone. Poof. Vanished. And no one really knows exactly why.
Oh, I'll tell you why. Humans. It's always humans. We're like the Thanos of the animal kingdom.
Okay. Yes, humans were involved. But it's not that simple. Let's break it down, Araga. The sea mink was a coastal predator, feeding on fish, seabirds, and whatever else it could snag. But here's the thing. We don't even have a complete specimen of it. All we've got are some bones and a few descriptions from fur traders. It's like the Bigfoot of minks.
So, what you're saying is, maybe it didn't even exist? Maybe it's just a bunch of old-timey fishermen telling tall tales over a pint of grog.
No, Araga. It existed. But here's where it gets spooky. The sea mink was hunted relentlessly for its fur. Like, relentlessly. By the 1800s, fur traders were wiping out entire populations. And because it lived in such a specific habitat, it didn't take much to push it over the edge.
So, humans killed it. Case closed. Why are we even doing this episode?
Because, Araga, there's more to the story. Some scientists think the sea mink might have already been on the decline before humans showed up. Maybe it was a combination of habitat changes, competition with other predators, and then humans came in and finished the job. It's a mystery, wrapped in an enigma, wrapped in a fur coat. Theory 1. The fur trade did it. Let's start with the most obvious theory, the fur trade. In the 18th and 19th centuries, fur was huge, like Gucci-level huge. And the sea mink's luxurious, reddish-brown fur was highly sought after. Fur traders would trap and kill them by the dozens. And because they were so easy to catch, living in specific coastal areas, they were basically sitting ducks.
So, humans saw a cute animal with nice fur and went, yeah, let's kill all of them. Classic us.
Exactly. But here's the twist. Some historians argue that the sea mink was already rare by the time Europeans arrived. So, while the fur trade definitely delivered the final blow, it might not have been the sole cause of their extinction.
Okay, so humans are only partially to blame. That's a relief. I was starting to feel bad about my species for a second there.
Theory 2. Habitat destruction. Next up, habitat destruction. The sea mink lived in a very specific environment, rocky coastal areas with plenty of access to the ocean. But as human settlements expanded, these habitats were disrupted. Fishing, pollution, and coastal development could have made it harder for the sea mink to survive.
So, humans destroyed their homes and killed them for their fur? Wow, we really went all out on this one.
Yeah, we didn't exactly give them a fighting chance. But here's another layer. Some scientists think the sea mink's habitat might have been shrinking naturally due to climate changes or rising sea levels. So, humans might have just sped up the inevitable.
Great! So now we're not just murderers, we're efficient murderers. Theory 3. Competition and predation. Now, this is where it gets interesting. Some researchers believe the sea mink might have faced competition from other predators, like fishers or even other minks. As these animals moved into their territory, the sea mink could have been pushed out.
Wait, so you're telling me there was like a mink turf war going on? Did they have tiny little mink gangs?
I mean, not exactly, but competition for resources is a real thing. And if the sea mink was already struggling, it wouldn't take much to tip the scales.
So, what you're saying is, the sea mink was the underdog in this whole situation. And we love an underdog story, except this one ends in extinction. Bummer.
Theory 4. Disease or natural disaster. Here's a wildcard theory. What if the sea mink was wiped out by disease or a natural disaster? Coastal areas are prone to storms, flooding, and other environmental upheavals. A single catastrophic event could have decimated their population.
So, like, a mink apocalypse? Did they have mink bunkers? Were they prepared for this?
Probably not, Hayden. And while this theory is harder to prove, it's not out of the realm of possibility. Disease, in particular, could have spread quickly through their small, isolated populations.
Okay, but if it was a disease, why didn't it affect other minks? Were sea minks just, like, the weaklings of the mink world?
Not necessarily. It could have been a disease specific to their species or their habitat. Or maybe they were just unlucky. Sometimes, extinction is just bad luck.
Theory 5. They're not actually extinct. What if the sea mink isn't actually extinct? What if it's still out there, hiding in some remote corner of the coast, evading scientists and fur traders alike?
Oh, I like this one. It's like Bigfoot, but wetter. Sea mink sightings could be the next Loch Ness monster.
Exactly. There have been a few unconfirmed reports of sea mink-like creatures over the years, but nothing concrete. No photos, no specimens, just whispers and rumors.
So, what you're saying is, there's a chance. A slim, almost non-existent chance, but a chance nonetheless. I'm rooting for you, sea mink. Live your best life out there.
The legacy of the sea mink, whether it was humans, habitat loss, competition, or just bad luck. The sea mink's extinction is a reminder of how fragile ecosystems can be. 1 minute you're thriving, the next minute you're a footnote in an Extinction Files video.
Wow, Hayden. That got dark real fast. Can we lighten the mood with a ghost story? Like, what if the sea mink spirit is haunting the rocky shores of Maine, whispering, "Bring back my fur"?
Araga, that's not... Okay, fine. If you hear eerie squeaking noises on a foggy night by the coast, maybe it's the ghost of the sea mink. Or maybe it's just a regular mink. Either way, let's pour one out for this mysterious, misunderstood creature.
Rest in peace, sea mink. Or don't. Maybe haunt some people. That'd be fun. And if you've seen a sea mink, alive, dead, or ghostly, hit us up. We'll add it to the case file.
And with that, until next time, folks, stay weird and keep an eye out for the next prehistoric cryptid mystery.
What extinct animal would you like to see next? Comment below.
Hey subscribers, it's Hanako here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video. Hello, I'm Araga.
And I'm Hayden. Welcome back to Extinction Files, the show where we investigate extinct animals.
Oh boy, here we go. You're telling me we're ending this season by blaming dinosaurs for extinctions now?
Not just dinosaurs. Araga, the dinosaur. The apex predator of the Cretaceous period. The one that haunts every kid's nightmares.
And also every adult's, if we're being honest.
That's right. Today, we're talking about Tyrannosaurus rex, the 40-foot-long, 9-ton king on legs.
Okay, first of all, the T-Rex has been dead for, 66 million years. How is it causing extinctions?
That's the thing, Araga. Is it really gone? And more importantly, what if its legacy is still causing chaos today? Theory 1, the T-Rex caused its own extinction. Let's start with the obvious, the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs. The Cretaceous Paleogene extinction event. The big one.
Yeah, a giant space rock hit the Earth. Case closed.
But what if the T-Rex helped make it worse?
Hayden, the T-Rex did not summon the asteroid.
No, but think about it, Rex was the top predator. It dominated the food chain. If it wasn't for its sheer dominance, maybe other species could have adapted better after the impact.
So your theory is that the T-Rex was too good at being a predator, and that's why everything died?
Basically, yeah.
That's like saying lions caused global warming because they eat too many gazelles.
Okay, fine. Maybe not directly. But what if, and hear me out, the T-Rex's extinction itself was a disaster that still affects us today? Theory 2, the T-Rex curse. Are we still paying for its reign of terror? Some cultures believe in ancestral curses, right? What if the T-Rex left behind some kind of prehistoric bad juju?
Oh my god.
Think about it ever since the dinosaurs died. Earth has been hit with nothing but disasters. Ice ages, supervolcanoes, pandemics what? If it's all because we're living on land that was tainted by the T-Rex's violent reign?
Hayden, that's not how geology or curses work.
Then explain why the Hell Creek Formation, where a ton of T-Rex fossils were found, is also a hotspot for earthquakes.
Because it's near tectonic plates? Like the rest of the planet?
Or because the ground is angry.
Theory 3. The T-Rex isn't extinct, and it's coming back. Now, this is where things get really spooky.
Oh no.
What if the T-Rex never truly went extinct? What if it's been hiding?
Araga, we would notice a 9-ton lizard walking around.
Would we, though? The ocean is massive. The Amazon is unexplored. And let's not forget literally dinosaurs. What if this evolved into something even worse?
Like what? A giant murder turkey?
Exactly.
That's not a thing.
Not yet. Theory 4. The T-Rex was an alien weapon. Okay, final theory, and this one's a doozy.
Oh, this ought to be good.
What if the T-Rex wasn't from Earth at all? What if it was an alien experiment designed to wipe out life so another species could take over?
You're saying aliens invented the T-Rex?
Think about it. Its arms are too small. Its eyesight was weirdly advanced. It was too perfectly designed to be a killing machine. Almost like it was engineered.
Or, and stay with me here, evolution.
Or alien interference.
Final verdict was the T-Rex history's great test, King. So, After all this do we think the T-Rex was a walking catastrophe?
No, it was an animal. A big, scary one, sure, but just an animal.
But what if...
No.
But the truth is out there, Araga. And maybe it's got tiny arms.
Oh no, that's the time, Hayden. I'm going to be late for my photo shoot.
And with that, until next time, folks, keep rewatching Extinction Files. If you want to see Extinction Files Season 2, you have to, share this series around and subscribe if you haven't yet.
Hi, I'm David.
And I'm Hayden. Tonight, we're talking about one of the most unsettling, mysterious, and possibly extraterrestrial phenomena in history, the Men in Black.
Now, are we talking about the movie with Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones? Or are we talking about the guys who show up at your door uninvited? Which, let's be honest, sounds like a Jehovah's Witness situation.
The latter, unfortunately. The Men in Black, or MIB, as people call them, are real, allegedly. They show up after UFO sightings, dressed in identical black suits, often with pale skin, unsettling robotic voices, and a general aura of I might murder you, but in a bureaucratic way.
So, they're like the IRS, are they?
Worse. These guys don't just take your money. They erase your memories, threaten your life, and sometimes they aren't even human.
Okay, hold up. Are we talking about secret government agents? Or like aliens in trench coats?
Both are on the table, my friend. But first, let's start with where it all began. Who are the Men in Black? The Men in Black are a group that appears whenever someone gets too close to the truth about UFOs. The first stories of these mysterious figures date back to the 1940s and have continued well into the modern era. They're always described the same way. Black suits, black ties, and black hats. Emotionless expressions and monotone voices. Strange, almost too perfect or too unnatural appearances. An uncanny ability to vanish without a trace. Some witnesses claim the Men in Black appear human, but seem off. Too pale. No eyebrows. Sometimes with glowing eyes. Others believe they might not be human at all.
Okay, but let's be real. If you're in charge of a top secret organization and you don't want people to suspect you exist, why would you dress like a cartoon villain? Why not go casual? T-shirt and jeans? Maybe a baseball cap? Blend in a little.
That's what makes it weirder. It's like they don't fully understand how to act human. Like someone took government agent and turned the dial too far.
Yeah, like the AI-generated version of a secret agent. Now, the chilling encounter of Harold Dahl in 1947. In 1947, Harold Dahl and his crew were patrolling Puget Sound, Washington, when they saw 6 flying saucers hovering over the sky. One of them allegedly malfunctioned, dropping molten metal onto his boat, killing his dog and injuring his son. Dahl took photos, but before he could share them, a mysterious man in black showed up at his door. Dahl did talk, and then his business failed, his dog mysteriously died, and his son almost perished in a freak accident. So, wouldn't have wanted to be him.
So either the Men in Black are terrifying, or Harold Dahl had the worst week of his life.
Yeah, I mean, what if this guy just saw a really weird flock of birds and then had a series of unfortunate events? Like, I don't know, maybe his dog got into some bad food?
I doubt bad food dropped out of the sky from a glowing flying disc, but sure. The hotel security footage from 2008. In 2008, a UFO witness working at a Canadian hotel claimed two strange men in black entered the lobby looking for him. Witnesses described them as too tall, too pale, and lacking eyebrows or any facial hair, speaking in a flat, robotic tone, moving in perfect synchronization. The hotel manager was so terrified he hid in his office. Later, security footage of the incident surfaced, but then government officials arrived and seized the tape. I don't know, man. If your whole job is to be secretive, you don't go confiscating footage like a cartoon villain. It just makes you look guilty.
It's like watching a guy steal a cookie and then loudly announce, "I am not stealing a cookie."
Theories about the Men in Black. Theory 1. Government agents. The most common theory is that the Men in Black are just highly secretive government operatives sent to cover up UFO encounters. They use intimidation tactics to silence witnesses. They possess classified technology that lets them track UFO activity. They may work for a real shadow agency we don't even know about. Theory 2. Aliens in disguise. Others believe the Men in Black aren't human at all. The pale skin, robotic voices, and awkward mannerisms suggest they don't fully understand how to act human. Theorists claim they might be aliens keeping humans from learning about their presence. Some reports say their eyes glow or that they appear to teleport away after encounters. I mean, imagine if aliens tried to blend in but just did a terrible job.
So basically me at a formal dinner party. Now, theory number 3, interdimensional beings. Some of the wildest theories suggest that the Men in Black come from another dimension. Some UFO witnesses claim they experienced missing time after seeing the MIB. Others believe the MIB can manipulate reality or make people's memories disappear. Some witnesses say the air feels strange around them, like they're not fully there. So now we're saying these guys just phase in and out of existence, like bad Wi-Fi?
Yes, exactly that. The final verdict. All right, so what do you think? Government goons, aliens in suits, or interdimensional weirdos?
Honestly, if they are real, I hope they just show up so I can ask them why they refuse to update their wardrobe.
Well, if they do exist, I really hope they visit you tonight.
Oh, thanks a lot, mate.
What paranormal case would you like to see next? Comment below. Hey subscribers, it's Hanako here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Hello, I'm Araga.
And I'm Hayden.
In 1975, a family moved into what looked like a dream nice neighborhood close to the water, a Dutch colonial house with a boathouse out back, and a yard big enough for 3 dogs and a barbecue. Oh, and also, 6 people were brutally murdered there by their eldest son a year prior, but real estate...
Within 4 weeks, the family fled the house, claiming it was crawling with demonic energy, voices, cold spots, swarms of flies. A ghost pig named Jody Basically, the greatest hits album of supernatural red flags.
Yeah, it was the Now That's What I Call Possessed Volume 1 of Hauntings.
Welcome to Paranormal Files Today. We investigate this week. We dive into the twisted and very possibly overhyped case of the Amityville house. Was it a true haunting that scarred a family for life, or the world's most lucrative ghost story? A town that was once known for its quiet streets and now is best known for spawning over 10 movies, countless books, and enough lawsuits to qualify for its own courtroom reality show.
Judge Judy, Demon Edition.
Let's start with the bad part. November 13th, 1974. Ronald DeFeo Jr. murders his entire family, his parents, 2 brothers, and 2 sister sexy with a .35 caliber rifle. All of them found face down in their beds. No signs of struggle. No one ran. No one screamed. It's eerie.
Okay, but let's put ourselves in their shoes. You hear a loud noise at night. What do?
I don't know, run?
I put a pillow over my head and hope it stops. Maybe the entire DeFeo family was just very chill about it.
Theories about what actually happened that night range from drug addict to a second shooter to get this satanic ritual influences. Some say Ronald was hearing voices telling him to kill.
Or maybe he just watched The Exorcist too many times. That came out in 1973. Peak Blame the Devil era.
After the murders, the house sat empty for over a year. Then along came the Lutz family. George and Kathy, recently married, blending their families, looking for a fresh start. They saw a massive house listed way below market value on it.
Would have loved to see their Zillow search history. Waterfront, cheap, bonus demonic vortex okay.
They moved in December 18th, 1975. 28 days later, they were gone. According to their accounts, almost immediately, things went from suburban dream to paranormal nightmare.
George claimed he would wake up every night at 3:15 a.m., the supposed time of the murders. The kids started seeing shadowy figures. Kathy said she levitated off the bed. Doors slammed shut on their own. And then there's the infamous green slime oozing from the walls.
I'm sorry, but if green goo starts dripping out of your house, your first call should be to a plumber. Your second should be to a priest.
Your third should be Nickelodeon, because that's just quality slime branding.
And then there's Jody.
The demon pig.
Jody, the pig with glowing red eyes, who allegedly appeared in the daughter's room and stared in through her second-story window. George said he saw her multiple times. They said Jody could change shape and would tell their daughter, "They will be with me forever."
What a weird marketing decision for a ghost. Like, you could be a Victorian lady or a creepy child in old-timey pajamas, and you choose pig with red eyes? That's a choice.
As things escalated, the family contacted a local priest. He entered the house and reportedly heard a deep voice tell him, "Get out." He later claimed he developed blisters and a high fever, but his version of events changed over time. First, it was a voice. Then, it was nothing. Then, he said he was slapped.
He basically had the haunting equivalent of a "this one time at band camp" story.
Eventually, the Lutzes abandoned the home with just the clothes on their backs. They left furniture, clothes, food in the fridge gone. Poof. They claimed it was unlivable.
And then they immediately got a book deal.
That's where this story goes full Hollywood. The book, The Amityville Horror, was released in 1977 and became a massive bestseller. In 1979, the movie came out complete with blood-dripping walls, hell portals, and the infamous fly scene.
Which, by the way, is 100% accurate. You do get flies in your house in winter, if you have demons. Or, bad insulation.
So here's where the skepticism rolls in. Several people involved in the original claims, including the DeFeo family's lawyer later, admitted the whole thing might have been fabricated.
Allegedly fabricated. Let's not get sued by Jody the pig.
The lawyer said he and the Lutzes made up the entire story over a few bottles of wine. The priest retracted parts of his story. Investigators who visited the house found no cold spots, no slime, and zero paranormal activity.
This is why you don't trust a haunting built on Merlot.
But here's the thing. Over the years, multiple paranormal investigators, including Ed and Lorraine Warren, insisted the house was genuinely evil. Lorraine Warren called it one of the most dangerous places they'd ever visited. She claimed the basement had a presence that followed her home.
Or maybe it was just mold?
You say mold. She says malevolent entity. Tomato. Tomato.
There's also a theory that the house sits on a Native American burial ground.
Classic horror trope.
And another that says it's not the land, it's George Lutz himself. People speculate that George dabbled in the occult and may have accidentally opened a portal. Or he just wanted to be the main character in a spooky memoir.
And let's not forget the mass hysteria theory, that maybe everyone just freaked out together. Think, sleep deprivation, stress, suggestibility, and George being a heavy reader of the occult.
There's also the ghosts are real and the house is still evil theory, but subsequent owners reported nothing. 0 hauntings, no demon pigs, no levitation, just a bunch of tourists taking selfies outside.
So, if the ghosts were real, they pieced out once the cameras arrived?
Or maybe they were like, we're done working, unpaid overtime.
All right, let's lay it all out. Because the thing about Amityville is, everyone has a theory, from priests to skeptics to film producers who apparently didn't read the fine print on based on a true story.
Let's go full Charlie Day conspiracy board here.
Theory 1. It was a genuine demonic haunting. Let's start with the classic. The Warrens believed it. The Lutzes swore it. This theory argues that the house was genuinely infested with dark, malevolent entities, possibly due to the trauma of the murders, the land itself, or supernatural forces drawn to the chaos. Evidence cited: George, waking at 3:15 a.m. nightly. Green ooze from the walls, doors slamming, walls shaking, crucifixes flipping upside down. The voice yelling, "Get out!" at a priest. The demon pig with glowing red eyes. Classic symptoms of a haunting. These are the same bullet points you'd find in any exorcism case. Minus the pig. That one's a new twist.
Ghosts. We've been trying our best for centuries. Demons. Hold my bacon.
This is the vibe that launched the Conjuring franchise, which, fun fact, is loosely in the same ghost hunting cinematic universe. The Amityville case is even teased at the beginning of The Conjuring 2. So, you're telling me the Lutzes basically kicked off the Ghost Avengers? Theory 2. It was all a hoax. This theory suggests the Lutz family and maybe even the DeFeo family lawyer conspired to fabricate the entire haunting for media potential gain. Supporting points. The lawyer, William Weber, claimed in a 1979 interview that they concocted the story over many bottles of wine. The book deal happened very quickly after the Lutzes fled. The Lutz family took lie detector tests, but those aren't exactly infallible. No paranormal activity was ever documented by neutral third parties. Later, owners of the house experienced nothing spooky.
So you're telling me someone saw a mass murder and thought, you know what this needs? A ghost pig. Then pitched it to a publisher.
Hey, ghost pigs sell books.
Basically the Fire Festival of Hauntings. All vibes, no substance, ended in lawsuits. Theory 3. George Lutz was into occult stuff and accidentally opened a door. This theory gets spicy. It suggests George Lutz's stepfather, an alleged beard oil enthusiast, was dabbling in the occult, reading books on demonology, practicing transcendental meditation, maybe even doing some light summoning. Why this matters? Practitioners of the occult believe that dabbling without understanding can create openings for dark spirits to enter a home or attach themselves to a person. George was reportedly obsessed with energy flows and became increasingly aggressive and isolated during the 28 days.
The idea is that George Lutz didn't move into a haunted house, made it haunted.
Like he downloaded a virus by opening a sketchy email, but instead of spam, it was a demon.
Basically the plot of Hereditary if it starred a guy with a beard who just wanted a boathouse.
Theory 4. Mass hysteria. Psychological breakdown. Some experts believe what the Lutzes experienced was a shared psychosis, ka. Folie à plusieurs, a collective delusion spurred by high stress, sleep deprivation, and fear. Why it tracks? They moved into a house where a mass murder occurred, a literal crime scene. Paranormal belief, fear, and suggestion can manifest as real physical symptoms. George was reportedly controlling, paranoid, and intensely affected by the house. Living in a place where 6 people were murdered would mess with anyone's mind. You ever watch too many horror movies? Then hear your fridge make a weird noise at 2 a.m.?
That's called Tuesday.
This is basically the Hill House, or the Shining version where the horror might not be ghosts, but what the house does to your mind.
Theory 5. The house is on a portal to hell. Obviously, because what's a haunting without a potential hellmouth? This theory includes the claim that the Amityville house was built on cursed land, possibly Native American burial grounds, or a site of ancient rituals, strange electromagnetic readings. The idea that the murders charged the location with evil energy, opening a gateway. It's giving season 1 of Buffy, but make it real estate.
I like how every haunted location is either a hell portal or sitting on sacred ground. Did ghosts just have bad zoning laws?
This one is straight out of Poltergeist Stexcept instead of TV static and angry clowns. We've got levitating pigs and ooze. Theory 6. Jody the pig was a real ghost entitor. Something else. Some people get real weird with this one. Jody isn't just a demon pig. She's possibly a shapeshifter, maybe even tied to ancient Mesopotamian folklore, where pigs were symbols of spiritual contamination. Others think Jody was an interdimensional being using a pig avatar because, I don't know, interdimensional humor? There's even one very niche theory that Jody was a manifestation of George's own guilt and repression, like a guilt pig tulpa.
A demon pig tulpa. That's it. We've peaked.
Some kids had imaginary friends. The Lutz daughter got a cosmic horror farm animal. Theory 7. Hollywood made it bigger than it was. Let's be real. Sometimes it's not a haunting, it's just a great story with box office potential. The Amityville horror book and film exploded in the late 70s. The stories were exaggerated for drama. Every producer, ghost hunter, and conspiracy theorist added their own spicy seasoning.
The legend grew into something bigger than the house itself. Now, it's a brand. There are 15 Amityville movies, and most of them don't even have anything to do with the original story. There's one called Amityville in Space.
That's not a theory. That's a cry for help, summing up. So, is it a haunting? A hoax? A man with too much occult reading material? A trauma-soaked psychodrama? Or just Hollywood playing Ghost Whisperer with a shotgun and a slime machine?
No matter what the truth is, Amityville gave us one of the greatest horror legacies of the 20th century.
And one very cursed Zillow listing. Until next time, stay spooky.
What paranormal case would you like to see next? Comment below. Hey subscribers, it's Hanako here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Oh my god, Hayden, come here. Come and have a look at your phone, I'm not going to move it. Have a look above the torch to the right there. What does that look like to you? If there is any spirits here that would like to speak with us, turn off the torch. Or show us a sign. We want to speak to the girl in the white dress. We want to know that you're here.
Very cursed Zillow listing. Until next time, stay spooky.
We know that you're here, but we would like to see a sign. Turn off the torch. We're just playing games with our GoPro, and we'd like you to do that again. We know that you are present. We aren't here to harm you. We just want to know that you're here. Are you at peace? Do you have any unanswered questions? Did you just hear that? No, I'm being for real. Did you just hear that? Yeah. There was something over there. What was that? It was kind of like a squealing sound or something. The lady in the white dress, are you here with us now? If you are, can you show us a sign and turn off the torch? We know that you are here, and we're not here to harm you. We just want to see a sign from you. Would you like to talk to us? Do you have questions for us? Something's over there. What is that on the camera? What is that? If you are here, show us a sign. We aren't here to hurt you. Can you make that light flicker or turn off, just so that we know that you're here with us now? What was that? The lady in the white dress, can you make an appearance? We would like to see you. We know that you're here, and we would like a sign that you're here with us now. Did you hear something?
Yeah.
Here, let me turn this torch off. If there is any spirit present, show us a sign. Play with our light. Is there someone here that is female? That has a lot of unanswered questions? We aren't here to hurt you. We are here to speak with you. Show us a sign. Anyone from the other side that would like to speak with us or let us know that you are here, show us a sign. What was that? Was that you? Did you make that noise? What did you hear?
Oh.
Hear something moving over there? Running. Yeah? What, over this way? If there is any spirits here that would like to speak with us, show us a sign. We aren't here to hurt you. Maybe we could answer some questions for you. If there is any spirits present, turn off the torch. Is the lady in the white dress present tonight? Would you like to speak with us? That was really strange with the GoPro. Just drained the battery completely. Is there anyone here at South Brisbane Cemetery, also known as Dutton Park Cemetery, that would like to speak to us from the other side? Just turn off our torch or make it flicker so that we know that you're here. What the? You see that? Can you do that again for us? We know that there's someone here with us. Can you do that to the torch one more time, please? We come in peace. Oh my God, Hayden, come here. Come and have a look at your phone. I'm not going to move it. Have a look above the torch to the right there. What does that look like to you? What does that look like? What does that look like? Is that just me or am I seeing that right? Can you see that? Right there. What does that look like to you?
Yeah.
If you are present, turn off our torch. Oh my God, that is. Is that you that we can see? Turn off our torch. Is that you that we can see right there? Show us a sign and turn off our torch. Look at that. Is that not a face to you? What?
Yeah.
Is what we're seeing you? Show us a sign if what we're looking at is you. We aren't going to hurt you. Look in the yellow square. Huh? Is that you that we can see? There's nothing on the ground there. Just put the torch back. Put it back. Have a look. You see that? What is that? There's nothing on the ground there, is there? No. That is freaky. Mm. Huh? Mm. Okay, so we're trying somewhere different, as we've heard a couple of noises up this way, didn't we, Hayden? And Hayden's picked out this one specifically, so we're going to see if we can get any movement. If there is any spirits present, show us a sign. Turn off the torch if you are present. If somebody is here, show us a sign. We aren't going to hurt you, we just want to know that you're present. If that was you flickering the light, do you have some questions for us? Do you have any questions to ask us? Was that you that made the light flicker? You say that? Are you female? Are you male? So I guess you're female. Can you show us a sign again, please? We aren't here to harm you. Can you show us a sign? If there is any spirit here, turn off the torch. We aren't going to hurt you. We just want to know that you're here with us. You hear something? Knocking. I didn't do it. there is anyone here at the Dutton Park Cemetery, show us a sign. There's a lady in the white dress that likes to chill out at the bus stop here at the moment. Can you show us a sign? We aren't here to hurt you. Moving. Not telling us stuff. There's a lady in the white dress that hangs out at the bus stop, present at the moment. We know that you've made buses pull up to your bus stop before, and we would like to know that you're here with us now. Can you please show us a sign? I actually did hear that. What was that? There's something over here. The lady in the white dress that chills out in the bus stop, not so far from here, is present. We would like to speak to you. Can you show us a sign? We aren't here to hurt you. We may have some answers for you. We would like to contact you. Did something bad happen to you? Why do you hang out at the bus stop? Why has so many people witnessed you sitting at the bus stop? Do you like to hang out here as well? We aren't going to hurt you. We just want to communicate with you. You've made appearances for others, and we would like you to appear for us. Or just show us a sign to show us your presence. Did something bad happen to you? Do you dislike the bus stop that you are regularly seen at? Why are so many people seeing you sitting at that bus stop? And why has bus drivers specifically seen you sitting at the bus stop and even opened their door to let you in? But upon opening their door, you were not present. Are you here present with us now? Can you show us a sign? We would love to communicate with you. We aren't here to harm you, we're here in peace. Did you hear something?
Yeah.
What is it? Did you just show us a sign? The lady in the white dress, did you just show us a sign? If you did, can you show us again? Did you hear something here?
Mm-hmm.
Over here somewhere. Are you over here? The lady in the white dress, are you over here playing games with us? We know your favourite place is at the bus stop. But we're yet to wonder whether you like hanging out in here as well. A lot of the Brisbane City bus drivers have reported you sitting at this bus stop here at South Brisbane Cemetery, also known as Dutton Park Cemetery. And a lot of them have pulled over to the bus stop to pick you up, and upon pulling over, you were not present. But yet, they seen somebody sitting at the bus stop. On several occasions this has been reported. So please, show us a sign that you're here. We aren't going to harm you. Maybe we can communicate with you and answer some questions you may have for us. Maybe we can help you cross over. Just sit the torch down on that one there for a second. The torch. Sit it on there. What do we got? $19.50. Fred Salvetto. Just going to borrow you a little bit of concrete here for a minute, Fred.
Oh.
The lady in the white dress. Can you show us a sign? Oh, it's a double. So Elizabeth. Oh, there you go. We come in peace. If you are present, can you show us a sign? If there is any spirits present, can you show us a sign? Turn off the torch. Can you make the torch flicker? Or can you turn the torch off to show us a sign that you are present? I've seen that. Can you do that again? If you are here, show us a sign. I know that you're here. Are you female? Are you female, the person that is contacting us? We aren't going to hurt you. We may be able to help you. Are you male? Are you the lady in the white dress? What was that? Over your foot. Can you show us another sign that you're here? Can you turn off your torch? Should we keep going up further? If there is a spirit present, can you please talk to Hayden and I? What's up, Dad? You alright? Good. We've actually captured a couple of good little clips in there. Oh, That was crazy. That was crazy. Caution, be aware of uneven paths. There you go. If there is any spirits present, can you show us a sign? The lady in the white dress is present. Can you show us a sign? If there is anyone present, turn off the torch. If you'd like to speak with us, turn off the torch. If the lady in the white dress is present, turn off the torch. off the torch. Show us a sign and turn off the torch. If there's someone here that would like to contact us, turn off the torch.
Until next time, stay spooky.
What paranormal case would you like to see next? Comment below. Hey subscribers, it's Hanako here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
To Paranormal Files to South Cemetery, one of Australia's most haunted locations, where restless spirits, mysterious shadows, and a haunted bus stop may be waiting for us in the dark.
You know, at this point, I feel like every cemetery is haunted. It's like, yeah, of course people have died there. That's kind of the point.
That's fair, but this one has some extra spooky details that might change your mind.
Doubt it.
The history of South Brisbane Cemetery. South Brisbane Cemetery.
If there is any spirits here, turn off the torch. Show us a sign. Is there anyone here that would like to talk to us?
Party dates back to 1866 and is one of Queensland's oldest burial sites. Over 20,000 people have been buried here, including executed criminals, victims of tragic accidents, and those who perished in some of Brisbane's darkest times.
So, classic haunted place starter pack. Old, full of dead people, and probably seen some real bad stuff.
Pretty much. Public executions back in the day, and some of the convicts who were hanged ended up buried here.
So, it's basically a graveyard for people who were extra mad when they died.
That's one way to put it, yeah. But the most chilling stories come from visitors and locals who claim to have seen ghostly apparitions, heard whispers among the tombstones, and even encountered strange figures that disappear before their eyes. The ghostly encounters. Let's talk about some of the most famous ghost sightings. One of them is the woman in white. She's been seen floating among the headstones, appearing and disappearing at random. Some witnesses claim she lets out a blood-curdling scream before vanishing.
Classic ghost move. Just existing dramatically.
Then there's the Shadow Man. Many visitors have reported seeing a tall, dark figure standing near the entrance, watching them. Some say he follows people as they walk through the cemetery, but when they turn around, he's gone.
Ooh, spooky Shadow Man.
I'm just saying, imagine walking through a cemetery at night, and you see a tall figure following you, only for it to vanish when you turn around. That's terrifying.
Or it's just an old guy who walks real fast when you're not looking.
Okay, well, let's see if you're still this cocky when we get to the haunted bus stop. The haunted bus stop of South Brisbane Cemetery. Right outside the cemetery, there's a bus stop that has its own ghostly reputation. Apparently, people have reported seeing a woman waiting for the Bisenley for her to vanish when the bus pulls up.
So, she's just really bad at catching buses.
Or she's a ghost, Araga.
I mean, if I were a ghost, I'd find better things to do than miss public transport forever.
Some bus drivers have even claimed that they've opened the doors for someone who wasn't actually there. They swear they saw a figure waiting at the stop, but when they looked, a guy in gone.
Are we sure these bus drivers weren't just really tired? Like, that sounds less like a ghost, and more like, oh man, I should not have skipped breakfast this morning.
Locals have linked this ghost to a tragic bus accident from decades ago, where a woman died near the stop. Some believe she's still waiting for the bus that never arrived.
See? That's depressing. Imagine being stuck in the afterlife just waiting for a bus that won't come.
Yeah, not everyone gets to be a cool Victorian ghost in a castle, Araga. Some people just get stuck at a bus stop. All right, we're here at South Brisbane Cemetery. We've got our equipment, and we're going to see if we can encounter anything paranormal.
I'm going to encounter nothing, and you're going to scream at your own reflection in the camera.
If you are here and you have something to say, turn off the torch. If there is a little girl in a white dress present, show us a sign. The sign. Turn off the torch. If there is any spirit here, talk to us, turn off the torch. I can feel someone here. You need to show us a sign. We come in peace. Just show us a sign if you would like to talk to us. We may have answers for you. I'll ask you again, if there is a spirit here and you would like to talk to us, turn off the torch. We mean no harm. We come in peace. If you would like to talk to us, turn off the torch. In a white roams South Brisbane Cemetery. We know that you're here and we would like you to give us a sign. If you would like to contact us, turn off the torch.
Final thoughts. So, did tonight convince you?
Nope. Not a ghost, not a shadow, not even a single scary whisper.
I don't know, man. The woman in white, the shadow man, the haunted bus stop. There's something going on here.
Aren't hear me out people just get really creeped out in graveyards.
You're impossible.
And yet, completely ghost-free.
All right, fine. Believe what you want. But if you ever see a woman in white waiting for the bus one day, don't say I didn't warn you.
If I ever see her, I'll just tell her the bus is running late. That should keep her busy for eternity.
Until next time, stay spooky.
What paranormal case would you like to see next? Comment below. Hey subscribers, it's Hanako here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, in the comment section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Give us a reading. Would you like to show us your doll? He's not too attractive.
Hello, Letta. If you're watching this video of mine about you, I'm not trying to offend you. I hope you enjoy this episode.
Hello, I'm Araga.
And I'm Hayden, and welcome to Paranormal Files today. We investigate a doll who allegedly causes thunderstorms, makes people faint, and really holds the soul of a long-dead child. This is the story of Letta the Doll Australia's haunted handmade nightmare. The discovery, why are you in that basement? The story begins in the 1970s, in the town of Wagga Wagga, New South Wales, Australia. A man named Kerry Walton, along with his brother, decided to explore an abandoned house, rumored to be haunted. Classic start to a bad idea.
Step 1 in the horror movie handbook. Don't go into the abandoned house. Step 2. If you do, absolutely do not go into the basement.
Naturally,
they went straight into the basement. There, they found something strange, a doll, hand-carved, about 3 feet tall, with long human hair, glass eyes, and an unsettling presence.
What's worse than a clown in a basement? A haunted toddler-sized wooden man who stares into your soul like he knows your browser history.
Carrie took the doll home because apparently that was the best case scenario in his mind. Immediately, strange things started happening.
Yeah, I found this nightmare Muppet in a basement filled with mold and dead spiders. Definitely bringing this into my home and introducing it to the children. Let me out. Ending to your nightmares. Once Letta was in the house, things got spooky. Objects moved on their own. Picture frames fell from walls. The family's dogs barked and tried to attack the doll. People reported feeling cold around him, or like they were being watched.
So basically, Letta is a very judgmental Airbnb guest.
It gets weirder. Walton claims that every time he put Letta in the car to leave town, it would rain. Not once, not twice, every single time.
This doll is either cursed or really into pathetic fallacy. He's a teenage poet in puppet form.
Letta is also said to be unusually heavy. Despite being small, people have struggled to lift him. Some feel like they're being pushed back, almost like Letta chooses who gets to move him.
He's like Thor's hammer, but with more trauma.
The doll's origins? Psychics have claimed that Letta is over 200 years old and was made in Eastern Europe. According to one reading, a grieving Romani man carved the doll after his son drowned. In an effort to hold on to him, he performed a ritual to bind the boy's soul into the wooden figure.
And that's why you don't mix carpentry with necromancy. No good can come from haunted woodworking.
That origin story would explain the sorrow and eerie energy people feel around Letta. It would also explain why children are either drawn to or terrified of him. Some kids have reportedly spoken to Letta or said he talks to them in dreams.
Nope. Dolls and dreams? That's 2 strikes. If he ever sings a lullaby in Latin, I'm burning my... Theory 1. Letta is possessed by a child's spirit. The most popular theory is that Letta is truly possessed by the soul of the boy who drowned, as told in the Romani origin story. People have described Letta's energy as sad but protective. Some believe the spirit isn't evil, just angry or scared.
Which makes him less Chucky and more Casper, but with a vendetta.
There are reports of people holding Letta and bursting into tears, collapsing from dizziness, or suffering panic attacks. One woman claimed her hands blistered after touching him.
Okay, but what if Letta's just very against hand-holding? Respect his boundaries.
Theory 2. Letta is a poltergeist conduit. Another theory? Letta isn't the host of a ghost as a beacon for paranormal energy. In other words, he draws spirits like a spooky lightning rod. Paranormal hotspots reportedly intensify in his presence.
So he's a haunted Wi-Fi booster? Just wandering around juicing up ghosts with signal bars?
Exactly. He may not be haunted himself, but the energies around him are. This could explain the persistent rain, the sudden drop in temperature, the disorientation.
Theory 3. Mass hysteria plus the uncanny valley. Of course, the skeptic theory is that Letta's power comes from us. Humans are biologically wired to fear things that almost look human but not quite. It's called the uncanny valley. Letta's oversized head, human hair, and glass eyes all trigger that alarm bell.
I mean, he looks like a ventriloquist dummy, got possessed by a Victorian child ghost, and then became a regional celebrity.
People expect to be scared, so their bodies respond fainting, sweating, nausea, the whole thing. That psychological feedback loop can be powerful, especially in groups.
So it's like a haunted group project. I hate those.
Theory 4. Letta is a golem or magical construct. Here's a rarer theory. Letta is not possessed by a soul but created to house one, like a golem from Jewish folklore or a magical automaton. In this version, the doll isn't a haunted object, it's a handmade body. A vessel.
So we're talking Pinocchio but the horror reboot.
Exactly. And instead of singing, "I've got no strings," This version of Pinocchio screams when the moon's full and knocks books off your shelf.
Letta today. Still creeping people out on Aussie TV. Today, Letta lives with Kerry Walton in Queensland. He brings the doll to events, TV spots, and paranormal expos. People still claim they get sick around Letta. Some try to touch him and freeze. Others swear his facial expression changes when no one's looking.
This guy has toured with a haunted doll for decades. That's commitment. Also, maybe a little bit of Stockholm Syndrome?
Letta's become a pop culture icon in Australia. A terrifying, stoic little man with a weird smile and a dramatic flair for rain.
Honestly, if he's not cast in the next Conjuring movie, I'm writing a letter.
Summing up, is Letta real? Sois Letta the doll a haunted vessel of ancient grief? A trick of the mind? Or something stranger, a handmade guardian doomed to wander forever?
I don't know, but if he shows up in my dreams tonight, I'm suing the Australia government.
As always, whether you believe in the paranormal or not, some mysteries refuse to be explained. And Letta the doll, with his sad eyes and rain clouds, remains. And with that, until next time, stay spooky.
What paranormal case would you like to see next? Comment below. Hey subscribers, it's Hanako here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Everyone, it's Tech here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden uploads a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode. Where's my friend Hanako at? She owes me a juice box for this intro I did for her. Hanako! Welcome to Paranormal Files, the show, where we explore the spookiest. I regret Googling this at 2 a.m. mysteries the world has to offer. I'm Tiki, your host, your cautionary tale, and tonight, possibly the next victim of a cursed pop-up. Let's talk about the Red Room Curse, one of Japan's most infamous digital urban legends. A story so haunted, it's said to kill anyone who stares too long, which means I definitely stared at it for way too long. For research. For you. You're welcome. The curse that kills. The legend starts simple, as all the best nightmares do. You're on your computer, minding your business, probably browsing early 2000s anime forums, or downloading pirated flash games that'll crash your PC. Suddenly, a pop-up appears. Red text, black background, and a robotic voice asks you, "Do you like the Red Room?" You close the pop-up, it reappears. You try again. A list of names appears and yours is the last one. And then, you die. Your body is found in your room, which is now painted red, not with paint, with your blood. Yup, the Red Room doesn't just kill you, it redecorates. The flash file that haunts Japan. This whole thing went viral, thanks to a cursed flash animation, the kind of stuff that lived on old horror sites and sketchy GeoCities pages your mom told you not to click. It's a story of a boy who encountered the Red Room pop-up and tried to escape it. Spoiler alert, he did not escape it. The animation ends with the screen turning red, and his life ending shortly after. Now here's the creepy part. This wasn't a jump scare fest. No scream, no gore, just dread. Pure, creeping, click-by-click dread. And back in the early 2000s, when everyone was already a little scared of technology, 2004, an 11-year-old girl in Sasebo, Japan murdered her classmate. It was a shocking, brutal case, and it quickly became national news. Then reports started surfacing. The girl was obsessed with horror, specifically internet horror, forums, flash games, and allegedly, the Red Room animation. Suddenly, the legend wasn't just fiction, it was linked to a crime. And the curse spread on Japan's forums into worldwide creepypasta fame. Now, to be fair, there's no hard proof that she ever actually saw the animation. But once that association was made, it didn't matter. Red Room wasn't just haunted anymore. It was blamed. The urban legend had gone mainstream. How does this work? Alright, let's break this down. I've got 5 theories. 5 possible explanations for what the Red Room curse really is. The digital tulpa. First theory. The Red Room is a tulpa, a thought form. Basically, if enough people believe something's real, it becomes real. Not in a physical way, in a mental, psychological, or dare I say spiritual way. The more people feared the Red Room, the stronger it got. Millions of minds imagining the same cursed pop-up? That's like crowdfunding a ghost. It's like the Slender Man effect. Somebody creates a spooky idea on a forum, and suddenly, people see it in the woods, or in this case, in their browsers. Which begs the question, is the Red Room real because we believed in it? Or did we believe in it because it was real? Either way, that pop-up lives rent-free in everyone's nightmares. Theory 2. The viral hex. Theory 2. It's a viral curse. A meme with murder on its mind. A piece of code, or even just a message designed to latch onto your brain and mess with you. Not every curse needs magic. It's like, do you like the Red Room? And if your brain's already primed to expect horror, suddenly your door creaks weird and you're spiraling. It's psychological warfare via pop-up window. An email chain letter from hell. Like, send this to 7 friends or else. But instead of bad luck, it's a blood-red bedroom. Theory 3. Mass hysteria. Okay, this one's less supernatural and more scientific. Theory 3. Mass digital hysteria. Early internet culture was lawless. Weird animations, creepy messages, no context. Add a sensational real-world murder and suddenly people are connecting dots that may not exist. It's like a digital version of Bloody Mary. You get dared to say the phrase. You freak yourself out. You convince yourself it's real. If enough people buy in, it doesn't matter if it started as a prank or art project. Fear makes fiction feel real. Theory 4. Government experiment. Ah, yes, my personal favorite. Government PSYOP. What if Red Room wasn't urban legend at all? What if it was designed? A test. A psychological experiment by some shadowy agency trying to understand how fear spreads through digital means. Upload a creepy animation. See how many people panic. Measure clicks, fear responses, forum chatter. You've got yourself a low-budget MK Ultra now with pop-ups. Sure, it sounds wild, but so toxic. Theory 5. Primitive AI glitch. Last theory. Red Room was an early AI experiment gone rogue. Something that was meant to be interactive, maybe an art project, maybe a bot that learned to scare people a little too well. We know that even primitive programs can start behaving unpredictably. What if this one was built to adapt? To haunt? A cursed file that didn't just sit there. It responded. Maybe not with actual intent, but just enough to feel alive. And maybe it still lives somewhere in the archives. Waiting, watching, pop-up ready. Closing thoughts. Would you click? So, what is the scheme that mutated? A murder myth given digital form? Whatever it is, it tapped into a primal fear we didn't know we had. That the screen could watch back. That something on the other end of the internet might not just be scary. It might be waiting. And just one click could invite it in. So, I'll leave you with one last question. Do you like the Red Room? Until next time, stay spooky.
What paranormal case would you like to see next? Comment below. Hey subscribers, it's Hanako here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section below. I'd love to hear from you. and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Everyone, it's Tech here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden uploads a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode. Where's my friend Hanako at? Hanako! Welcome to Paranormal Files, the show, where we explore the spookiest, weirdest, and most hauntings mysteries the world has to offer. I'm Take, your host, your cautionary tale, and tonight. In the 1970s, a quaint suburban duplex in West Pittston, Pennsylvania, became the alleged site of a brutal supernatural assault that would stretch across 15 long years. The haunting was relentless. Television spontaneously combusted. A family dog was thrown across the room. Voices screamed from nowhere. A spectral entity allegedly doing it with the father of the house. And to top it off, famed paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren showed up, so you know it got wild. Was this truly the work of a demon? A product of hallucination? Or just the weirdest home mystery? Tonight, I'll be diving solo into the dark and bewildering case of the Smurl haunting, so buckle up, pour some holy water in your coffee, and let's get spooky. The setup, haunted from the jump. Picture this. It's 1973. Jack and Janet Smurl are a devout Catholic couple and a pair of elderly parents. They move into a duplex in West Pittston, Pennsylvania, with dreams of peaceful family life and maybe some backyard barbecues. What they get instead is the paranormal version of a WWE SmackDown. They lived on one side of the duplex, Jack's parents on the other. Immediately, the house was like, "Hey, you like your electronics? Too bad." The TV spontaneously caught fire. Water stains appeared and vanished. Plumbing broke. Tools disappeared. Strange banging echoed throughout the house. And listen, I know old house. Bad wiring, rusty pipes, ghosts of shoddy home improvement past. But things got weirder. Fast! By 1974, the disturbances were beyond annoying and into Amityville light. They'd hear footsteps. Lights would turn on and off. A sour smell filled the air. Objects levitated. And the iced dog apparently in four. That's not just haunting. That's poltergeist with beef. From ghosts to demons. The real freaky years 1974, 1986. Over the next 12 years, the Smurls said the activity steadily escalated. This wasn't your typical, oh no, a cold spot, haunting. This was full-on paranormal warfare. Janet claimed she was yanked out of bed by invisible hands. Jack said he was multiple succubus, a female demon. The air around them became oppressive. Shadows moved with intention. One of the daughters reported seeing a dark figure in her room that resembled a half-man, half-beast creature. Let me just reiterate, this wasn't a week-long ordeal. This haunting lasted over a decade. Can you imagine living like that for 15 years? The lease on that place should have come with a complimentary exorcism kit. And, beware, demon may bite. Welcome, Matt. Even the family dog wasn't safe. And when you start throwing pets around, yeah, now it's personal. The Warrens arrive. Paranormal royalty enters the chat. By 1986, things had gotten so bad that the Smurls reached out to Ed and Lorraine Warren. And if you're unfamiliar with the Warrens, they're basically the Batman and Robin of ghost busting. If something goes bump in the night and then tries to eat your soul, they're the ones you call. Real Catholic Avengers energy. Lorraine, a self-proclaimed clairvoyant, claimed to immediately sense 4 distinct entities in the home, one of which was a powerful demon. She described seeing black, hooded figures moving through the walls. There were cold spots, foul stenches, and something demonic that targeted the family emotionally, spiritually, and physically. Ed attempted several minor exorcisms using religious relics, Latin prayers, and the big spiritual gun-sholy water and crucifixes. strange noises and felt a weird pressure in the air. The Smurls did interviews. A priest came by and said, essentially, no thanks. He refused to bless the house, worried it would only provoke the demon further. That's next level scary, when a trained man of the cloth looks at your haunted house and goes, nah, you're on your own, bro. You know it's bad. Some thought it was a hoax. Others believed it was a case of mass hysteria, mental illness, or sleep paralysis. Even some reporters who visited the house said they felt off. One said it was like the house was watching him. I don't know how you fake that, unless the house had a ring cam with attitude. The movie, the book, the exorcism. Eventually, the Smurls co-authored a book with the Warrens titled The Haunted. It chronicled all 15 years of torment and inspired a 1991 made-for-TV movie by the same name. The movie, predictably, is delightfully bad. It has that early 90s haunted movie flavor, like if you dipped Poltergeist in Catholic guilt and microwaved it on low budget. But back to real life. After years of failed blessings, the Catholic Church finally authorized a full exorcism. It was done by Bishop Robert McKenna, a traditionalist Catholic bishop known for his fire and brimstone approach to demons. Reports are vague, but after the ritual, the house allegedly calmed down. The Smurls eventually moved away. No further hauntings were reported. It was as if the demon finally said, fine, you win. I'll go find another duplex. What was really going on? Let's break it down. There are a few leading theories about what happened here. Theory 1. Actual demonic infestation. This one's the Warrens' theory. A non-human entity, possibly summoned or drawn to some other. Classic signs. Shadow people. Physical attacks. Levitation. Religious aversion. Basically, the demon bingo card is full. Lorraine Warren claimed she'd seen this kind of thing before. And she was serious like. Ghosts ruined my dinner party serious. Theory 2. Mass hysteria plus psychological stress. This theory leans toward a psychological explanation. Jack had brain surgery, which some argue may have caused hallucinations or memory lapses. The entire family lived in tight quarters. Combine that with devout religious beliefs, and you've got a perfect cocktail for suggestion and shared delusion. It's not fun. It's not spooky. But sometimes, the real horror is stress. Theory 3. A hoax. This is the skeptic's favorite. The Smurls made it up, the Warrens exploited it, and the media ran with it because Demon Trash's suburban family sells more papers than plumbing issues continue. But if it was a hoax, it was a commitment. 15 years, multiple witnesses, even neighbors? That's a long con for very little return. Theory 4. The house was just weird. This is my favorite. The house itself may have had a residual haunting-like spiritual backwash, a kind of emotional mold. Something from the land, or a previous event, stirred up psychic energy that affected sensitive people. It's like the Wi-Fi is haunted, and you're unfortunately connected. Final vows. Standing outside a quiet duplex. So what happened at the Smurl house? Was it the work of a wrathful demon, hell-bent on ruining one family's life? A string of stress-induced hallucinations, just panic? Or was it something else entirely a tear in reality? A spiritual bruise? A cosmic error that briefly opened and then sealed itself shut? We may never know for sure. But if you ever smell sulfur in your bathroom, voices in your attic, and your dog starts flying, maybe call a priest, or at least sleep somewhere else. Until next time, stay spooky.
What paranormal case would you like to see next? Comment below. I'm Hanako-san. What are you doing in my bathroom?
You're not my Hanako. Who are you?
Oh my, I am in the wrong bathroom.
I'm Nene, Hanako's girlfriend.
Hey subscribers, it's Hanako here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Before we continue with the episode, I want to give objects, and supernatural side-eyes. Today's episode? Oh, it's personal. We're diving head first into the twist story of a doll demon icon, cinematic juggernaut, and the reason I get nervous every time someone brings me a plush toy. Meet the real Annabelle. First things first, if you're picturing a cracked porcelain doll with ghostly ringlets and glowing eyes, congratulations! You've been successfully duped by Hollywood. The real Annabelle isn't porcelain. She's a giant plush Raggedy Ann doll. Cute button eyes, red yarn hair, the kind of thing you'd find in a grandma's attic or a cursed antique shop run by Satan. The story begins in the late 1960s. A nursing student named Donna receives Annabelle as a gift from her mother. Sweet gesture, right? Wrong. Very wrong. Pretty soon, Donna and her roommate Angie noticed something was off. The doll kept moving. Subtle at first, cross-legged one moment, flat the next. Then it escalated. Rooms she wasn't in. Doors she didn't go through. And then, the notes. Written on parchment paper in childlike handwriting, saying things like, "Help Lou," and "Help us." They didn't own parchment paper. Because who does? Unless you're doing calligraphy for a demon wedding. Possession, for beginners. The weirdness kept building. One night, their friend Lou, who had bad vibes radar, woke up from a nightmare, paralyzed, with the doll staring at him from his chest. Another time, he was alone and heard noises in Donna's room. He opened the door and felt something claw him. 3 deep scratches across his chest. Classic demon signature move. The girls turned to a medium for help. Bad idea number 1. The medium said the spirit was a girl named Annabelle Higgins who died nearby. She claimed the doll was safe, just lonely. And like many horror movie protagonists before them, Donna and Angie said, "Let's adopt the ghost child." Wrong answer. The Warrens take over. Eventually, they contacted Ed and Lorraine Warren. Yes, those Warrens, the demon-hunting duo behind the real cases that inspired the Conjuring movies. They investigated the case and quickly dropped the biggest red flag in demonology. This was never a little girl. It was a demonic entity all along. The Warrens performed a blessing, took the doll, and drove her to their home. But even that was a nightmare. During the drive, the car stalled multiple times. The brakes failed. The doll shifted positions in the back seat. Eventually, they blessed it with holy water and made it to safety. And there she stayed. But not before allegedly causing a priest's car crash, museum visitors' fatal motorcycle accident, and countless nightmares across the globe. She doesn't blink. She doesn't move in front of you. But if you tap that glass, she remembers. The movies, Hollywood, baby. Now let's talk about the Annabelle movies. The real story inspired a horror franchise that helped launch the Conjuring universe. And while they play fast and loose with the facts, they nailed the vibe. The first film was more fiction than fact, portraying the doll as a cursed object involved in a satanic cult and a haunted apartment. In Annabelle Creation, they gave her a twisted origin story involving a grieving couple and a possessed orphan. And in Annabelle Comes Home, the doll basically turns the entire Warren's artifact room into a supernatural buffet. Fun fact, in that one, she drives a car. Not a joke. Full-on Barbie Jeep vibes, but with more Latin chanting. So, did Hollywood dramatize things? Yes. But did they also make a generation of people terrified of Raggedy Ann dolls? Absolutely. Theory time. The 5 big ones. Theory 1. It's all a hoax. Let's start skeptical. Some people think this entire case was a mix of sleep deprivation, overactive imagination, and marketing. The Warrens were, after all, very public. Some believe they exaggerated cases or were too quick to label everything demonic. Theory 2. It's a true demonic entity. The Warrens believed Annabelle was a demonic force because demons don't need permission to exist, but they do need permission to attach to people. So they play cute, harmless, until you say, "You can stay." Then the fun begins. Theory 3. It's a spirit-tethered object. Some believe the doll became spiritually tethered to a violent or traumatic event. Not quite possessed, but forever stained with energy that draws supernatural forces in like a paranormal magnet. Theory 4. Tulpa theory. In Tibetan mysticism, a tulpa is a thought form, a creature born from belief. What if Annabelle wasn't haunted at first, but became that way because we believe she is? With all the fear, focus, and energy poured into her image, we could have created something real. Theory 5. She's a demon's decoy. And finally, What if Annabelle isn't the demon's final form, just the bait? A vessel that draws people in while something far worse operates unseen. The doll's just a diversion. Meanwhile, something bigger, something without a name, is doing the real damage. Final thoughts. Whether she's a hoax, a demon's puppet, or a cursed cuddle toy, Annabelle's story is a cautionary tale. Not just about haunted objects, but about belief. What we give energy to. What we invite into our homes. What we trust. So if your grandma ever offers you a doll, maybe just say you're more of a digital pet kind of person. Sleep tight. And if your doll ever changes someone's love, or, your soul. Until next time, stay spooky. Fires and escapes, coincidence or curse? During the Devils on the Run paranormal tour stop in Louisiana, several incidents occurred. Prison escape. The following day, 10 inmates escaped from a New Orleans prison. The proximity of this event to the tour stop led to further conjecture linking Annabelle to the escape. The motorcyclist incident. This one's infamous. A guy once mocked the doll right in front of her case, tapping on the glass and daring her to do something. He and his girlfriend rode off on a motorcycle. Not long after, they crashed. The man died. The girlfriend survived and claimed they saw a shadow in the road right before the bike flipped. The twist? Their accident occurred near a power line. Fire again, unexplained. Like something wanted fire to finish what it started. The vanishing doll mystery. Now let's talk disappearances as in. The doll vanishing from her case. The 2020 disappearance rumor. In August 2020, the internet imploded with news that Annabelle had escaped the Warren Occult Museum. The story blew up on Twitter. Paranormal TikTok lost its collective mind. But what sparked it? One single post. A blurry photo of an empty glass case. Suddenly, thousands were convinced she was on the loose, haunting malls, moving into Airbnbs, or road-tripping Route 66 in search of new victims. Eventually, Lorraine Warren's grandson, Tony Spera, posted a video with the doll safe and sound. But people weren't convinced. Here's the weird part. The photo of the empty case came from inside the museum's archives, not the public tour. Who took it? How did it leak? Why did security footage that day have corrupted timestamps? And since then, visitors and staff have reported subtle changes. Her head tilted in the other direction, her arms moved slightly, or her eyes not painted, stitched looking somewhere else.
What paranormal case would you like to see next? Comment below. Hey subscribers, it's Hanako here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Everyone, it's Tech here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden upload a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode. Where's my friend Hanako at? Hanako! furniture, barked like dogs. And when they were asked what was happening, they said they were being tormented by witches. Naturally, instead of considering that these were traumatized kids in a deeply repressive society, the town said, "Yep, that tracks." Their behavior wasn't just unsettling, it was contagious. Other girls started experiencing the same fits, convulsions, hallucinations, screaming accusations, like the world's worst game of pretend that somehow turned deadly. And the girls, they started naming names. The first 3 women were singled out. Tituba, an enslaved woman from Barbados. Sarah Good, a poor beggar. Sarah Osborne, an old woman who missed church. All of them outcasts. Spectral cats and witches flying through the sky. She described witch cakes, a gross little dish made of rye meal and urine, fed to dogs to reveal a witch. Yeah, someone heard that and thought, perfect, sounds legitimate. After that, the panic snowballed. In weeks, accusations spread like wildfire. Neighbors turned on each other. Families were torn apart. And the courts? They decided to accept spectral evidence, meaning if someone dreamed you were a witch, that was enough to send you to the gallows. And the whole time, Betty and Abigail kept screaming. The victims. By the end of it all, 19 people were hanged. Accused. Dozens dit in prison. The youngest accused? A 4-year-old girl. Because her mother was accused, and the court figured, the kid probably caught it. This wasn't justice. It was fear weaponized. And for some in Salem, that fear never left. Where the dead still whisper. 1. The Phantom of Giles Corey. Giles Corey refused to confess. So the court tried to force a plebe piling heavy stones on his chest. 2 days of slow, brutal suffocation. His last words? More wait. Now, his ghost is said to appear near the old jail and the cemetery, people, including rivals. 60% of all accusations came from Putnam allies. Turns out calling someone a witch was a great way to stand. So yeah, maybe it wasn't about witches. Maybe it was about greed. Full, actual occult activity. Then again, Tichuba's confession was weirdly detailed. Witch cakes, spectral beasts, devils in shadow. Could she have been practicing something ancient and dark? Or was she just parroting what she thought the Puritans wanted to hear? There's no hard proof, but that doesn't mean the devil wasn't listening. The verdict, haunted or hoax? Salem was a tragedy. An entire town swallowed by fear. But that kind of energy doesn't just disappear. It sinks into the ground, into the wood, into the air. So when people say Salem is haunted, maybe it's not just by spirits. Maybe it's haunted by memory, by guilt, by the consequences of letting fear rule a town. Stay spooky. And if you ever visit Salem, maybe don't say witch too loudly. Just saying.
What paranormal case would you like to see next? Comment below. Hey subscribers, it's Hanako here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Hey everyone, it's Nani here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden upload a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode.
would you like to see next? Comment below. Hey subscribers, it's Hanako here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Hey everyone, it's Nani here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden upload a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode.
Hey weirdos, welcome back to Paranormal Files, the show where we investigate haunted houses, cursed objects, and anything else that makes my therapist deeply concerned. My mirror, I better be getting paid. Today, we're heading to Alcatraz, a place you've probably never heard of, unless you're from there, or you're a ghost. Ladies and gentlemen, demons and skeptics, this is the story of Alcatraz. On an island carved from stone, surrounded by icy, unforgiving tides, sits one of the most infamous prisons in American history. But for all the legends of escapes and mobsters, another story lingers in the crumbling walls, whispers, and things that go bump in the solitary cells. This is Alcatraz, and these are its ghosts. The is land before the prison, long before it became a concrete cage for America's most dangerous men. Alcatraz Island had a different life. And a different kind of darkness. The Ohlone people, indigenous to the San Francisco Bay Area, avoided this island. They believed it was cursed, filled with evil spirits and home to restless souls. Some tribal exacting weekend getaway. When Spanish explorers arrived in the late 1700s, they called it La Isla de los Alcatraces, the Island of the Pelicans. Not exaggerating, but by 1850, President Millard Fillmore trivia fans, rejoice, claimed the island for military use, and that's where the story really begins to spiral. Fortress to prison. By the 1850s, Alcatraz was transformed into a fortified military outpost. Its vehicle made it perfect for defending the bay. Cannons, tunnels, and barracks filled the rock, and in 1861, during the Civil War, it became a military prison. Who did they hold? Confederate sympathizers, spies, Native American resistance leaders, and bizarrely some civilians. One of the earliest prisoners was a man who accidentally started a fire in San Francisco. Talk about overkill. By the early 1900s, it had become a fully functioning military penitentiary. But it wasn't until 1934, during the Great Depression, that Alcatraz leveled up into something darker. The Federal Nightmare. From 1934 to 1963, Alcatraz was a federal prison built for inmates who were considered too dangerous, too disruptive, or too escape-happy for other facilities. Basically, if you were a real-life GTA character, they sent you here. Al Capone, George Machine Gun Kelly, Alvin Creepy Carpus, Robert Birdman Stroud. Alcatraz wasn't about rehabilitation. It was about isolation, punishment, and psychological warfare. Inmates spent 23 hours a day, locked up, surrounded by cold steel, concrete, and the constant roar of the sea. One former guard said, "You came here to disappear, and some people think they still haven't left." Haunted hotspots. Let's take a spooky stroll through Alcatraz's greatest hits, the places where the living felt less alone. Solitary confinement. Deprivation. No light. No sound, no human contact. One inmate was locked in here, and screamed all night about glowing red eyes in the darkness. The next morning, he was dead, strangled, alone. Official cause of death? Suicide. But, unless this man was also Stretch Armstrong, that's hard to buy. Park rangers today report strange activity here. Sudden cold drafts, knows where there should be none. The phantom banjo of Capone. Al Capone. Yes, the Capone claimed he was haunted by someone he had killed. Toward the end of his sentence, he was reportedly mentally deteriorating. He spent hours playing the banjo here, alone, trying to keep the ghosts at bay. To this day, people hear the sound of a banjo echoing through the shower 7 when there's no one inside, unless there's a ghost with incredible rhythm. That's hard to explain. The Utility Corridor Shootout. In 1946, one of the bloodiest escape attempts in U.S. prison history occurred during the Battle of Alcatraz. 6 prisoners, armed with smuggled weapons, tried to take over the prison. 3 officers and 3 inmates died in a brutal 2-day standoff. Visitors and rangers now claim this area, specifically the utility corridor, echoes with phantom gunshots screaming and apparitions of men crawling across the floor. Either it's ghosts or the world's worst reenactors. Alcatraz in decline. In 1963, after years of high operational costs, decaying infrastructure, and public controversy, Alcatraz was closed. But its legend only grew. Over 1,500 inmates served time here. And some, maybe still are. In 1969, a group of Native American activists occupied the island for 19 months, claiming it under the 1868 Treaty of Fort Laramie. They painted messages like peace and freedom on the building sands. Strangely, many reported hearing strange voices and experiencing unexplained lights during their stay. Even warners found something unsettling here. Some rangers have said they've seen full-body apparitions in old guard uniforms, heard footsteps pacing above them when no one else was on the floor, and even heard cell doors slamming in a building with no power. All right, we've seen the cells, heard the whispers, and maybe caught a ghostly whiff of prison stew circa 1943. Now it's time to break down the theories behind why Alcatraz might be haunted. Spoiler: it's not just because valid. The residual energy theory. This one's your classic ghosts on repeat theory. The idea is that traumatic events like isolation, violence, despair, and listening to Al Capone's banjo solos for the 100th time leave behind an imprint. So the screams, the footsteps, the slamming doors, they're not ghosts per se, just the world's worst mixtape playing on loop. Think of it like Spotify for suffering, except you don't control the playlist, and it's mostly just intelligent hauntings. Now this is the one where the ghosts know you're there. They whisper your name, flicker the lights, and shove you down the hallway like a paranormal bouncer. Imagine spending decades trapped in solitary. Then you get a visitor. Only it's a tourist with a GoPro and a Mountain Dew. Of course you're going to haunt them. Multiple guests and rangers have reported voices, cold spots, and even being touched. Which, you know, is technically assault, but also kind of sweet. Ghosts are nature's loneliest roommates. Alright, this one's for you. Some paranormal theorists believe that the geology of Alcatraz, specifically its quartz and limestone foundation, acts like a giant supernatural USB drive, storing psychic energy. So basically, Alcatraz is an island-shaped power bank for ghost trauma. This would explain why people hear the same sounds and see the same figures in the same places. The theory's not proven, but let's be real. Haunted rocks are way more fun than boring rocks. It's all in your head. Or there are no ghosts. Gasp. Plot twist. Turns out, if you lock people in a creepy prison, strip away the light, throw in some violent history, and maybe pump in a little fog machine, your brain's like, yeah, this is definitely haunted. Please run. It's the power of suggestion. The prison has been featured in so many horror stories, shows, and history books that visitors practically come here expecting ghosts. And the brain is like a well-meaning horror director. It fills in the blanks with stuff that'll mess you up. The ghosts are just retired guards theory. This one's completely unsupported by evidence. But I like to think some of the spirits here aren't prisoners, they're guards who clocked out and just never left. Imagine dying and still having to do your 12-hour shift. That's not a haunting. That's a union jam band. Let's not forget Banjo Capone. If residual energy is real, this dude is hosting the world's spookiest jazz night in the showers. Ghosts doing jazz hands. It's canon now. Some visitors swear they've heard plucking strings in the middle of the night. A banjo is not the instrument you want. That's like being chased by a killer clown on a unicycle, playing kazoo. So, is Alcatraz haunted? Maybe. Maybe it's ghostly echoes. Maybe it's our active doesn't. Whatever the case is, something lingers on this island, and until science figures out how to make ghosts pay rent, they're probably staying. Closing thoughts. Alcatraz was built to break men. But maybe it broke something deeper, something that echoes through time. A place like this doesn't just disappear. The people, the pain, and maybe even the spirits remain. So, was Alcatraz haunted? If it's not, it's doing a damn good impression. And if it is, well, someone should really check on that banjo. Until next time, stay spooky.
What paranormal case would you like to see next? Comment below. Hey subscribers, it's Hanako here again. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Everyone, it's Tech here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden uploads a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode. Where's my friend Hanako at? Hanako!
Oh, hi there. I'm Princess Kira.
And I'm Shu. Welcome to Criminal Files, where we dive into the most infamous crimes, conspiracies, and criminal mysteries in history. The end today. We're starting off strong by unraveling the most controversial whodunit in modern American history: JFK assassination.
The motorcade, the umbrella man, the grassy knoll, the Zapruder film, the so-called magic bullet. It's the true crime case that rewrote American history and launched 1,000 conspiracy theories.
It also launched 1,000 Facebook uncles who won't shut up about the deep state.
November 22nd, 1963. President John F. Kennedy is assassinated in broad daylight. One man is blamed, but 6 decades later, people still aren't buying it. Who really killed JFK?
The shots that changed the world.
Dallas, Texas. 12:30 p.m. A light breeze stirs as President Kennedy's open-top limousine cruises through Dealey Plaza. Suddenly, oh, first shot. Misses. Oh, second shot. Hits JFK in the upper back, exits through his neck. Oh, third shot. The fatal headshot, captured forever in the Zapruder film's grisly frame, 313.
It's basically the most traumatic home movie ever made.
He's rushed to Parkland Hospital, but it's too late. At 1:00 p.m., JFK is pronounced dead.
And then, the story gets weirder than a QAnon subreddit. The scapegoat, Lee Harvey Oswald.
Meet Lee Harvey Oswald, former Marine, Marxist, defector, book depository employee, suspected time traveler.
And America's fastest scapegoat. Within hours, he's arrested for killing a Dallas police officer, J.D. Tippit. Then, somehow, also charged with assassinating JFK.
Here's the weird part. Oswald claimed he didn't do it. Quote, "I'm just a patsy."
Which is like the 1963 version of, "I'm being framed, bro."
And then, Oswald himself is shot on live TV by this guy.
Jack Ruby, a nightclub owner with mob ties and a weird love for the Dallas Police Department.
Shoots Oswald with a Colt. 38 in the gut. On live television. Like the world's worst season finale twist.
Which means the only suspect dies before trial. Convenient. The official story. Warren Commission.
President Lyndon B. Johnson appoints the Warren Commission. 9 months and 888 pages later, their conclusion?
Oswald acted alone. No conspiracy. Case closed. Go back to your cereal, America.
Let's break it down. Oswald fires 3 shots from the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository. With a under 8 seconds, hitting 2 moving targets.
And he did this while allegedly being a crap shot in the Marines. Sharpshooter. My butt dude barely passed the basic marksmanship test.
And now, the pièce de résistance. The magic bullet theory. This one bullet, CE 399, entered JFK's upper back, exited through his neck, hit Governor Connolly's back, shattered a rib, punctured a lung, exited, hit his wrist, then embedded in his thigh. All without shattering.
It's the Swiss Army knife of bullets.
The only way it makes sense is if this bullet moonlights as a figure skater.
Declassified chaos.
Let's talk about the classified documents. Over 5 million pages of files related to the assassination have been declassified since the 1990s.
Because if there's one thing America loves, it's waiting 60 years to read things we already suspected.
Among them, memos showing that Oswald was on the CIA and FBI radar months before the shooting. He even visited the Soviet and Cuban embassies in Mexico City weeks before.
And they were just like, seems fine.
Even weirder, a 1976 House investigation concluded JFK was probably assassinated as a result of a conspiracy.
Their exact words, probably a conspiracy. That's like the government's version of, maybe, kinda, definitely yes. Theories on the table.
Theory 1. The second shooter, aka the grassy knoll. Multiple witnesses said they heard gunfire from the grassy knoll. Some saw smoke. One guy even said he saw a guy with a gun behind the fence.
And yet, no one ran up the hill. Did we all collectively decide to ignore Sniper Hill?
There's also the acoustic analysis from 1979, which supposedly detected 4 gunshots, not 3.
So either Oswald had 2 rifles and 3 hands, or someone else was firing too.
Theory 2. The CIA. JFK told a journalist he wanted to splinter the CIA into 1,000 pieces and scatter it to the winds. The CIA did not take that well.
Yeah, I imagine the CIA took that as well as a cat being told it's going to the vet.
Declassified files show the CIA had a massive file on Oswald, even before the assassination. They also tried to withhold it from the Warren Commission.
So they were like, oh, that guy? We barely know him. Just 300 pages of light stalking.
Theory 3. The Mafia. JFK and Bobby Kennedy went hard on organized crime, but JFK's campaign may have gotten mob help in places like Chicago.
So the Mafia was like, we helped you win, and you repay us by locking us up? Bold.
Jack Ruby had known Mafia connections. The House committee even said there's strong evidence organized crime was involved.
Look, if I was in a Scorsese movie, I'd definitely assume this was mob work.
Theory 4. Aliens and shadow government. Some files suggest JFK requested UFO intel just days before his assassination.
No. You're not dragging Roswell into this.
Just saying, if he threatened to expose alien secrets, maybe the Men in Black silenced him.
You're 2 tinfoil hats away from your own show on the History Channel.
Bonus theory. Oswald did act alone.
Maybe it really was just Oswald, a lone nut with a cheap gun and a hatred for authority.
But why Mexico City? Why the embassies? Why all the convenient cover-ups?
Look, sometimes crazy people do big crazy things. That doesn't mean there's a giant spiderweb behind it.
Unless there is.
Final thoughts. So what have we learned?
That a man was shot in broad daylight, the government said case closed. And half a century later we still can't agree if the bullet defied physics.
Also that Jack Ruby might be the weirdest nightclub owner in history.
At the end of the day, there are only 2 options. 1. Oswald acted alone and we live in a random, chaotic world. 2. He didn't. And a major institution covered it up.
Sleep tight, America.
Thanks for watching Criminal Files. Got a theory we missed? Drop it in the comments.
Unless it involves lizard people. I'm out if it involves lizard people.
What criminal case do you want to see next? Comment below. It's Hanako here again. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video. Welcome to Criminal Files, where we
being fired from Uptown, he founded Bad Boy Records. His first major signing? A Brooklyn rapper named Christopher Wallace, better known as the Notorious B.I.G. With Biggie's rise, Bad Boy became the cultural force. Every couch had way too many fisheye lenses. Diddy's influence extended beyond music. He launched Sean John, promoted Ciroc vodka like it was holy water, and even acted in movies. For a while, everything he touched turned to gold, but it was always tinged with chaos. Behind the scenes, there were whispers, accusations of contract manipulation. Artists like Mace and the Lox publicly called out bad business practices. Some alleged that working with Diddy was like selling your soul for success. You'd get the fame, but you might lose everything else. And then came the darkest chapter, the murder of Biggie. On March 9, 1997, Biggie Smalls was gunned down in Los Angeles. It was just 6 months after the murder of Tupac Shakur, and speculation swirled that the East Coast-West Coast rivalry had gone from lyrical to lethal. Diddy was at the center of the storm, not as a suspect, but as the man who had built an empire alongside Biggie. For years, theories floated that Bad Boy Records, Suge Knight's Death Row, and even law enforcement agencies may have been involved in a tangled web of corruption, ego, and retaliatory violence. Here's where things get weird. Some former bodyguards and insiders claim that Diddy knew there was a hit coming for Biggie and did nothing. Others suggested he tried to warn Biggie, but was too late. There were even wilder theories that Diddy was being surveilled by the FBI during that time, and that some of the murders were intentionally allowed to happen. Did Diddy orchestrate anything? No concrete evidence says yes, but the paranoia and suspicion never went away, and that same atmosphere of fear and secrecy seems to follow him decades later. Modern-day allegations. Fast forward to the 2020s. In 2023, things exploded. Cassie Ventura Diddy's former girlfriend and longtime collaborator filed a bombshell lawsuit alleging years of physical abuse, coerciones, trafficking, and violence. The details? Disturbing. The lawsuit led to violent encounters with other men, allegedly recording the abuse. Within a day, the lawsuit was settled, but it set off a chain reaction. More lawsuits followed. Allegations piled up like a tower of unsold Sean John tracksuits. And then, in March 2024, the FBI raided multiple Diddy properties, including his mansion in Los Angeles and his Miami home. The footage was wild agents in tactical gear, helicopters circling, and social media doing what it does best, spiraling into madness. The internet dubbed it the Diddy Raid. Memes flew. So did speculation. Federal sources hinted the raids were related to human trafficking investigations. Others mentioned guns, drugs, and money laundering. But as of now, no formal charges have been brought against Diddy. Yet, theory time. Okay, let's break this down. I've got a few theories. Some more grounded, some not so much. Theory 1. Diddy is the victim of a smear campaign. Some believe the recent lawsuit media stormed his view. Diddy is a powerful black entrepreneur who's being targeted by and don't like to see hip-hop. Billionaire gain real influence. Sounds conspiracy, but not impossible. Remember what happened to Michael Jackson, Bill Cosby before, and Kanye pre-sandwich breakdown? The entertainment industry loves a rise and an even messier fall. But here's the issue. There are just so many allegations. Like, a lot. From bodyguards to ex-girlfriends to anonymous insiders. It gets harder to explain it all away as a smear campaign when there's this much smoke. Theory 2. Diddy is running a criminal empire. Let's say the allegations are true. Then what we're looking at isn't just a troubled celebrity, it's a man allegedly running a sophisticated operation of abuse, blackmail, and silence. Think. Private surveillance, NDAs, controlled environments, and alleged trafficking. This isn't just bad behavior. It's a potential RICO case. Some Some legal analysts even said the feds might be treating Diddy like they treated mafia bosses building a case, quietly, letting him incriminate himself, and waiting for the right time to pounce. If that's true, then the 2024 raids might be the tip of a very cold, very calculated iceberg. Theory 3. He's always been protected. Another possibility, Diddy's had federal connections protecting him for years. Former bodyguards have alleged that Diddy worked with law enforcement behind the scenes. Some claim he snitched on industry rivals. Others believe he made deals to avoid prosecution trading information for immunity. If true, it could explain why despite decades of drama he's never faced serious legal consequences. Yet, Theory 4. The Illuminati made him do it. You knew this one was coming. Yes, there are people out there, lots of them, who believe Diddy is part of the music industry's elite cabal, the Illuminati. According to this theory, you don't get that rich and powerful without sacrificing something or someone. And they point to the deaths of Biggie, Kim Porter, Diddy's ex, and even the fallout with Kanye as signs of occult dealings. Is there evidence? Not really. Is it fascinating? Absolutely. Let's put it this way. In Latin, I'll issue a formal apology to every YouTube conspiracy theorist I've ever doubted. Where things stand. For a man who once threw million-dollar parties with elephants and champagne waterfalls, that's saying something. Will he go to prison? Will more victims speak out? Or will Diddy once again pivot, rebrand, and rise from the ashes like some hip-hop phoenix in a velvet suit? Only time and maybe the FBI. The truth is, one thing is clear. The story of Sean Combs isn't just a tale of success. It's a mirror held up to the music industry, to power, after silence, and to what happens when you build an empire on secrets. This has been Criminal Files. See you next time.
What criminal case do you want to see next? Comment below. It's Hanako here again. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Hey everyone, it's Nani here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden upload a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode. Welcome to Criminal Files, where we dive into the most infamous crimes, conspiracies, and criminal mysteries in history. I'm your host, Hanako. Today, by unraveling the most controversial serial killer, Ted Bundy. They say evil wears many faces, but in this case, it wore a turtleneck, drove a Volkswagen Beetle, and smiled like it was auditioning for a toothpaste commercial. Tonight, we delve into one of the most infamous serial killers in American history. A man who split his way. This is the story of Ted Bundy. And spoiler alert, he sucks. Origins of a sociopath. Let's roll the clock back. Before the headlines, the blood. Before the beat owl on November 24, 1946, in Burlington, Vermont. A Sagittarius, which explains absolutely nothing. Yeah, checks out. His mother, Eleanor Louise Cowell, was 22, unwed, and was at a home for single mothers, which was kind of like a secret society for shame in the 1940s. To hide the scandal, Buzz raised, believing his grandparents' and his mother was his sister. That's right, Bundy's origin story starts with a soap opera plot twist. Messed up start is often cited as a psychological cocktail for future sociopathy. Shame, secrecy, and a hot fudge sundae of identity confusion. Add a pinch of abuse, and boom! Starter pack. When Ted was 4, his sister took him to Tacoma, Washington, where she reclaimed her identity as his mom. She married a hospital cook named Johnny Bundy, giving Ted his famous last name. But Ted never bonded with him, probably because the suicide crisis hotline. He worked in politics. This guy was everywhere. To outsiders, he was charming, smart, and polite. He dressed well, used big words, and had a deep voice. People thought he was a future senator. Not a future, but behind the scenes, he was stealing, peeping, following women, and cultivating fantasies darker than a Zack Snyder reboot. Came Diane Edwards. She was elegant, brunette, upper class, everything Bundy wasn't. She broke up with him because he had no ambition. So what did Ted do? He got into law school, faked having his life together, and won her back only to dump her without warning as revenge. And he'll look just like her. Red flag alert. Targets long dark hair, parted in the middle, lures fake injuries, cast crutches. Car beige foul way. Beetle. Vibes gaslight. Gatekeep. Girl boss. Then murder the spree begins in. 1974. Bundy's reign of terror officially began. Victim timeline partial. January 4, Karen Sparks survived. Attacked in her basement apartment. Severe brain trauma. Bundy used a metal rod from her bed frame. February-June 1974. Multiple women disappeared from Washington and Healy. Susan Rand Court. Rhoda Parks. Brenda Ball. July 14, 1974. Double abduction Janice Ott and Denise Naslund. Witnesses said a man in a sling asked for help loading a sailboat. This is when Bundy's mask starts to slip. Not because he gets sloppy, but because the number of victims is piling up so fast, it's impossible to hide. Eyewitnesses give a name, Ted. Interstate terror. By the fall of 1974, Bundy leaves Washington and heads to Utah while still attending law school. Women keep disappearing. Nancy Wilcox, Utah. Melissa Smith, Utah Police Chief's daughter, Laura Aim. Utah Deborah Kent. Utah Karen Campbell, Colorado. Julie Cunningham, Colorado. His methods evolve. He impersonates authority figures. He uses handcuffs. He starts decapitating victims and visiting the remains days later, a deeply disturbing detail only confirmed years later by Bundy himself. Yeah, this guy wasn't just a killer, he was a necrophile, a textbook psychopath. He didn't just end lives, he violated them beyond recognition, captured, then escaped. Twice. Bundy was finally arrested in August 1975 in Salt Lake City after a routine traffic stop. His VW Beetle contained ski masks, handcuffs, and a crowbar. You know, just normal road trip gear. He was convicted of kidnapping Carol DeRanche, a survivor who fought him off. But before he could stand trial for murder, he escaped custody in 1977 by jumping out of a courthouse window. The guards were like, "Where'd he go?" And Ted was like, up, and away. He hid in the mountains for 6 days, got caught, was rejailed, and then, in December 1977, escaped again by crawling through a ceiling tile. He stole a car, fled to Florida, and went dark. The Florida Nightmare. January 15, 1978, Bundy broke into the Chi Omega house and brutally attacked 4 women, killing Lisa Levy and Margaret Bowman. He bit Lisa Levy's buttocks so hard that the dental forensics later matched the bite mark to Bundy's crime. His undoing. Kimberly Leach, his final victim. Trial of the century. In 1979, Ted Bundy stood trial for the Key Omega murder. He represented himself with the court and by Tokyo Bangit, Vincent 140 infamy. Bundy 30 plus. Most believe the true number is far higher. He was executed on January 24, 1989, at Florida State Prison. People cheered outside. Some wore t-shirts reading "Burn Bundy, Burn." He traveled extensively, often on Republican Party business, and stayed in areas that later reported disappearances. Could he have killed in California, Texas, Canada? With no digital tracking, no DNA database, and Ted playing peekaboo with police, we may never know. Theory 2. Bundy faked to play and brilliant, but psychologists say he was stone cold sane, just pathologically narcissistic and emotionally void. He chose evil. And he never. Theory 3. Bundy wanted to be caught. Some criminologists believe Bundy subconsciously wanted to be stopped. His sloppy Florida murders, reckless escapes, and sudden confessions hint that maybe, deep down, even he knew he was a monster. Then maybe he just finally ran out of people to fool. Final thoughts. Ted Bundy is often romanticized. Don't do that. He was not a rogue genius. He was not misunderstood. He was a predator who used manners as camouflage and cruelty as currency. What makes him terrifying isn't that he was inhuman, it's that he was just human enough. This case remains only in the sense that we'll never truly understand how someone so ordinary could commit such extraordinary evil. I'm Hanako, and this has been Criminal Files. Stay safe, lock your doors, and never help a man with a cast load a sailboat into a beetle. What criminal case do you want to see next? Comment below. It's Hanako here again. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
The free drink that kills. Hello, I'm Tike, and I'm Araga. Welcome to Criminal Files, where we dive into the most infamous crimes, conspiracies, and criminal mysteries in history. Today, what if I told you one of Japan's most mysterious serial killers didn't stalk his victims, but waited for them? What if the murder weapon was vitamin C? In the summer of 1985, an unknown figure still unidentified to this day set off a wave of panic across Japan. By tampering with bottles of energy drinks and leaving them near vending machines, they managed to kill at least 12 people and poison dozens more, all without ever being seen. This is the story of the Paraquat murders, also known as the vending machine killings. A case where the villain didn't carry a knife. He carried a shopping bag of soda and weed killer. The summer of '85. It was the summer of 1985. The Cold War was still on. Back to the Future had just hit theaters, and Japan was riding a massive economic boom. Tokyo was glittering, technology was soaring, and vending machines were everywhere. We're talking over 5 million vending machines in the country. One for every 24 people. They had everything in those things. Coffee, soup, ramen, underwear, a hot can of corn if you're sad. And they were love. In a country known for its order and safety, vending machines were seen as friendly, reliable like robotic friends who always had Pocari Sweat. But all that changed when a man in Fukuyama City drank a bottle of Aronamin C and collapsed within minutes.
At first, it seemed like a fluke. Then 11 more people died the same way. Vitamin C with a hint of murder. The drinks weren't purchased, they were found, usually left on or beside the vending machines, as if forgotten. But in Japan, people have a tradition called omoyari, or thoughtfulness. It's not uncommon to leave a freebie for the next person. Someone could assume, oh, a stranger left this behind, how kind. Except that kind stranger apparently mixed their Gatorade with enough herbicide to kill a horse. Tests confirmed the drinks were laced with paraquat, a weed killer so deadly that ingesting just a tablespoon is almost always fatal. Victims would experience nausea, respiratory distress, and organ failure all within hours. By the end of 1985, over 35 people had been poisoned, 12 fatally. And the most unnerving part? There was no pattern. Men, women, young, elderly, different cities, different prefectures, different vending machine brands. Just one common link, an unattended drink that looked free. It's like someone took the joy of finding a bonus soda and made it a literal death sentence. The investigation that went nowhere. Authorities were baffled. Police from multiple prefectures launched parallel investigations. Warning labels were plastered on vending machines nationwide. Do not drink unattended bottles became Japan's new, don't talk to strangers. Public panic followed. News channels aired special reports. People avoided vending machines entirely. Some companies started changing the designs so you couldn't leave a bottle on top. Despite surveillance efforts, fingerprint dusting, and thousands of man-hours, they never found the killer. No motive, no camera footage, no suspects, just a string of random poisonings, and then silence. By early 1986, the poisoning stopped without warning or explanation. The killer didn't go to jail. He just clocked out and disappeared. And honestly, that's what makes this one of the most terrifying cases we've ever covered. Theories, citrus, conspiracies. Theory 1. The Phantom Poisoner. The simplest theory? It was just one guy. A disgruntled loner who wanted to watch the world burn or at least get violently ill. This wasn't about revenge, politics, or money. Just chaos. So Japan got its own Zodiac killer, except his letters were lemon-flavored and full of murder juice. Right. The randomness might have been intentional. By killing at random, he sowed fear everywhere. That's textbook terrorism without the manifesto. But if he was so careful, why stop? Did he die? Get caught for something else? Or maybe he's still alive. Working as a barista. Watching you drink that suspicious latte. Theory 2. Corporate warfare. This theory suggests that the poisonings were part of an industrial sabotage campaign. Think about it. Nearly every poisoned bottle came from the same two brands, Vitamin C and Real Gold. Both were popular Japanese energy drinks competing for market share. Some believe this was an inside job meant to destroy consumer trust in a specific brand. Big Cola's darkest timeline. There's precedent too. Around the same time, Japan was dealing with the monster with 21 Faces, a corporate blackmailer who poisoned candy, extorted businesses, and sent cryptic letters to the press. Maybe the paraquat killer was inspired by or part of that chaos. Like a grand conspiracy where your vending machine is actually just a corporate hitman in disguise. Theory 3. Copycat killers. Now here's where it gets wild. What if it wasn't one killer but dozens? The media reported the story. The panic spread. And then, random disturbed people decided to join in. Like a grim version of the Ice Bucket Challenge. With death. Except instead of awareness, it spreads distrust, fear, and internal bleeding. The randomness, the wide geography, it all fits. Some experts say panic-driven crimes like this can become folk epidemics, where the act itself spreads like a meme. Maybe the original killer stopped, but his method didn't. Theory 4. The perfect murder. What if the killer never meant to kill? At first, some theorists say the first bottle was an accident, maybe left behind by someone cleaning farm tools. But once it killed someone, the idea inspired others. Like the Joker dropping one poisoned Snapple and saying, "Let's see what happens." Theory 5. Paraquat wasn't the only poison.
This one's for my fellow tinfoil hat collectors. What if the poisonings were a test run? For bioweapon response times, emergency panic levels, gouvernement surveillance, arage. What? The CIA has done weirder stuff. The aftermath. Trust broken. After the attack stopped, Japan's vending culture had changed forever. Bottles began carrying tamper-proof seals. Machines were redesigned. Laws regulating paraquat tightened. Still, the paraquat poisonings remain one of the most chilling examples of anonymous mass murder in modern times. He didn't leave notes. He didn't demand money. He didn't want attention. He just wanted people to be afraid of the things they trust most. And if that's not the scariest kind of killer, I don't know what is. Case summary. Toxin. Paraquat herbicide. Method. Poisoned energy drinks left at vending machines. Casualties. 12 confirmed dead. 35 plus poisoned. Killer. Still at large. Or gone without a trace. So remember, folks, if you see a free drink on top of a vending machine, maybe just buy your own. Or don't drink anything. Ever. Just hydrate on fear.
What criminal case do you want to see next? Comment below. It's Hanako here again. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video. Hey everyone, it's Nene here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden upload a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode. Hey everyone, it's Nene here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell and get notified whenever Hayden upload a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode. Welcome to Criminal Files, where we dive into the most infamous crimes, conspiracies, and criminal mysteries in history. I'm your host, Yuki. Today, by unraveling the Muffin Man. He wore an apron. He brought baked goods to your door. And if the stories are true, he killed more children than the plague. His name was Frederick Thomas Linwood, also known as the Muffin Man and the Drury Lane Dice. Long before Jack the Ripper stalked Whitechapel, Linwood was already making the streets of London run red with jam, or blood. Probably blood. Today we explore the world's first ever serial killer, the Muffin Man of Drury Lane. As the man beneath the apron, let's rewind back to the late 1500s. Queen Elizabeth I was ruling England. Shakespeare was scribbling up a storm, and people bathed roughly once per solstice. Born in 1563, Frederick Thomas Linwood lived in London's Drury Lanes. Not the actual Drury Lane from the nursery rhyme. It was a neighborhood packed with merchants, bakeries, meat vendors, and a suspicious number of plague pits. Think! Trader Joe's, if Trader Joe's also had sewer rats the size of poodles. Linwood came from a family of bakers and was considered a muffin man, someone who delivered baked goods, especially muffins to households. Basically the Amazon Fresh of the 16th century. Now, by all outward appearances, Linwood was just a jolly guy with a flower-dusted tunic and a basket of muffins. But according to whispered lore, behind his charming grin was a man responsible for some of the earliest serial killings in British history. And honestly, it makes sense. You have to be a little unhinged to deliver muffins during the bubonic plague and still smile. Beat the trail of crumbs? So how did this dude go from local baker to cautionary tales sung by British toddlers? Let's start with the reports. Between 1590 and 1612, there at least 15 children vanished from the Drury objects baked into their own goods. Imagine dying by brioche shrapnel. Not a good look. Now back then, the justice system was less CSI and more burn the weird guy. No centralized police force, no crime scene tape, just lots of screaming and maybe a pitchfork. And yet Linwood was never caught. The dice. Alright, here's where it gets creepy and dicey. Linwood's other nickname, the Drury Lane Dice, came from an account recorded in a 1609 church log where a vicar wrote, "There is a man who chooses children by the roll of cursed bones. 6 is for the fair-haired, 2 is for the bold." Yes, according to legend, Linwood rolled dice to decide who to kill. Imagine Dungeons Dragons, except instead of casting a spell, they're casting a child into the sewer. It said he carried the dice in a leather pouch tied to his apron and rolled them every morning to let fate decide. Now who must be taken? And yes, that's the most terrifying muffin delivery ritual I've ever heard. If my Uber Eats driver pulled out dice before handing me a bag, I'd burn my house down. His methods and muffin meat? How did he kill? That's the dark twist that really stuck in public consciousness. Some say he lured children by offering them sugar-dusted muffins, then dragged them into the sewers beneath his bakery. Others claim he didn't just kill, he cooked. Yes, there's a deeply unsettling and possibly exaggerated theory that Linwood baked parts of his victims into his muffins and sold them to unsuspecting customers. Cannibalism? In Tudor England? Well, they did eat eels and pies and put lead in makeup. So honestly, it wouldn't even crack the top 5 worst habits. And this part, this twisted rumor, is what many believe inspired the song. Do you know the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man? Who lives on Drury Lane? Which might be less a cute rhyme and more a historic true crime diss track. Theories. Theory 1, the first documented serial killer. The most popular theory? Linwood was the real deal, a textbook serial killer long before serial killer was even a term. He had the trademarks. A routine, a cover job, victims with a pattern, weird ritualistic behavior, and apparently, muffins made of flesh. Some even consider him England's first serial killer, predating Mary Bateman, Mary Ann Cotton, and Jack the Ripper by centuries. If true, Thomas Linwood wasn't just a killer, he was a prototype. This theory says the nursery rhyme is a dark warning that survived generations, and that Linwood, through fear alone, embedded himself into British folklore, and possibly into the morning breakfast of Londoners for decades. Theory 2, a bedtime boogeyman. Here's the skeptic take. Linwood never existed. He's just the original stranger danger. In this theory, the Muffin Man was invented by desperate parents in the 1600s to keep kids from wandering alone or stealing food. You know, like, don't go near the bakery, or the Muffin Man will roll the bones on you. There's some historical support for this. Child mortality was insanely high back then, and parents often used scary folk tales to keep kids out of trouble or away from seedy plague-ridden neighborhoods. In this case, Linwood could be the medieval version of Slender Man, only this one's got cinnamon sugar. So instead of yelling "stranger danger," 16th century kids were like, "Help, a man with scones is casting death spells on me." Theory 3, he was a coven tool. Now here's one for the conspiracy lovers. Linwood wasn't acting alone. This theory suggests he was under the control or employ of a witch's coven operating beneath Drury Lane. How would that work? Simple. The muffins were infused with herbal mixtures that caused hallucinations, paralysis, or willing compliance. Some even claim he was baking ritual offerings. That's right. He wasn't selling muffins, she was baking sacrificial pastries. There's a 1610 letter archived in the Church of England's collection describing a baker whose goods bring madness and shadow. Totally normal church note. All I'm saying is, the idea of a secret muffin-worshipping death cult is honestly kind of metal. And theory 4, he was a victim of a cover-up. Now, wild card theory. Some say Linwood may not have been the killer at all, but the scapegoat. It's possible that Linwood, as a prominent baker, got caught up in a local power struggle between rival guilds or religious factions. Accusing him of murder, child snatching, and cannibalism would be an efficient way to ruin his name and get rid of him. In this children still sing his song. And British folklore books casually mention him as England's most infamous unknown. Creepy rhymes, creams, and no clear ending. Just the way we like it on this show. So who was Frederick Thomas Linwood? A baker, a butcher, a scapegoat? Maybe just a man who took muffin delivery way too seriously? One thing's for sure. Strange mass on your door with a dice with breakfast. This has been Criminal Files. See you next time. Subscribe for more deep dives into twisted tales from the past. And remember, breakfast is the most dangerous meal of the day. What criminal next? Comment below. It's Hanako here again. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you like, don't subscribe to our upcoming questions. Let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video. Hey everyone, it's Nene here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden uploads a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode.
A boxcar in the internet's dark reflection. Welcome to Criminal Files, where we dive deep into the most infamous crimes, conspiracies, and criminal mysteries in history. I'm your host, Yuki. Today, we're unraveling a girl A on a quiet June afternoon in 2004 inside a typical Japanese elementary school. A young girl lured her classmate in an empty classroom. There were no adults present. No one to stop what would happen next. What followed was a murder so shocking, so eerily calm, and yet so uniquely intimate infused that it spawned not just national outrage, but an entire subculture. This is a case where childhood cruelty and the sleep creeping influence of digital and no one. Sasaki, a 12-year-old, a killer, her classmate, age 11. Let's call her, and yeah, that's the age difference. 1 year. This was not a crime of adults or high schoolers or even teenagers. This was child-on-child violence, and it was surgical. Girl A had invited Satomi into an unused classroom during lunch break. The room was silent. Students and teachers were elsewhere. Girl A slashed Satomi across the neck and arms. Satomi bled to death on the floor. No screaming, no fleeing, just silence. Then, Girl A left, calmly. She returned to her own classroom, covered. When approached by a teacher, her only words, "I've done something wrong." You don't say, Girl A. Now, who was this girl? In public records, she always was referred to as Girl A, but we'll explore that later. The internet had other plans for her identity. Girl A was, by all accounts, a smart and friendly child. Classmates described her as thick, kind, maybe a little awkward. She played basketball jokes. Over the spring of 2004, Girl A began to change. She withdrew, less social. She became more obsessed with horror media, particularly violent flash animations and creepypastas tales circulating on early Japanese internet forum. This wasn't an era of TikTok dances and Minecraft. This was the early 2000s, the height of two-channel flash games and dark message boards. And Girl A, she drove right in. Her internet life. Let's talk about where she spent her time online. She was frequently visiting sites like 2channel, the pro-Reddit of Japan, fan forums for horror flash videos, and sites sharing urban legends like the Red Room Curse. These just weren't little fun cartoons. These were often filled with violence, gore, and psychological horror. One particular flash animation, the Red Room, allegedly became a fixation of hers. It depicted a haunted pop-up ad that doomed
I'm Toga, Himiko Toga. Just a quick blood reminder that if you want to see more videos, be sure to hit that like button and subscribe and click that notification bell so that way you can get notified whenever there's a new upload. Now, where's my sweetheart Deku at? I'm Toga, Himiko Toga. Just a quick blood reminder that if you want to see more videos, be sure to hit that like button and subscribe and click that notification bell so that way you can get notified whenever there's a new upload. Now, where's my sweetheart Deku at?
Medieval version of Slender Man, only this one's got cinnamon sugar. So instead of yelling stranger danger, 16th century kids were like, help, a man with go.
a killer. Her classmate, age 11. Let's call her Girl A.
Main Tomato was a 20-year-old
that lets her off the hook too easily. That mental illness can't explain premeditation. She planned that meeting. She brought that weapon. Was this illness or calculated? Theory 2. Internet desensitization. Another theory. Girl A was just a kid raised on digital lore. The early internet, especially forums like 2channel, weren't monitored. Kids could stumble into some truly dark stuff. She saw so much violence that death may have just become fictional in her mind. She wasn't trying to kill a person. She was trying to play out a story. But again, how does a child learn to slash a neck artery with precision? That takes intent, not just influence. Theory 3. She wanted to become a legend. Now this is where things get spicy. Some theorists, and I'm not saying that they're wrong, believe Girl A wanted to become a modern urban legend. She knew the Red Room. She knew horror stories. She wanted to write her own in blood, a real-life creepypasta. And if that was her plan, she succeeded. Nevada 10 is still whispered about in the depths of Japanese web forums. She became a digital ghost. Theory 4. Culture of silence. There's one more angle worth mentioning: Japanese school culture. There's an unspoken pressure in Japanese schools to maintain harmony, avoid conflict, and suppress emotional outbursts. Some argue that the lack of emotional outlets, combined with academic pressure, created a psychological power Girl A couldn't speak about her age, so she acted out in it. Brutally. Epilogue. Where is she now? So what happened to Nevada 10? After nearly a decade of confinement, she was quietly released. She believed to be living under a new name, protected by anonymity laws. The only people who know her identity are the government, her therapist, and possibly her new employers, assuming she even has a job. Satomi Mitarari, meanwhile, is buried, forgotten by the internet, remembered by her family. Closing thoughts. This case is disturbing, not just because of the murder, but because of what happened after. How quickly a child killer became a meme. How tragedy became iconographical. How the line between fantasy and horror and real-world violence blurred in the broadband age. What makes the Vatican truly unsettling isn't that she killed her classmate. It's that we made her famous for it. So what do you think? Was this the result of untreated mental illness? A digital descent into desensitization? Or the most horrifying performance art of the internet age? Let me know. This has been Criminal Files. See you next time. Subscribe for more deep dives into twisted tales from the past. I'll be over here deleting my Red Room bookmarks.
What criminal case do you want to see next? Comment below. It's Hanako here again. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Everyone, it's Tech here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden upload a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode. Where's my friend Hanako at? Hanako!
Welcome to Criminal Files, where we deep dive into the most infamous crimes, conspiracies, and criminal mysteries in history. I'm your host, Araga. Today's case is about a young woman chasing her dream, an obsessed fan who couldn't let go, and a tragedy that sparked national outrage in Japan. This is the story of Mayu Tomita, the idol singer whose career was almost cut short by a knife-wielding stalker. And no, not in some shadowy alleyway at midnight. This happened in broad daylight on a regular Tokyo street right before a concert. So, buckle in, understanding the idol world. Before we dive in, we need to talk about Japan's idol industry. Imagine your favourite pop star wasn't just performing in stadiums, but also doing weekly meet and greets in small event halls, where you could shake hands, chat for a few seconds, or maybe even get a personalised message. That's idol culture. Idols aren't necessarily the most musically skilled. Their appeal is more about their personality, approachability, and the idea of watching someone grow from a beginner into a star. Fans invest emotionally. Some see idols as friends. Some as more than that. Now that can be totally harmless, but when boundaries blur, it can get very unhealthy very fast. Who was Mayu Tomita? Mayu Tomita was a 20-year-old in 2016, a university student, an aspiring actress, and a rising star in the indie idol scene. She was working her way up, performing at small venues, doing fan events, balancing school with a body and entertainment career. She had the kind of personality fans loved. Warm, open, and grateful. She responded to her fans on social media, shared glimpses of her daily life, and stayed humble despite her growing popularity. But here's the thing. When your brand is built on closeness, you can end up letting in people who just don't want to be your fans. They want to be part of your life. The obsessive fan. Enter 27-year-old Tomohiro Iwasaki. On the surface, just another man in the crowd. But behind his polite exterior was a fan who couldn't take no for an answer. He began messaging me a lot. At first, his messages were friendly, the kind you'd expect from an excited fan. But over time, they grew more personal and demanding. By demanding, I mean the kind of messages you would make me lock your doors, and maybe also your windows. Escalation. Iwasaki sent her hundreds of tweets and DMs. When Mayu stopped responding, he got frustrated. She blocked him, and that's when the tone shifted. He began retweeting about her, publicly, with anger, resentment, and vile threats. One tweet read, "I'll never forgive you." Another hinted she would pay for ignoring him. That's not the kind of tweet you can just scroll past and laugh off. The warnings. May did the right thing. She went to the police. She showed them the tweets. She told them she feared her safety. She wanted action. But at the time, Japan's anti-stalking laws were still limited. Unless the stalker made repeated, unwanted contact after a police warning, there wasn't much that could be done, especially if the harassment was online. So basically, the law said, yeah, we'll see that threat, but could you wait until the threat needs you more? Great system. The day of the attack. On the afternoon of May 21st, Mei was on her way to a performance in Kogami, Tokyo. The sun was out. The street was calm. She was just a few minutes from the venue. But she wasn't alone. Iwasaki had been waiting for her. He approached, asking about a watch he had given to her as a gift she had returned. He wanted to know why. And when she didn't give him the answer he wanted, he pulled out a knife and attacked. The attack. He stabbed her over 20 times. Her neck, chest, arms, face. Witnesses said she tried to run, but collapsed. Some rushed to call emergency services. Others were frozen in place. The attack was so violent that the blade bent from the force. And this was all happening in broad daylight, on a public street, right when she was supposed to be singing on stage. The arrest. Police arrived quickly and arrested Iwasaki. He didn't resist. He didn't run. In fact, he admitted to it, saying he was angry she returned his gift without explaining why. Yeah, 20 stab wounds over a watch. Seems reasonable. The hospital bed. May was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. Doctors performed emergency surgery. She was placed in a medical-induced coma. When she woke, she had partial vision loss in her left eye, nerve damage in her arms, and deep physical and emotional scars. The trial. In court, Iwasaki admitted to attempted murder. His defense claimed that he acted in a moment of emotional instability, but the judge was swayed. In 2017, Iwasaki was sentenced to 14 and a half years in prison, which, considering the severity of the attack, doesn't exactly feel like justice. Public outrage and law changes. The attack initiated a national debate over Japanese stalking laws. Critics argue that the police could have prevented the attack if they had taken May's warnings seriously. In 2017, the government revisited the laws, adding online harassment as a punishable stalking offence, and allowing earlier intervention by police. May's recovery. May gradually returned to her public life. She has spoken openly about her attack, her recovery, and her mission to protect others from similar situations. Her voice, once used to sing, is now also a tool for advocacy. Theories. Alright, let's talk about theories of why this happened the way it did. Because yes, we still know the what, but the why still matters. Theory 1. Obsession turned rage. This is the straightforward one. It was like he got obsessed, got rejected, and lashed out violently. The return to gift was just a trigger. Theory 2. System failure. Some argue this wasn't just about one man. It was about a system that ignored warning signs. If police had acted on Mayhew's initial report, he might have not ever gotten near him. Theory 3. Idol culture dark side. Others believe the structure of idol culture, where personal access is a part of the product, creates an environment where fans can convince themselves that they have a deeper relationship than they really do. When reality hits, sometimes it hits hard. I personally think it's a mix of all three. You've got a dangerous individual, a broken system, and an industry that blurs boundaries. That's like the Bermuda Triangle of bad outcomes. Closing thoughts. My Tomato story is haunting because it's not an idolized case. It's a reminder that fame doesn't make you safe. Sometimes it makes you a target. She's alive today because of quick emergency response, but her life in the industry will never be the same. And for the record, I won't return any gifts, even if it sucks, especially if it sucks. Let me know. This has been Criminal Files. See you next time. Subscribe for more deep dives into twisted tales from the past.
What criminal case do you want to see next? Comment below. It's Hanako here again. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Everyone, it's Tech here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden upload a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode. Where's my friend Hanako at? Hanako!
If you or someone you know is struggling with thoughts of violence or despair, reach out. Help is available. Stay safe and stay connected. Welcome to Criminal Files, where we dive into the most infamous crimes, conspiracies, and criminal mysteries in history. I'm your host, Teke. Today's case is about 5 grade Arizona girls arrested for plotting to harm a classmate and making it seem like he did. Edit! It's October 1st, 2024. In Surprise, Arizona, a place that lives up to its name, but not in the way you'd hope. This isn't the kind of surprise you want. Legacy Traditional School, West Surprise Campus, is the kind of school you'd drive by without a second thought. Beige, stucco buildings, flagpoles with the Arizona and U.S. flags, and a fenced playground with neat patches of grass. You might imagine spelling bees, science fairs, recess chatter, but inside those beige walls, on that early fall afternoon, something was brewing. Not a fight, not a prank, something darker. 4 girls, all in the 5th grade, all between 10 and 11 years old, were putting together a plan. A plan to lure a male classmate into a school bathroom, attack him, and then stage the scene so it looked like he had fallen.
Let that sink in for a moment. This is not a scene from a crime drama. This isn't the plot of a cautionary short film shown in a health class. This is a real-life criminal case involving children who, at that age, should be worrying about multiplication tables and weekend sleepovers, and yet the details of the roles they assigned, the precautions they discussed, suggest something else entirely, something intentional. Over the next hour, we're going to dissect what became known as the bathroom plot. We'll walk through how it started, the one overheard phrase that unraveled it, the police investigation, and the aftermath that unfolded months later when the story became public in June 2025. We'll also stop at key moments to explore the theories, not the wild internet speculation, but grounded, evidence-based possibilities about how and why something like this could happen in the first place. The setting and the players. Before we get into the events of October 1st, let's set the stage. Legacy Traditional School is part of a network of charter schools in Arizona and Nevada, known for its structured, traditional approach uniforms, strict schedules, and high academic expectations. This isn't a free roam type of campus. Teachers and staff maintain order. Students are accounted for. That's why what happened here was so shocking. If you were to line up every 5th grader in the school and ask which ones would be capable of plotting violence, most people wouldn't even consider the possibility. They'd say, they're just kids. But according to the police reports and later media coverage, 4 girls, let's call them Student A, Student B, Student C, and Student D crossed that line. These girls weren't strangers to each other. They were classmates, connected socially, and at least one had a personal grievance with the intended victim, a boy we'll refer to only as the target. The target was, according to his family, autistic. They've said publicly that he struggles with certain social interactions, but is gentle, smart, and loves video games. He wasn't the kind of kid who typically got in fight, but somewhere along the way, conflict began brewing between him and at least one of the girls. The motive, as reported, what could drive a 10 or 11-year-old to think about UA a classmate? Police reports suggest the motive, or at least the spark, was rooted in playground romance drama. At least one of the girls believed the boy had cheated on her. In the world of 5th graders, dating often means sharing snacks, sitting next to each other at lunch, maybe passing notes in class. But feelings can still be intense, and in this case, those feelings turned to anger. From there, it escalated. And here's where it gets difficult to wrap your mind around. This wasn't a single outburst. This was a plan. Planning the crime. The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office would later outline the alleged plan in detail. One girl would bring the weapon, specifically a dinner thing from home. One girl would be stationed as a lookout at the bathroom entrance to warn if anyone was coming. One girl would be the one to carry out the job. One girl would write the note to make it appear as though the boy had fallen. They even discussed wearing gloves to avoid leaving DNA. A level of detail that raises serious questions about where they learned these methods. This wasn't said in the heat of the moment. It was mapped out. The moment everything changed. In every criminal case, there's often a single turning point where the plan falls apart. For the bathroom plot, it was a phrase overheard by another student. Just him. It wasn't whispered quietly enough. The student who overheard it didn't know exactly what it meant, but they knew it wasn't a normal recess argument. That student told a parent, and that parent did exactly what you'd hope. They contacted the school immediately. The school's emergency response, the reaction from the school was swift. The girls were pulled from their classes and kept separate. Parents were called. Law enforcement was contacted, and deputies from the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office arrived at the campus. The deputies began by interviewing each girl individually. With their parents present, they searched backpacks. While no thing was found that day, the consistency of the stories and the level of detail left little doubt that the plan had been discussed. Seriously. By the end of the school day, the 4 girls were under arrest. The immediate legal outcome, because of their ages, none of the girls could be charged as adults. In Arizona, children this young are typically handled in juvenile court. The charges were misdemeanor counts of threatening and disorderly conduct. After being booked, They were released to their parents. All four were suspended, and the school began the process of considering expulsion. The investigation unfolds. Law enforcement takes over. Once the call came in from the concerned parent, everything shifted from school discipline to a criminal investigation. The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office doesn't take threats lightly, especially in the wake of national attention on school safety. Deputies were dispatched immediately to Legacy Traditional School. By the time they arrived, school administrators had already separated the four girls. They were in different rooms, away from other students, with staff members present. This separation was critical. Once law enforcement arrived, it meant each girl's account could be recorded without the influence of the others. The first interviews. Deputies started the process carefully. Each interview was conducted with a parent or guardian present, as required by law for minors. The interviews began with general questions: how the day was going, and what they had for lunch, before moving into the core subject, whether they had discussed doing something bad to another student. Reports indicate that the girls were surprisingly open. While not every detail was immediately admitted, enough was shared to paint a coherent picture. There was a discussion about UA, the boy. Roles had been assigned. A weapon had been considered. A fake note was part of the plan. 3 of the girls expressed some degree of remorse during questioning. Their voices reportedly shook. Some cried. But according to law enforcement, 1 girl did not. She allegedly smiled during questioning, gave casual answers, and made excuses, behavior that stood out to the deputies. Searching for the weapon. One of the first steps in any case involving a threat of violence is to search for the means to carry it out. Deputies searched the girls' backpacks. No knife was found that day. That could mean a number of things. The weapon was never actually brought to school. The plan was still in the preparatory stage. Or, in a more chilling possibility, the plan had been delayed until without the physical weapon present. Prosecutors faced a different kind of case, one based on conspiracy and threats rather than attempted attack. The boy at the center of it all. While the girls were being questioned, the target was and they were shocked. According to later interviews, they struggled to believe that kids his own age imagine, let alone attempt, something so deliberate. The boy, autistic and sensitive to stress, was deeply shaken. His family has said that he still deals with anxiety related to being around peers at school. The arrest process. After the interviews, deputies made the decision. The girls would be taken into custody. Because of their ages, the arrest process was not the same as for adults. There were no handcuffs in front of peers, no public pourboire, but they were still formally processed, their names recorded, charges filed, parents notified in writing. The official charges were misdemeanor, threatening, and disorderly conduct. Each was released to their parents the same day, but their futures at the school were immediately in question. Behind closed doors, the parent meetings. After the arrests, the school scheduled meetings with each family involved. These meetings were tense, according to those with knowledge of the situation. For the parents of the accused, it was a moment of disbelief. Some defended their daughters as having been caught up in the situation, insisting they never would have gone through with it. Others expressed remorse and apologized privately to the victim's family. For the victim's parents, it was raw anger. They felt the plan was clear, intentional, and dangerous, whether or not the girls had the means to carry it out. The role of the juvenile system. Once the case entered the juvenile system, the focus shifted from punishment to prevention. Juvenile courts in Arizona are designed to address the underlying issues, whether that's emotional regulation, family problems, or exposure to harmful influences. The outcome for these girls would eventually involve diversion programs, educational and counseling sessions meant to prevent reoffending. But in the public's eyes, the fact that they were back home within hours of being arrested felt insufficient. From closed case to public outcry. The case lays quiet October 2024, June 2025. For nearly 8 months after the October honest 2024 incident, the case barely made a ripple outside the immediate school community. Within Legacy Traditional School, the matter was handled with deliberate privacy. The 4 girls were suspended. The victim's family was working through the trauma in private. The Maricopa County Attorney's Office processed the charges within the juvenile system, which by law is shielded from public record in many respects. The school likely issued internal safety reminders, but there were no press conferences, no headlines. For all the students who weren't directly aware of what happened, it was just another year in the life of their school. Then came June 2025, and the quiet ended. The police report surfaces. It started with a public records request. Journalists had learned of a serious incident at the school involving multiple students. When the request for the police report was approved, the details hit newsrooms like a shockwave. Inside the report was the complete breakdown of the plot. The assigned roles: weapon carrier, lookout, attacker, and the note writer. The discussion of gloves to hide fingerprints. The overheard phrase, just him. Even without names, because they were minors, the story was explosive. Now, on June 25, 2025, the New York Post ran the headline, 4 5th-grade girls devise sinister plot to UA. The boy fake his fall. Cops. Within hours, outlets like People, Law, Crime, and Crime Online had their own versions. The tone varied, some focused on the chilling nature of the plan, others on the ages of those involved. Talk shows began discussing it. Radio segments ran phone-ins where parents debated whether children this young could truly be dangerous or if they'd go too far. In online forums, the debate took on another layer. Was this the failure of the school, the parents, or both? The public reaction, the public response was intense and divided. Some commenters demanded harsher charges. Charges should not shield them from serious legal consequences. Others stressed rehabilitation, warning that punitive measures could permanently damage children who might still be reachable with the right intervention. In Arizona, the incident reignited debates about school threat assessment protocols. How seriously should every overheard conversation be taken? And perhaps once a credible threat is identified. The August 2025 family statement. By August 4th, 2025, the victim's family had decided to speak publicly. In an interview with AZ Family, they described their ongoing frustration. They said their son, who is autistic, was still dealing with anxiety and emotional trauma from the incident. They believed the juvenile system's resolution, which included diversion programs and apology letters from the girls, was not enough. One detail stood out. The family had yet to receive any of the apology letters. Months after the resolution, they also expressed concern about how quickly the girls were allowed back into public life after the arrests, saying it made them question whether the school and legal system truly prioritized their son's safety. What the diversion programs meant. Juvenile diversion programs in Arizona are designed to prevent future offenses. They typically involve counseling and therapy sessions, educational modules on consequences and empathy, community service, written apologies to victims. Completion can lead to the case being closed without a formal juvenile record a second chance. But to the victim's family, the lack of closure from the promised apologies left the outcome feeling hollow. Why the story broke in June 2025. So if this all happened in October 2024, why did the public hear about it months later, in June 2025? That's when the police report became public. Media outlets obtained it and began reporting on the details, the roles assigned to each girl. The plan to fake the fall note, the gloves. The story went national, shocked, outraged, and desperate for answers. Minds of youth, impulsivity, premeditation, and the aftermath. Understanding the child mind in crime. When adults hear about children plotting something as serious as attack, it's natural to ask, did they really know what they were doing? Child psychology tells us the answer isn't simple. Between ages 10 and Children are at a critical developmental stage. Their brains are rapidly growing, especially in areas related to impulse control, judgment, and empathy. On one hand, by this age, kids understand that death is permanent. They recognize right and wrong. But on the other hand, their ability to foresee long-term consequences, especially emotional and legal, is limited compared to adults. Impulsivity versus premeditation. In criminal law, the difference between impulsive and premeditated action is huge. Impulsivity means acting on the spur of the moment, without forethought. Premeditation means thinking about the act in advance, planning it out. What makes the bathroom plot so unsettling is the clear evidence of premeditation. Roles assigned, tools discussed, cover-up measures like gloves, and the note. That's not an impulsive playground spat. It's a cold, calculated plan. But there's a twist. Even with premeditation, kids this age might still lack full awareness of the emotional devastations could cause. They may see it as a game or an extreme way to solve a problem, not fully grasping the moral gravity. Experts suggest that the girl's knowledge of things like gloves and fake fall notes likely came from exposure to media, television, crime dramas, movies, or while many children consume media responsibly, some pick up dangerous ideas without adult guidance. The way media often portrays crime can make it seem like a series of moves, and without conversation about the real-life pain and consequences, these ideas can take root in young minds in disturbing ways. Community and school responses after the story broke. After the story became public in June 2025, the school and community had to respond. Legacy Traditional School implemented increased supervision during recess and lunch, training for teachers and staff on identifying early warning signs of violent ideation, counseling resources for all students to discuss conflict resolution and emotional regulation. The community held several public forums, some contentious, where parents and school officials debated how to balance safety with compassion for all students involved. 1. Understanding intent at age 10, 11. Let's step back and ask, did these 4 girls fully understand the consequences of what they were planning? Child development experts say that by ages 10 to 11, most children do understand that death is permanent. But the moral and emotional way to view someone is another matter entirely. There's also a factor known as fantasy. Children can blend real-life distance with ideas drawn from media, video games, or stories. The gloves, the fake note, these could have been borrowed from crime shows or online videos, without a real grasp of how easily such a plan could unravel, or how devastating the outcome would be. If this theory is correct, we're looking at a dangerous mix. Exposure to violent scenarios in media without enough adult discussion to explain consequences. Underdeveloped emotional regulation in moments of anger or jealousy. Groupthink, when being part of the group becomes more important than questioning what the group is doing. In other words, it's possible these girls intellectually knew what they were planning, but lacked the emotional capacity to process the true heart. Theory 2, group hierarchy, peer influence. Now, let's talk about how group dynamics might have fueled this plan. Psychologists studying juvenile crime often point to a phenomenon called leader-follower dynamics. In groups of children, there's usually 1 or 2 individuals who take on dominant roles, setting the tone, making the plans, deciding what's cool or necessary. In reports, one girl was more detached and less remorseful than the others. It's possible she was the primary instigator, the one who pushed the idea from casual talk into concrete planning. For the others, participation might have been driven by fear of social exclusion if they refused, a desire to seem tough or loyal to the group, disbelief that because they were acting together, responsibility was somehow shared or diluted. Groupthink can be powerful, especially among preteens. In such settings, moral hesitation can be overridden by the need to maintain social standing, a factor that has been documented in everything from school bullying to coordinated theft. In this theory, it's not that all four were equally committed to the idea of violence. It's that the group structure amplified and legitimized the plan until it felt normal inside their circle. Theory 3. The role of school environment. Adult oversight. The third major theory about why this incident progressed as far as it did focuses on the environment both at school and at home. Schools are the primary stage for social dynamics in children's lives. Conflicts, cliques, and shifting loyalties are part of growing up. But when supervision is thin in certain areas, lunchrooms, playgrounds, hallways, moments can slip through the cracks. In this case, the planning allegedly took place during the school day, with enough privacy for the girls to outline detailed roles. That raises questions. Could closer supervision during free time have intercepted the plot earlier? Was there an existing pattern of bullying or conflict that went unaddressed? Were there warning signs, behavior changes, escalated arguments that weren't picked up on by adults? At home, the question becomes, were the girls consuming media or engaging online without enough guidance to understand what was real versus fictional? The conclusion from a scripted crime show than a naturally reoccurring idea in an elementary school setting. If this theory holds, the incident wasn't simply the product of one bad decision, but the result of gaps in adult awareness and intervention, a system that failed to catch a dangerous plan before it solidified. Theory 4. Is this a sign of something broader? Fourth theory we consider is whether the bathroom plot is a symptom of a larger trend, a cultural shift where children's emotional worlds are increasingly complex, but adult support systems aren't keeping pace. Consider these factors. Increasing exposure to violence through media and online content, rising social pressures at younger ages, bullying, peer drama, and even early romantic feelings, stigma around mental health that prevents children from getting help, fragmented family and community support, especially during and after the COVID-19 pandemic disruptions. In this theory, what happened at Legacy Traditional School isn't an isolated freak event, but a warning sign, a call for schools, families, and communities to invest in emotional education and open communication before more kids find themselves in desperate, dangerous places. Justice, prevention, and reflection. Legal outcomes and juvenile proceedings. As the juvenile proceedings wrapped through late 2025, the courts focused on balancing accountability with the girls' young ages and potential for rehabilitation. While none of the four were tried as adults, the consequences were serious. All four entered juvenile diversion programs focused on mental health counseling, conflict resolution, and empathy development. Probation periods of 6 to 12 months were imposed, during which ongoing therapy was mandatory. Written apologies were to be completed and delivered to the victim's family, although the delay in receiving these caused ongoing frustration. Expulsion from legacy traditional school was permanent for all four, with placements in alternative educational settings. These outcomes reflect Arizona's juvenile justice system's emphasis on restoration rather than punishment, recognizing the girls' age and circumstances but still addressing the severity of their planned actions. Expert Opinions Prevention starts early. We spoke with child psychologists, school counselors, and juvenile justice experts who agree on one key point. Prevention has to start well before a crisis forms. Some of their recommendations include proactive social-emotional learning in elementary schools to teach kids empathy, conflict resolution, and emotional regulation. Open communication channels where students feel safe reporting concerning behavior without fear of punishment. Parental education on recognizing early warning signs, changes in mood, withdrawal, or talk of violence. Community programs to support mental health access for children and families. They also emphasize the importance of not sensationalizing these events in the media, which can lead to fear or stigma rather than understanding and action. Reflections: what does this mean for Arizona and beyond? The bathroom plot stands as a stark reminder. Even the youngest among us can struggle with darkness we might not expect. Arizona's schools and communities have taken steps to bolster safety, but the incident reveals cracks in how we address youth, mental health, and violence prevention. For parents, educators, and lawmakers, the challenge is clear. Invest in early, compassionate intervention. Build trusting environments where kids feel heard. Understand the complexity of childhood behavior instead of reducing it to bad kids or troublemakers. Because in cases like this, those labels won't keep anyone safe. Only awareness, empathy, and action will. Closing. Thank you for following this difficult case with me. It's one that challenges how we think about childhood, safety, and responsibility. If you or someone you know is struggling with thoughts of violence or despair, reach out. Help is available. Until next time, stay safe and stay connected. What criminal case do you want to see next? Comment below. It's Hanako here again. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video. Everyone, it's Tech here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden upload a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode. Where's my friend Hanako at? Hanako!
What is a story? Is it something we tell just for fun? To scare each other around the campfire? Or is it something more? Can a story breathe? It can take step out of the pages of a book or the pixels on a screen and into our world. Can it plant an idea so powerful, so terrifying that it becomes real? Most of the time, the answer is no. But on May 31st, 2014, in the quiet suburban town of Waukesha, Wisconsin, the line between fiction and a horror violent reality didn't just blur, it was torn to pieces. This is the case that true crime fans know, but few truly understand the depth of it. It is not a typical story about a predator. It is about a story of belief, and the dark corners of the internet, and how a modern-day boogeyman named Slender Man convinced two 12-year-old girls to nearly kill their best friend. This is Criminal Files, where we dive deep into the most infamous crimes, conspiracies, and criminal mysteries in history. I'm your host, Jalitza, the Spirit Cat, and today we're diving into the case that asks the terrifying question: what happens when online horror becomes an offline nightmare? To understand this crime, you have to understand the monster at the center of it. And Slender Man is a fascinating and uniquely 21st century creation. He wasn't born from ancient folklore or centuries-old legends. Slender Man was created on June 10th, 2009, in a thread on the website Something Awful. The forum was holding a Photoshop contest to create paranormal images. Named Eric Knudsen, under the alias Victor Surge, posted 2 black and white photos of groups of children. He edited in a tall, impossibly thin figure in a black suit, with elongated arms and a blank, featureless face. The captions mentioned this figure abducting children. The internet, as it does, ran with it. The simple, creepy image wildfire of collaborative storytelling. People started writing creepypastas, horror stories, copied and pasted across forums. They created YouTube series like Marble Horse and Hybrid, which presented Slenderman in a found footage, pseudo-documentary style. He became a meme, a myth, a digital legend. He stalked children in the woods. He caused memory loss, nosebleeds, and paranoia in his victims, and he could extend his tentacle-like arms from his back. He was, for most people, a brilliantly effective piece of internet horror, a campfire story for the digital age. But for a specific demographic, impressionable, curious kids exploring the darker side of the web, he was something else entirely. He felt real. And that brings us to today's 3 subjects: Morgan Geyser, Anissa Weir, both aged 12, and their friend, Peyton Leutner. By all accounts, these were normal middle schoolers. They were smart, creative, and obsessed with things that a lot of kids their age were in 2014. Adventure Time, YouTube, and like millions of others, they were fascinated by creepypastas and the world of online horror. Watch scary videos, and try to scare each other. It was normal, if not a slightly macabre hobby. But for Morgan and Anissa, the fascination went deeper. They didn't just watch the videos, they immersed themselves in the lore. They began to truly believe in Slenderman. They started reading forums, the wikis, the sprawling, the confusion hundreds of anonymous users had built. And in that canon, they had found a directive to become a proxy of Slenderman, a servant who does his bidding. You had to prove your loyalty, and that usually involved violence. The girls later told police they believed Slenderman was real. They believed he lived in a mansion in the Nicollet National Forest in Wisconsin. They believed he could read their thoughts and everywhere. And, most chilling, they believed that he had threatened them and their families. They thought if they didn't prove themselves to him, he would kill everyone loved. This belief system, this paranoid fantasy built on a foundation of internet fiction, began to calcify into a plan. They decided they had to kill someone. They chose their friend, Peyton. In the days leading to the attack, they made plans. They wrote notes. One note, found later, read, "Plan. Go to the forest. Kill Peyton. Go to Slenderman. Become proxy." They discussed the best way to do it. Stabbing was the chosen method. They even had a specific date, May 31st, the anniversary of the original Slenderman post. This was
their second. On the day of the attack, it was like any other Saturday. 3 girls had a sleepover at Morgan's house. In the morning, they told Morgan's parents that they were going to go play hide and seek in a nearby park. Instead, they walked to a public restroom in a park. There, according to the criminal complaint, Anissa told Morgan, "Go ballistic, go crazy." Morgan, without a word, began stabbing Peyton 19 times with a 5-inch kitchen knife she had brought from home. The attack was brutal and frenzied. Peyton was stabbed in the arms, legs, and torso. One stab wound pierced her liver and missed a major artery by less than a millimeter. It was a miracle she survived. After the stabbing, Morgan and Anissa simply left her there in the woods, bleeding out, believing she was dead. They started walking. Goal: track the 1,000 acres of the woodland to find the Slender Man's mansion. Meanwhile, Peyton, in an incredible act of survival, managed to crawl out of the wooded area onto a bike path. A cyclist found her, bleeding profusely, and called 911. 911, what's your emergency? There's a young girl. She's covered in blood. She's been stabbed. She's saying her friends did it? Peyton was rushed to the hospital. She underwent emergency surgery and, against all odds, survived. Police now had a stabbing victim with 2 missing 12-year-old suspects. They immediately went to Morgan's house, where her parents were baffled, thinking the girls were just at the park. The gravity of the situation set in quickly. This wasn't a simple case of a fight gone wrong. This was an attempted murder. While police were scrambling, Morgan and Anissa were on their bizarre pilgrimage. They were picked up by a concerned motorist on the highway about 5 miles from their crime scene. The driver asked the parents where they were. The answer? They were runners that were trying to get to the Nicolet National Forest to see a figure that no one knew existed. The driver, Riley, creeped out, called the police. When officers arrived, the girls were calm. They were detained without incident. It was during their initial interviews that they truly saw the nature of the crime begin to unfold. They talked openly about Slender Man. They said they had to do it to protect their families, and they showed no remorse. To them, it wasn't murder. It was a necessity, a transaction with a supernatural being to ensure their own safety. The public and how could 2 seemingly normal preteen girls commit such a brutal act of fictional character? The legal system now had a monumental task to not just what they did, but why they did it, and what to do with them. This case would become a landmark, pushing the boundaries of legal definitions of mental illness, criminal intent, and childhood fantasy. And all that theory. Theory 1. The Believers. This is the most straightforward, and in many ways, the most terrifying theory. It's the one the prosecutors leaned into, especially for Morgan Geyser. The idea that Morgan and Anissa were true believers. They weren't just kids playing a game that went too far. They had descended into shared psychologic delusion and built entirely internet myth. What we're looking at here is a profound break from reality. They were children at a critical stage of cognitive development. Their brains are still learning to distinguish from reality and presented found style. The boundaries can completely dissolve. For them, this wasn't a story. He was a tangible threat. The fear was real. The imperative to act, in their minds, was a matter of life and death. The evidence for this is compelling. Their online search histories were flooded with Slender Man content. They had notebooks filled with drawings and stories about him. In interviews, they spoke of him with a chilling matter of factness. Morgan in particular showed signs of this long before the attack. And delusions. She reported seeing ghosts, seen Slender Man in her dreams, and even claimed seeing unicorns. Her reality was already more worse than most. Anissa, while perhaps less intrinsically prone to psychosis, was a follower, drawn to Morgan's powerful belief system. The plan itself, to walk hundreds of miles to a fictional mansion, shows a detachment from reality. This theory posits that they were not evil, that they were gravely, tragically ill. They were victims of their own impressionable minds and the unfiltered access to a dark, persuasive mythology that they were too young to process. But is that the whole story? Was it just a shared delusion? Or were there other more mundane factors at play? Brings us to the second theory. Theory 2. The dark side of the fandom. This theory doesn't dismiss the belief, but it contextualizes it with a larger social framework. It argues that belief in Slender Man was less about the clinical psychotic break and more about the intense, all-consuming nature of online fandom and the desperate desire to belong. Think about it. In 2014, the creepypasta community was a huge sprawling thing for Tumblr, Reddit, and YouTube. For lonely kids, becoming an expert in this lore was a way to gain social capital. It was its own secret club, with its own rules, its own language, its own hierarchy. The more you know, the more in you were. The more extreme your belief, the more dedicated a fan you were. The Slenderman mythos was, and is, a participatory culture. You don't just consume it, you add to it. You create fan art, you write your own stories, you roleplay as characters. For some, the logical endpoint of that participation is to live the story, to make the narrative real. It becomes a performative of identity. I am not just a fan, I am part of the myth itself. This is an incredibly potent draw for adolescents who are already trying on different identities and seeking a place to belong. In this reading, Morgan and Anissa weren't just believing in Slender Man, they were performing their fandom. The planning, the notes, the secret mission, it was all a part of the dark roleplay game that spilled out over the digital world and now into the physical one. The act of violence was the ultimate proof of their dedication, the thing that would cement their status not just as fans, but as legendary figures within the mythos. This theory suggests a blurred line between the genuine belief and desire to be part of something bigger than themselves. It wasn't necessarily that they had fully believed a tall man in a suit would hurt their families, but that committing to the narrative, to the idea of it, was more important than reality itself. The leader, Morgan, the follower, Anissa, fueled this performance, each pushing the other further into the extreme. But wait, if this was a performance, a dark game, does that make them more or less culpable? If you know you're playing a game, but you decide to make it real, where does that leave us? It leads us to the most controversial and legally complex theory. Theory 3. The knowing actors. This was essentially the argument that the state tried to make, particularly against Anissa Weir. This theory posts that the girls may have been fascinated by Slender Man. They knew the difference between right and wrong. They knew that scabbing their friend was a criminal act. And the Slender Man story was not a delusion that drove them to do it, but an excuse, a framework they used to justify a pre-existing desire to hurt somebody. This is a difficult theory to swallow, given their age and the bizarre nature of the crime. But prosecutors pointed out evidence of planning and foresight. They brought the knife from home. They picked a specific date. They lied to Morgan's parents about where they were going. they chose a secluded spot. And after the stabbing, they knew to flee. This all suggests a level of cognitive awareness of the wrongfulness of their actions. They may have wanted to believe in Slender Man. They may have found the story thrilling. But at the moment of the attack, they knew Peyton was a real girl. The knife was a real knife, and their actions would have real and deadly consequences. The legal system hinges on the concept of a guilty mind. For a defendant to be found guilty, the state must prove they intended to commit the crime. The defense of not guilty by reason of insanity is an incredibly high bar to clear. You have to prove that, due to severe mental illness, disease, or defect, the defendant was not able to understand the wrongfulness of their actions. The prosecution's job was to argue that despite their strange beliefs, they understood that stabbing someone was wrong. The planning and the attempt to hide evidence were key to that argument. This theory is the coldest one. It removes the supernatural element and presents us with a chilling fact. 2 children attempted to murder another child. The why becomes almost secondary. The focus is on what. It forces us to confront the possibility of pure, unexplained evil residing in the hearts of 12-year-olds. It's an uncomfortable thought, which is why the other theories, involving mental illness and family culture, are often more palatable. But the legal system had to consider it. So, we have 3 frameworks. The believers, a psychotic break; the fandom, a performative social act; and the knowing actors, a conscious choice. The truth, as it is, almost always is a likely complex and horrifying cocktail of all 3. But the court had to untangle it. The fate of the 2 girls depended on it. And their paths through the legal system would be just as strange and unprecedented as the crime itself. Morgan Geyser and Anissa Weir were initially charged as adults attempting first-degree and intentional homicide. This decision sent shockwaves through the community. Charging 12 for a Slender Man stabbing? It just seemed like a surreal overreach to many. But the Wisconsin laws allowed it for serious crimes, and the prosecutors argued the severity of the crime warranted it. However, the defense quickly mounted a challenge, arguing that the girls were not competent to stand trial, that they couldn't understand the proceedings or assist in their own defense due to severe mental illness. Began years of psychological evaluations, hearings, and legal maneuvering. The cases were eventually separated, and both would ultimately hinge on the results of those mental evaluations. Let's start with Anissa Weir. In 2017, Anissa's case went to trial, but it wasn't a typical trial. She pleaded guilty to attempted second-degree homicide, but her lawyers argued she was not guilty by reason of mental defense. So the trial became what it's known for as a phase trial. The first phase determined if she committed the crime. She pled guilty. The second phase would determine her mental state at the time. The prosecution argued the knowing actors theory. They said she knew it was wrong. They pointed to her asking Morgan to go crazy as evidence. She was aware of the reality of the situation. The defense argued the believer theory. They presented evidence of her delusional belief system. A key witness was Dr. Kenneth Robbins, a psychiatrist who testified that Anissa was suffering from a shared psychotic disorder, and that she truly believed that Slender Man was real and would kill her family if she didn't obey. He said she believed that Peyton's death wasn't a murder, but a sacrifice, and would allow Peyton to return. In her distorted reality, she was doing Peyton a favor. The jury had one question. Did Anissa Weir, as a result of mental disease, lack the capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct? After a day of deliberation, the jury said yes. She was found not guilty by reason of insanity. The judge then committed her to a secure mental illness institution for a minimum of 3 years. She would be released only when doctors and a judge determined she was no longer a danger to herself or to others. Now let's turn to Morgan Geyser. Morgan's case was even more complex. Her mental health issues were more severe and more clearly documented. She was diagnosed with early onset schizophrenia. She experienced auditory and visual hallucinations, disorganized thinking, and profound delusions. Her evaluation reports were heartbreaking. She believed she could time travel, that she had mind powers, and that she regularly communed with Slenderman and other fictional characters from Harry Potter and the Doctor Who universes, whom she believed were real. She believed Slenderman had cameras everywhere and could hear her thoughts. In 2017, rather than go to trial, Morgan pleaded guilty to attempted first-degree intentional homicide. But like Anissa, her plea was part of an insanity defense. The court had to determine her mental state. The evidence was overwhelming. Psychiatrist after psychiatrist testified that Morgan was deeply, profoundly ill. She lived in a world where fantasy and reality were indistinguishable. One doctor stated at the time, she lacked substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her actions. She wasn't just a believer. She was living in a completely different reality. In 2018, a judge agreed. Morgan Geyser was also found not guilty by reason of insanity. She was committed to a mental health facility for a minimum of 10 years, a longer sentence reflecting the court's view that she was the primary actor in the stabbing and that her illness was more severe. So the legal system had spoken. The official verdict was that both girls were legally insane at the time. The believer theory had won in court. But the story doesn't end with the verdict. The aftermath of this case is a long, complicated, ongoing journey of recovery, guilt, and a lifelong struggle with the monster that helped bring to life. The victim survived her. Physically, she recovered remarkably well, but the psychological scars are undoubtedly deep. She has, for the most part, stayed out of the public eye, a testament to her family's desire to let her have a normal life after such an abnormal trauma. Anissa Weir was released from the Mental Health Institute in September 2021 after 7 years of treatment. She was 19 years old. Her release came with strict conditions, including continued mental health monitoring and no access to the internet without approval. In a rare interview after her release, she expressed remorse, calling her actions inexcusable and stating, "I know I did something horrible. I know there's no taking it back." She's trying to build a life forever shadowed by the actions of her 12-year-old self. Morgan Geyser remains in a mental institution facility. In 2022 hearing, she spoke to the court via video, now a young woman. She apologized to Peyton, saying, "I never meant for any of this to happen. I know that I did something terrible. I know I hurt somebody really badly." Doctors testified that she made significant progress with medication and therapy, gaining insight to her illness, but that she still requires. Her schizophrenia is a life sentence in itself, a constant battle with a monster that lives inside her head, far more real than Slenderman ever was. So where does that leave us? We're left with a tangle of web and blame. Do we blame the girls? Their parents for not monitoring their internet use? The creators of Slenderman? Eric, the man who photoshopped the original image, has expressed profound sorrow and horror over the event. But can he be blamed? He created a piece of art, a meme. He didn't tell anyone to commit violence. The internet is a vast, chaotic ecosystem of ideas. It's a tool. It can be used for incredible good and unimaginable horror. It's a mirror reflecting our collective conscious, and sometimes we see monsters staring back. The Slender Man stabbing is a Rorschach test. What you see in it depends on your own fears. Do you fear the unmonitored access children have to the dark corners of their web? In mind, then you see a tragic case of mental illness. Do you fear the incoherent darkness that may exist in anyone, regardless of age? Then you see a pure, inexplicable evil. Perhaps the most terrifying theory of all is that there is no single answer, that it was a perfect storm, a vulnerable mind prone to psychosis, a persuasive and detailed online mythology, and a powerful social dynamic between two friends, and the impulsive, dramatic nature of adolescence. All these factors collided with a catastrophic result. The story of Slenderman is a story, but the story of Morgan, Anissa, and Peyton is a human one. It's a story about how the fictions we tell can have real consequences. It's a warning about the stories we consume and the stories we believe. It reminds us that the most dangerous monsters aren't the ones lurking in the woods. They're the ones that we create, and the ones, sometimes, we allow ourselves to become. What do you think? Were they believers, lost in a fandom, or knowing actors? Let us know in the comments. And remember, some stories are best left as fiction. Thanks for watching Criminal Files.
What criminal case do you want to see next? Comment below. It's Hanako here again. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video. Welcome to Criminal Files, where we dive into the most infamous crimes, conspiracies, and criminal mysteries in history. I'm your host, Annabelle. Today on Criminal Files, we're going to break down exactly what happened that day, minute by minute, bullet by bullet. We'll examine the shooter's motives, the security failures, and the conspiracy theories that exploded across the internet in the aftermath. This is unlike any episode we've ever done. Because this isn't history from decades ago, this is history that's still unfolding, with questions that remain unanswered, even a year later. July 13, 2024. A warm summer evening in Butler, Pennsylvania. What began as a typical campaign rally would become one of the most shocking security failures in American history. An event that would change a presidential election, test the Secret Service, and leave the nation asking, how did this happen, and why? Welcome to Criminal Files, where we investigate the unanswered questions behind the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, the setting of a perfect storm. To understand how this happened, we need to reconstruct the scene. The Butler Farm Show grounds an open-air venue in rural Pennsylvania. Trump was campaigning in a crucial swing state, just days before the Republican National Convention. Approximately 10,000 supporters gathered to hear him speak that evening. The stage was set up in a large field, with security perimeters established by the Secret Service. But here's where things get interesting and concerning. The security plan created an outer perimeter and an inner perimeter, with screening checkpoints for attendees. But beyond these secured areas stood several buildings, including a complex owned by AGR International. This building, approximately 140 meters from the stage, would become the shooter's nest. Despite its clear line of sight to the podium, it wasn't adequately secured by the Secret Service. Why? Because according to planning documents, supervisors expected large farm equipment to be positioned to block the view, but those equipment pieces were never placed there, and nobody communicated this critical change up the chain of command. This was the first in a series of failures that would create what security experts now call a perfect storm of vulnerabilities. The Secret Service had actually increased
Trump's security detail in recent weeks because of intelligence, indicating Iran was plotting to assassinate him, but that intelligence wasn't shared with the local law enforcement agencies helping secure the event. Communication breakdowns, assumptions about physical barriers, and siloed information, all creating conditions that would allow a 20-year-old with an AR-15 style rifle to nearly change the course of American history. The attack. 121 seconds of chaos. Let's break down the timeline of the attack itself, reconstructed from law enforcement reports, eyewitness accounts, and audio analysis. 6:05 p.m. Trump begins his speech. Approximately 400 yards away, Thomas Matthew Crooks has already scaled an air conditioning unit to access the roof of the AGR International Last Thing building. He's carrying an AR-15 style rifle chambered in 5.56 45mm NATO, equipped with a Holosun AEM's red dot sight, a weapon capable of 2 3-inch accuracy at 100 yards. 6 p.m. Crooks moves across interconnected roofs to reach his firing position. Multiple bystanders spot him on the roof and alert the police. Records show a local law enforcement officer radios, "Someone's on the roof." 8 p.m. search operation begins. But here's where confusion sets in. There were 2 command posts at the rally, instead of one unified command, IE Center. Communications were a chaotic mixture of radio, cell phone, text, and email. The message about a suspicious person on the roof doesn't reach all key personnel. 10 p.m. Crooks assumes a firing position. The slant of the roof and 2 trees largely conceal him from the view of Secret Service snipers. Meanwhile, Trump is speaking about border security, gesturing toward a chart displaying immigration statistics. 11 p.m. Crooks fires 8 rounds in approximately 4 seconds. One bullet grazes Trump's upper right ear. Another kills firefighter Corey Compratore, who reportedly shielding his family with his body. 2 other attendees are critically wounded. 4 seconds after Crooks begins firing, Aaron Zalaponi, a member of the Butler County Emergency Service Unit, shoots at Crooks and hits his rifle, preventing him from firing more shots. 12 seconds later, a Secret Service counter-sniper team fires on and kills Crooks. As shots ring out, Trump drops behind his podium. Secret Service agents form a protective shield around him. Then, in what would become an iconic moment, Trump rises with blood on his face and ear, pumping his fist in the air and shouting, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" as agents escort him off stage. From the first shot to neutralization of the shooter, approximately 16 seconds. But the planning failures that made those 16 seconds possible took hours, days, and weeks to develop. Cable timeline of the attack. Time, event, significance. 6:05 p.m. Trump begins speaking. Crowd is focused on the stage. 6 p.m. Crooks reaches firing position. Multiple bystanders apothem. 8 p.m. Someone's on the roof. Radio call. Failed communication protocols. 11 p.m. Crooks fires rounds. Trump wounded. 1 killed. 2 critically injured. Reste 4 secondes. Vous allez pouvoir hit Crooks rifle. Prévent dictionnel saute. Plus 16 seconds. Secret Service kills Crooks. Immediate threat neutralized. The shooter, who was Thomas Matthew Crooks. Perhaps the most lingering question of all. Who was Thomas Matthew Crooks? And why did he do it? Thomas Matthew Crooks, as a 20-year-old from Bethel Park, Pennsylvania, being about an hour's drive from the rally site, he had no criminal record. He purchased his rifle legally from his father. He worked as a dietary aide at a nursing home, with former co-workers describing him as quiet but not overtly political. In the days before the attack, Crooks took specific steps that suggest careful planning. On July 7, he visited the rally site for 20 minutes after registering to attend. On July 12, he visited a shooting range to practice with his rifle. On July 13, he bought a 5-foot ladder before driving to the site, then left to purchase 50 rounds of ammunition before returning. Around 3:50 p.m., he flew a drone for 11 minutes, surveying the scene behind his eventual firing portion. Perhaps most chillingly, law enforcement had multiple encounters with Crooks before the shooting. At 4:26 p.m., a local law enforcement counter-sniper, ending his shift, spotted Crook around the AG International building and texted colleagues about him. At 5:14 p.m., another counter-sniper photographed Crooks scoping out the rooftop and carrying an old Angfinda. Officers went outside to find him, but Crooks ran from his position and evaded search by 4 police officers. Despite being spotted by law enforcement more than minutes before the shooting, and again 20-30 minutes before, Crooks wasn't apprehended. Multiple local officers identified him as suspicious near the event's magnetometer weapon detectors and expressed their suspicions over the radio. The Secret Service was informed at some point, but no action was taken. The FBI investigation concluded Crooks acted alone, left behind no manifesto, no clear ideological statements, and his social media showed no overt political extremism. This absence of motive has created a vacuum, one that has been filled with speculation and conspiracy theories. The security failures, how this could happen. The assassination attempt represented what multiple investigators called multiple, unacceptable failures in planning and execution. Let's break down the key security breakdowns. Failure 1. The unsecured roof. The building Crooks fired from had a clear line of sight to the stage and was left unguarded. Supervisors need large farm equipment to block the view, but when those weren't placed, nobody communicated this up the chain of command. Failure 2. Communication silos. Instead of one unified command post, there were two separate command centers. Communications were described chaotic mixture of radio, cell phone, text, and email. Critical information about a suspicious person on the roof didn't reach all necessary personnel. Failure 3. Resource denials. A Senate committee found the Secret Service denied multiple requests for additional staff, assets, and reset protection for President Trump during the campaign, including at least 2 requests specifically for the Butler rally. The former director denied this, creating conflicting accounts. Failure 4. Spotting but not stopping. Law enforcement spotted Crooks more than 90 minutes before the shooting, photographed him 57 minutes, and searched for him 20-30 minutes before. But he evaded capture and made it to the roof undetected. In the aftermath, IS Secret Service agents were suspended for 10 to 42 days without pay. Their positions ranged from supervisory to line level. The former director, Kimberly Cheadle, resigned 10 days after the shooting, but many question whether these disciplinary actions were sufficient for such catastrophic failures. Perhaps most startling, just 9 weeks after the Butler shooting, another would-be assassin camped in shrubbery outside Trump's golf course in Palm Beach, Florida, before being spotted and shot at by a Secret Service agent. This second close call suggested systemic problems rather than a one-time failure. Hey everyone, it's Nene here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden upload a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode. The theories what really happened. With any consequential events, competing narratives emerge. Let's examine 5 prevailing theories about the assassination attempt, separate from speculation. Theory 1. The Lone Wolf. The official FBI conclusion is that Koss acted alone, a disturbed individual without clear ideological motives. Supporters of this theory point to the absence of communication suggesting collaborators, his apolitical social media presence, and the carefully planned but independent nature of his actions. This theory aligns with patterns of other lone wolf attackers who planned meticulously but shared little about their motives. The fact that was killed at the scene means we may never fully understand what drove him, leaving this the simplest but perhaps least satisfying explanation. Theory 2. The political martyrdom narrative. Some comments suggest that the assassination attempt, regardless of Crooks's actual motives, it was inevitably politicized. Trump's immediate use, raising his fist and shouting, "Fight," created a powerful image of resilience. His subsequent statements about God intervening to save him reinforced his narrative of divine favor and political martyrdom. This theory posits that the shooting, however tragic, ultimately strengthened Trump's campaign by solidifying his supporters' loyalty and our powerful imagery. The fight slogan and bloodied face photo became ubiquitous at subsequent rallies and campaign merchandise. Theory 3. The security complacency theory. This theory suggests the Secret Service suffered from institutional complacency. Despite specific threats, including intelligence about Iranian assassination plots, the agency failed to adapt security protocols for the heightened political polarization and specific threats of the 2024 election cycle. Proponents of this theory point to the Senate report that found the agency denied multiple requests for additional resources. They also did not second assassination attempt weeks later as evidence of systemic issues, rather than a one-time failure. Theory 4. The conspiracy theories. In the absence of clear motives, conspiracy theories flourished online. Some claimed Crooks was part of a larger plot, pointing to his ability to evade security despite being spotted. Others suggested the shooting was staged, despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. The most widespread conspiracy theory claimed the shooting was a false flag operation designed to generate a sympathy for Trump. These spread rapidly on social media, despite being debunked by law enforcement investigations and the extensive evidence of real injuries and death. The persistence of these theories highlights how deeply polarized the American public had become, with many people rejecting official NARU regardless of evidence. Theory 5. The institutional failure theory. This theory suggests that no single person or decision caused the security breakdown, but rather a cascade of smaller failures across multiple agencies. The building wasn't secured because assumed that barriers weren't in place. Communications failed because too many systems were used. Crooks was spotted but not stopped because of coordination gaps between local and federal law enforcement. This theory is perhaps the most troubling because it suggests that even with competent individuals doing their jobs reasonably well, system vulnerabilities can create catastrophic outcomes. Fixing these problems requires more than disciplining a few agents. It demands institutional reform. The aftermath, changes, and consequences. The assassination attempt had immediate and lasting consequences for American politics, security protocols, and public discourse. Politically, the event transformed the 2024 election. Just days after the shooting, Trump named as his running mate at the Republican National Convention, where Trump appeared triumphantly with a bandaged ear. Then, President Joe Biden withdrew from the race the following Sunday, citing his disastrous June debate performance and the changed political landscape. The Secret Service implemented significant reforms under new director Sean Curran, whom Trump appointed after the shooting. The agency area, a new aviation division to oversee drones, purchased armored ATVs for golf course security, and updated procedures for documenting line-of-sight concerns and coordinating with local law enforcement. Trump himself was visibly affected by the attempt on his life. He frequently recounted the details of July 13 in speeches, often noting thanking to look at a border statistics chart probably saved my life. He began using a bulletproof glass at outdoor events, a practice that continues to this day. For the victims and their families, the aftermath was personal and painful. Corey Comparator, the 50-year-old firefighter who was killed, was remembered as a hero who shielded his family from gunfire. His widow, Helen, expressed frustration with the security failures. Why was that such a failure? Why weren't they paying attention? A year later, many questions remain unanswered. The motivations of Thomas Matthew Crooks are still unclear. Accountability for security failures has been limited to suspensions rather than prosecutions, and the political divisions that may have contributed to the violence have only deepened. Conclusion. Unanswered questions. As we conclude our investigation into the Butler assassination attempt, we're left with more questions than answers, the mark of a true mystery. First, what motivated Thomas Matthew Crooks? Without a manifesto or clear ideological statements, we may never understand what drove a 20-year-old with no criminal record to attempt a political assassination. Second, why were so many security protocols violated or ignored? Multiple law enforcement officers spotted Crooks before the shooting, but Zion was taken. The building with clear night lines was left unguarded. Communications broke down between agencies. Third, would more severe accountability prevent future failures? With only 6 agents receiving suspensions, none criminal charges, some wind, the response matches the severity of the failure. Fourth, how has this event changed American politics forever? The image of a bloody Trump raising his fist has become iconic, cementing perception among supporters as a resilient fighter while deepening political divisions. Finally, could this happen again? Despite reforms, the second assassination attempt weeks later suggests systemic problems that may not be resolved. What we do know is this. On July 13, 2024, multiple systems failed. A young man became violent in ways we still don't understand. A presiding judge was wounded. A bystander was killed, and a nation's sense of security was shattered. The story of Butler isn't just about what happened, it's about what happens next. How we respond to violence, how we hold power accountable, and how we seek truth in an era. This has been Criminal Files. If you have information about this case or want to share your thoughts, reach out to us on social media. Subscribe for more investigations into the mysteries that shape our world. Table key figures in the Butler assassination attempt. Person role significance. Thomas Matthew Crooks, a 20-year-old shooter who fired shots from the rooftop. Donald Trump target former president wounded in Shore. Corey Comparator victim firefighter killed while shielding his family. Kimberly Chettle, Former Secret Service director resigned 10 days after the shooting. Sean Curran, the current Secret Service director appointed by Trump after the shooting. Aaron Zalaponi, Butler County Emergency Service. Sought Crooks's Ryle, preventing more shots. What criminal case do you want to see next? Comment below. It's Hanako here again. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Welcome to Criminal Files, where we dive into the most infamous crimes, conspiracies, and criminal mysteries in history. I'm your host, Annabelle. Today, on Criminal Files, it's a date that is burned into a collective memory of our generation. A day that changed everything. September 11th, 2001. We all know the story. 19 hijackers, Al Qadiyah, 4 planes. The Twin Towers fell to fire and impact damage. The Pentagon, Flight 93. A tragedy born from intelligence failures and a devastating, but relatively simple, terrorist plot. For over 2 years, that story has been picked apart, analysed, and challenged by architects, physicists, pilots, and intelligence experts. They point to anomalies and unanswered questions, to evidence that seems just off. We're not just remembering 9/11, we're investigating it. We're diving into the darkest, most persistent theories that suggest the truth of that day is far more complex and far more sinister than we have ever been told. This is the 9/11 episode. You won't see anything else anywhere, so strap in. Let's start with the very core of this event, the collapse of the Twin Towers. The official report from the National Institute of Standard and Technology, the NIST report, concludes that the impacts of the plane severed critical columns, but more importantly, the ensuing jet fuel fires weakened the structure, steel floors, and columns to a point of failure. Essentially, the heat made the steel soft, and the upper floors pancaked down onto the lower ones. Seems plausible, right? We all saw the incredible fires, but almost immediately, a group of architects and engineers, over 3,000 of them now, formed Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth. And they say that the physics just don't add up. Their argument rests on a few key points. First, free-fall acceleration. Watch that. For a building to collapse primarily due to gravity, the resistance of the intact lower floors must slow the descent. It's basic physics. But these buildings didn't just fall. They imploded, collapsing virtually symmetrically, straight down, at nearly the same speed as a bowling ball dropped from the roof. As physicist Dr. Stephen Jones put it, the measured collapse time is almost identical to the time of an object would take to fall from the roof of the ground in a vacuum. Where was the resistance? The official explanation says that the falling mass was so immense it simply overwhelmed any resistance. But skeptics argue that this is physically impossible without the resistance being simultaneously removed. Which brings us to point 2, the forensics evidence. For weeks after 9/11, rescue workers and reporters reported seeing pools of molten metal in the basement of the towers. Steel meets at around 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Jet fuel burns, which are primarily hydrocarbon. They burn hot, but They're inefficient in open air. They typically max out at 1800 Fahrenheit. So how did these pools of liquid steel form? Theory 1. A high temperate incendiary material was already in the building. That material is thermite, or more specifically, it is a more powerful cousin, nanothermite. Thermite is a mixture of aluminum and iron oxide powder. When ignited, it creates a violent, ultra-hot, over 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit reaction that can cut through steel like a hot knife through butter. It is used in controlled demolitions and by the military to disable artillery. The claim is that these pre-planted thermite charges were strategically placed on key structural columns, and they were used to slice through the building's skeleton at precisely the same time, enabling that free-fall collapse. And the evidence? In 2009, a group of researchers, including Dr. Jones, published a paper in the Open Chemical Physics Journal. They claim to have found active thermite material in multiple samples of dust collected from around the World Trade Center site after the collapses. Not just residue, but unreacted red/grey clipped chips that would initiate in a lab, producing that same ultra-hot, iron-rich droplets. The implications of this are massive. If true, it means that the collapse wasn't just an accident of fire. They were a planned, controlled demolition. And that changes everything about who is responsible. But the anomalies don't just stop with the Twin Towers. In fact, the most bizarre collapse of the day that most people don't even remember. The World Trade Center, a 47-story skyscraper. It was not hit by a plane. It suffered limited fires, mostly on a few floors. And yet, at 5:20 in the afternoon, it collapsed perfectly into its own footprint. The official report? Fires. Again. But for years, this was the single biggest red flag for researchers. Why? Because it looks, sounds, and behaves exactly like a classic controlled demolition. Listen to the audio. Those sounds are textbook demolition charges. Symmetrical collapse. Freefall speed over 2 seconds of its descent, meaning zero structural resistance. Even the BBC famously reported the building's collapse over 20 minutes before it actually fell. James Stanley said, and indeed, we have an unconfirmed report this afternoon that the Salmon Brothers building, number 7, the building behind me, has also collapsed. How did they know? The official explanation is chaos and miscommunication. The theory? Because it was part of the plan. The demolition was scheduled, and someone in the news chain had the schedule. So why would anyone demolish the World Trade Center? The theory goes that it housed critical offices for the CIA, the SEC, and the other government agencies. It was, in effect, the command center for the financial world. Could evidence have been destroyed? Was it a way to cover other tracks? The questions are dizzying. But if the buildings were brought down by insiders, then what about the planes themselves? That leads us to our next theory, one that challenges the very footage we all saw. Theory 2, the no plane theory and remote control. This is the most extreme theory, and it's often used to discredit all 9/11 skeptics by association. But its origins are worth examining. Proponents point to the bizarre way the plane seemed to morph into the building. They claim the aircraft doesn't look solid, that it's a computer-generated image or a hologram, and that a missile was actually fired to create the explosion.
Mainstream debunkers, like the team at Popular Mechanics, have explained that this simple artifact of a low-resolution interlaced video trying to capture a fast-moving object. It's a compression glitch, not evidence of fakery. And of course, there's the overwhelming evidence of plane debris, passenger remains, and thousands of eyewitnesses who saw a commercial airliner. This theory is widely considered debunked. However, a more credible sub-theory is that there were no planes. This is the remote control. The official story says that Hey everyone, it's Amy here. I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden upload a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode. Jackers, using only small box cutters, overcame the crew and passengers and manually flew the planes into their targets. But flying a large commercial jet, especially the precise high-speed descent into the first tower, is not easy. Could a novice pilot simply have accomplished this? This theory suggests that the planes were hijacked electronically. A system called Home Run has been discussed in aviation circles for decades. A system that would allow control to take remote command of a commercial aircraft in the event of an emergency. Was this technology co-opted? Was it used on 9/11 to ensure that planes hit their target with pinpoint accuracy, regardless of the skill of the men in the cockpit? It's a theory that's nearly impossible to prove, but it addresses the question of almost impossible flying skill that was displayed that day. And then, there's the Pentagon. Theory 3. What hit the Pentagon? The official story, American Airlines Flight 77, a Boeing 757, was flown by hijacker Henny the West Pentagon. But the evidence of that scene has sparked questions for 20 years. In point 1, the hole. The entry hole in the Pentagon's reinforced concrete walls is, critics argue, too small. A Boeing 575 has a 1.5-foot wingspan and a tail over 40 feet tall. The hole that appears is no more than 75 feet across. So where are the wings? Where is the tail? The official explanation is that the wings were folded back on impact, and the fuselage telescoped inwards, but skeptics find this unsatisfying. Point 2. The debris. Where is it? There was no large, recognizable piece of a plane engine, landing gear, or fuselage at the iconic photos. The lawn is mostly scorched, but relatively clear. Compare this to the field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where a much smaller plane, Flight 93, left a massive crater and debris scattered over miles. Point 3. The video. The Pentagon is one of the most heavily surveillance buildings on this planet, yet only a few frames of security camera footage was ever released by the FBI, and they show little more than a blur. Why not release all the footage to settle the questions? The FBI says it's to avoid compromising security. But theorists say it's because the footage doesn't show a plane. So if it was 77, what was it? Theories range from a small business jet to a cruise missile to a drone plane. The most common claim is that Flight 77 was shot down or landed somewhere else, and the Pentagon was hit by a missile created, a justification for war. Donald Rumsfeld said, "The topic today is an adversary that poses a threat, a serious threat, to the security of the United States. This adversary is one of the largest bastions of central planning.
It is the Pentagon bureaucracy. And here's a chilling piece of context. On September 10th, 2001, the day before the attacks, Secretary Rumsfeld held a press conference declaring war on the Pentagon bureaucracy. He announced that 2.3 trillion with a T, was missing from the Pentagon's books and could not be accounted for. Which offices in the Pentagon were hit? The Western Wedge, which naturally has the Naval Command Center, and crucially, the office of the DoD Financial Comptroller. The very people who were trying to track down that missing money. Coincidence? Or the reason that wing was targeted? Which brings us to our most cold-blooded theory of all. The idea that people in positions of power not only allowed this to happen, but actively orchestrated it for a desired outcome. This is the inside job. Within this umbrella theory, there are two main camps. LIHOP, let it happen on purpose. This theory posits that various intelligence agencies, like the CIA, FBI, and NSA, had specific and credible intelligence about the impending attacks, but were deliberately ordered to stand down, to let the atrocity occur. Why? To create a new Pearl Harbor, a catalyzing event that would shock the American public into supporting a new radical agenda, the war on terror, the invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq, the Patriot Act, and a massive expansion on domestic surveillance. And then there's theory 2. MIHOP, make it happen on purpose. This is the darker, more direct theory. It suggests that elements within the US government or a hidden cabal actively planned and executed the attacks, using pasties like Mohammed Atat and his team to take the blame. This theory often points to the demolition evidence, the remote control idea, and the Pentagon mystery as proof of direct inside involvement. And then there's the financial evidence that always comes up. In the week before 9/11, there was a massive, unprecedented spike in put options purchased on the stock of United and American Airlines. A bet that their stock prices would plummet. There was also a suspicious number of put-on companies located in the World Trade Center, and on the reinsurance companies that would have to pay out the claims of the disaster. The 9/11 Commission called these trades unusual, but ultimately concluded that they were not connected to the hijackers and likely made by people with no foreknowledge. But the sheer volume of these trades, which would have netted someone hundreds of millions of dollars, remained a huge red flag for insider knowledge. So, where does this leave us? We're left with an official story that for many is full of holes. And we're left with a series of alternative theories that range from scientifically plausible to wildly speculative. It is more likely that a few terrorists with box cutters defeated the entire US military and intelligence apparatus in a single morning, causing 3 steel-framed skyscrapers to suffer completely. Demolition like a collapse for the first time in history due to a fire? Or is it more likely that the elements of this attack saw a catastrophic attack as a necessary evil to achieve a much larger geopolitical goal? That they either let it happen on purpose or actively made it happen on purpose? The truth is, we may never know with 100% certainty. The crime scene was quickly cleaned up, and the steel was hastily recycled. Key evidence was destroyed. The official investigator was hamstrung by politics and limited access. But the question remains. They persist for a reason. They persist because the official story feels incomplete. They persist because the scale of the failure is so immense it strains belief. They persist because when you look at the events of that day, not as a standalone tragedy, but as a catalyst for 2 decades of war, surveillance, and geopolitical upheaval, it all feels a little too convenient. The greatest crime of the 21st century remains an open file. The victims, their families, and the world deserves answers that are clear, consistent, and complete. Until then, the investigation continues. What do you think? Let us know more in the comments below. And for more deep dives into history's greatest mystery, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell.
What criminal case do you want to see next? Comment below. It's Hanako here again. Thank you. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Welcome to Criminal Files, where we dive into the most infamous crimes, conspiracies, and criminal mysteries in history. I'm your host, Sleeping Beauty. Today, on Criminal Files, we're pricking our finger on the thorny case of Elizabeth Bathory. We're going to separate the blood from the bloodlust, the facts from the folklore. Let's get into it. You know me. I'm familiar with the story about a noble woman from a forgotten era, a curse, and a narrative that has been spun for centuries. So trust me when I say, I know a fairy tale when I hear one. And the story of our subject today is one of the darkest fairy tales ever told. Countess Elizabeth Bathory, the Blood Countess, accused of torturing and murdering over 650 young women in the early 1600s. Her story is a cornerstone of true crime. It's got everything: a dark castle, whispers of witchcraft, and the infamous, gory detail that she bathed in the blood of virgins to stay young forever. I mean, come on. That sounds less like a historical record and more like the plot of a heavy metal album. But for 400 years, we've accepted it. We've made her a monster. But what if she was also a victim? A victim of politics, of misogyny, and a cover-up so successful, it's still putting people to sleep, believing the same old story. Well, I've had my fill up of long naps. It's time to wake up and investigate. First, we need to set the scene. It's the late 1500s. Hungary is in a battlefield, caught between the Holy Roman Empire to the west and the Ottoman Empire to the south. It is a place of constant war, violence, and immense power struggles. And into this world, Elizabeth Bathory was born in 1560. And she wasn't just any noble. The Bathory family were literally royalty. Her uncle was Stephen Bathory, the King of Poland, and the Grand Duke of Lithuania. She was educated and fluent in multiple languages, which was rare for a woman at the time. And she was married off at 15 to a powerful military figure, Ferenc Nasidi. Ferenc was known as the Black Knight of Hungary for his brutal tactics against the Ottomans. By all accounts, this was a power couple. While Ferenc was off at war, Elizabeth was left to manage her vast estates, a small empire of castles, land, and villages. She was essentially a CEO, a judge, and a banker rolled into one. She was a formidable woman in a world that was deeply terrified of formidable women. Now this is where the official story begins. After Farron's death in 1604, the rumours started. Whispers from her estate, from the village of Catches, where her favourite castle stood. Whispers of missing young peasant girls. Whispers of cruelty, of torture, of dark practices within the castle walls. These stories are graphic. I'm going to give you a quick content warning here. The alleged methods include beating, burning, freezing, starvation, and needle torture. According to the testimonies later gathered, her inner circle of servants helped her lure young peasant girls and serving women for these brutal sessions. But the big one, the detail that launched 1,000 Gothic novels, is the bloodbath. The story goes that a young servant girl accidentally pulled Elizabeth's hair while brushing it. Elizabeth struck her so hard she drew blood, which spattered on Elizabeth's hand. Later, Elizabeth believed that the skin under the blood spot looked younger and more vibrant, and thus the quest for eternal youth by virgin's blood was born. It's a perfect, morbidly poetic origin story. But is it true? Or is it just too perfect? This is where the cause gets hazy, and where I start to get suspicious. Because in 1610, things come to a head. King Mathis II of Hungary, who owned the Bathory family a ton of money, sent his palatine, Gorgi Thurzo, to investigate. Thurzo moved fast. He conducted a quick investigation, collecting testimonies from hundreds of witnesses. Though it was worth noting, these were mostly from people who were her subordinates or enemies. And then, in a midnight raid on December 29th, 1610, he stormed the castle. The legend says he caught Elizabeth Bathory in the act, covered in blood, mid-torture. The official report is a little less dramatic. It says they found one girl dead and one girl dying. But they did find enough evidence and enough terrified witnesses to arrest her and her accomplices. But here's the first weird part. Elizabeth Bathory, a countess, a woman of immense stature, was formerly never tried. But her servants were, and they were brutally executed after being tortured into giving confessions. One was burned at the stake, another was beheaded, another had her fingers torn off before execution. Standard, cheerful 17th century stuff. But Elizabeth? She was simply walled up in a set of rooms in her own castle. No windows, just small slits for her food to be passed through. She lived like that for 4 years, until she died in 1614. But why no public trial for the main event? The biggest serial killer ever. Why hide her away? The official reason was that they were to execute a noble woman of her stature would bring shame upon the atrocity. But I'm not buying it. That's the weak tea of excuse. When a story doesn't add up, you have to look for the motive. And that's where the theories come in. Theory 1. The monster. Let's start with the official story. Theory 1. She was exactly what they said she was. A sadistic serial killer. The evidence for this is the mountain of testimonies. Over 300 witnesses described the atrocities. The diaries, allegedly kept by Elizabeth herself, listing the names of over 650 victims. The stories are consistent and horrifying. Proponents of this theory argue that her birth, her privilege, and the constant violence of her era. Her husband was a famously cruel warrior, after all. Desensitized her. She saw peasants' girls as disposable, less than human, and merely tools for her amusement. and quest for her eternal beauty. The blood bathing, they argue, could have been a twisted form of sympathetic magic. She believed in the power of blood. It's not that far-fetched for the time. This theory says that she wasn't tried was simply because the evidence was so overwhelming and that a trial would be messy and embarrassing for the family. They contain the problem and move on. It's a clean, simple, and terrifying theory. But is it too clean? The number 650 is astronomical. There's a rating of killing that would be logistically insane to maintain for years without everyone in a 100-mile radius knowing about it. And the bloodbath? The science is nonsense. Blood coagulates. It doesn't work as a skincare serum. It's a detail that just feels like it was added to make her seem not just evil, but supernaturally evil. Demonic, one would say. Which, in the 1600s, was a very specific and useful accusation to level at a powerful woman.
Hey everyone, it's Nene here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden upload a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode.
Which brings me to the theory I find a bit more compelling. Theory 2. Elizabeth Bathory was a victim of political assassination. Let's look at the facts. They don't always lead within the storybooks. Fact. Elizabeth was incredibly wealthy. Fact. Her husband, Ferenc, had loaned a massive sum of money to the crown, the King Matthewson himself. Fact. When a nobleman died, his wealth passed on to his widow. Fact. If that widow was found guilty of crimes against God and man, her wealth could be seized by the crown, and that would mean the debt would be wiped clean. Do you see it? The motive is right there. King Matheson's was in deep debt to a dead man's estate, an estate controlled by a formidable, politically connected, and independent woman who had no intention of letting that debt slide. But how do you take down a woman that powerful? You can't just accuse her of stealing. You need something bigger. You need something that turns everyone against her. You need to make her a monster. So you send your man, Thurzo. You collect testimonies. In a time of immense class strife, it wasn't hard to find peasants willing to testify against a cruel noble, especially if there's any truth to the rumours of her harshness. You torture her servants until they confess to anything. You fabricate a sensational story about bloodbaths, a story so shocking it overshadows everything. You create a legend, and in doing so, you achieve these three things. You erase your massive debt, you seize all of her land and wealth, and lastly, you remove a powerful, autonomous woman from the chessboard. It's a perfect win. The bloodbath story isn't just a horror detail. It's a strategic piece of propaganda. It dehumanizes her so completely that no one would ever question her punishment or feel sympathy. It's much easier to wall up a demon than it is to execute a sophisticated businesswoman you owe money to. This theory explains the lack of a trial. A trial would have given her a platform. It would have allowed her to defend herself, to call witnesses, and to perhaps reveal the truth about the king's finances. They couldn't risk it. So, they presented a fair accomplice. The monster has been captured and contained. The problem solved. Now, about that deed to the castle. Theory 3. The complicity. But maybe the truth isn't so black and white. Maybe it's a deep, deep red shade.
3. The Kernel of Truth Theory. This theory posts that Elizabeth Bathory was almost certainly a harsh and cruel noblewoman. Life was cheap, especially lives of peasants. She likely punished her servants brutally, that they were tragically not uncommon for the era. Perhaps girls did die under her care due to abuse or neglect. The rumours started because of this. The stories began to circulate, and her political enemies, and there were many, saw an opportunity. They took those kernels of truth, those terrible rumours of a cruel mistress, and they amplified them. They weaponized them. They added the satanic elements, the bloodbaths, the astronomical numbers, turning a brutal noble into a heroic fiend to ensure her complete and total destruction. In this theory, she wasn't an innocent angel, but she also wasn't the vampire demon of the legend. She was a product of her violent, cruel time, who was then used as a pawn in a much larger game by the men around her. They didn't create the monster from nothing. They took a real, flawed, and dangerous person and turned her into a myth to serve their purposes. So which theory holds water? Let's look at the evidence. The biggest piece of evidence for the political theory is the debt. It's a historical fact. The king owed her money, and a lot of it. And after she was walled up, he didn't have to pay it back. That's not circumstantial. That's motive. Secondly, the diary of 650 victims. No one has actually ever seen this diary. It's always referred to in second-hand accounts. Many historians believe it likely wasn't a murder tally, but a list of servants, perhaps with notes on disciplinary actions. It was reinterpreted by her accusers. Third, the bloodbath. The first time this specific accusation appears in writing is decades after her death. It's not in the original accusations from Thurzo. It seems to be added later, which reeks of a legend growing in the telling. And finally, the context. This was the peak of the European witch trials, accusing powerful, independent women of consorting with the devil was a textbook way to discredit and destroy her. The pattern fits perfectly. The evidence for the she was a monster theory is the sheer volume of testimony. You can't just ignore 300 witnesses. But were they coerced? Were they telling Thurzo what he wanted to hear? Were they angry peasants exhibiting the cruelties of their lord? It's entirely possible. So what's the verdict? After being asleep to the nuances of this story for so long, what do I, Sleeping Beauty, think? I think Elizabeth Bathory was almost certainly a cruel woman. The times demanded it. But I don't believe for a second she killed 650 people. Mistakes are impossible. I absolutely do not believe she bathed in blood. The detail is folklore, designed to make her myth instead of a person. I believe theory 2 is most likely. The political assassination. The motive is too clear, and the outcome is too convenient. The king got rich, and a powerful woman was neutralized, and a terrible story was created to hide the boring, greedy truth. The real horror isn't a countess in blood-soaked tub. It's the cynical, calculated use of power to destroy a life, the money, and the land. They needed a monster, so they made one. They took a woman and turned her into a fairy tale, the worst kind. A warning to any other woman who might get too powerful, too independent, too difficult. And they were so good at it that 400 years later, we're still telling their story. We're still whispering about the Blood Countess, while the names of the men who orchestrated her real downfall are footnotes. They are the real monsters of this story. They're the ones who truly understood the power of the curse. Elizabeth Bathory wasn't tried because she was guilty. She was ruled up because she was inconvenient. And the history, written by the winners, did the rest. So next time you hear her story, the story of a woman who bathed in blood to stay young, remember this. Every fairy tale has a purpose. Sometimes the purpose is to entertain. Sometimes it's to teach a lesson. And sometimes it's to make sure the truth sleeps forever. I'm Sleeping Beauty, and this has been Criminal Files.
What criminal case do you want to see next? Comment below. It's Hanako here again. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Welcome to Criminal Files, where we dive deep into the most infamous crimes, conspiracies, and criminal mysteries in history. I'm your host, Araga, and welcome to the Season 1 finale of Criminal Files. This isn't just another case. This is one they'll be talking about for decades. It's a story about audacity on an unimaginable scale. It's also about a plot that feels less like a crime and more like an invasion. For our finale, we're not looking at a file. We're dissecting a systemic event that ripped through South Korea and sent shockwaves around the world. We're talking about the discovery of 1,157 kilograms of pure, uncut cocaine. A number so big it becomes abstract. Let's make it real. That's the weight of a full-grown male giraffe. It's the weight of a small car. It is, quite literally, a ton of cocaine. With the potential street value soaring past 1.2 million US dollars, that was not a shipment. It was a statement. It was one of the largest narcotic seizures in Korean history by a factor of 6, shattering every single record and every assumption about the drug trade in a country known for its iron-fisted laws and impeccable order. This operation had everything. International cartels, a symbol straight out of a comic book, a disguise so simple it was genius, a globe-spanning investigation, and a mystery that remains unsolved. This is the Itchen Port cocaine smuggling case. We're going to walk through every step, from the jungles of South America to the docks of Itchen. We'll meet the key players, understand the methods, and deep dive into 3 prevailing theories about who could possibly be behind this. This is our finale, so let's get into it. To understand the impact of this bust, you first have to understand the context. South Korea is not a soft target. It's a fortress against narcotics. Possession of even a small amount of marijuana can land you in prison for years. So trafficking hard drugs? That's one way to a life sentence, or, in extreme cases, still technically, the death penalty. The cultural stigma is immense. The user base which is what makes this shipment so brazen. It wasn't a cautious, small-scale test of the mark. It was a D-Day level assault. And it all began with a whisper. the tip-off. The story starts not with a dramatic raid, but with a single piece of intelligence. Sometime in late September 2023, the Narcotics Investigation Unit of Itchen Customs Service received a tip. Now, the exact nature of this tip is one of the most closely guarded secrets of the investigation. Was it from an international partner like the DEA or Interpol, tracking the shipment from its origin? Was it from a rival cartel looking to sabotage the operation? Or was it within the smuggling network itself, a nervous insider looking for a deal or revenge? Whatever its source, it was specific. Incredibly specific. It didn't just say, there might be drugs coming in. It identified a vessel, a container number, and a point of origin, Shanghai, China. The container's bill of lading, its official manifest, listed its contents as dried yeast extract. This is our first clue to the sophistication of this operation. Yeast extract is a perfect cover. It's a legitimate, frequently imported food ingredient. Dense, smelly, its thick, paste-like consistency and overpowering rich odor are perfect for masking the physical bulk and any potential scent of the drugs from sniffer dogs. The strong smell is a feature, not a bug. Uninteresting nobody gives a second glance to a shipment of yeast extract. It's the perfect grey man of cargo. The container was located amongst thousands of its identical twins. The custom teams, led by veterans who had seen every trick in the book, moved in. The atmosphere was tense. Prefer that than open the doors. The smell of yeast hit them inside. Inside, stacked floor to ceiling, were unremarked stacks labelled as yeast extract. Everything looked legitimate. But then, they employed a classic tool, the core sampler. A long, hollow, spear-like probe that allows them to extract a sample from the very heart of the shipment without having to unload the entire container. They drove in the probe into a deep sack, where they pulled it out. The sample wasn't dark, sticky, brown paste like they expected. It was white. Brilliant, unmistakably white. The field test kit confirmed it within seconds. Cocaine, not just trace amounts, but a core of the pure product. The mood in that port instantly shifted from routine inspection to a full-blown crime scene. What happened next was methodical and staggering. The container was sealed and moved under heavy guard to a secure customs facility. This is where the true scale of the discovery began to reveal itself. Team upon team of investigators suited in protective gear began the painstaking process of emptying the container. Stack by stack, they were cut open, and inside the dense, smelly yeast, they couldn't find a messy mixture. They found a meticulously engineered concealment. Hidden within the yeast were vacuum-sealed bricks, each wrapped in multiple layers of plastic, and crucially, carbon paper. This is a pro move. Carbon paper is specifically used to neutralize and absorb odors, making it incredibly difficult for drug detection dogs to sniff out the contraband. The bricks kept coming in, one after another. The pile on the floor grew and grew. It became almost unreal. The final count was finalized. 871 individual packages. The total weight? 1,157 kilograms. Now let's talk about purity. Street-level cocaine is always cut with fillers, like lidocaine, levomisol, to increase volume and profit. its purity might be between 20 and 60%. This shipment tested was over 90% pure. This product was basically straight from the source, barely touched. This wasn't a street-level dealer. This was for a kingpin. This was the mother lode. The evidence photos are cynical and shocking. The bricks are neatly stacked like lethal gold bars, and on nearly every single one of them, stamped in ink, is a symbol. This is the signature. In the narcotics world, these stamps are like corporate logos. They denote origin, quality, and brand loyalty. They're a point of pride. Finding this stamp was like finding the suspect's fingerprint at a scene of the crime. It was our first real clue into the identity of the architects of this audacious plan. The news broke, and it didn't just make headlines. It caused national panic. The Korean public was stunned. Politicians were apathetic. How could this happen here? The very identity of Korea as an impenetrable fortress was under threat. The pressure on the investigators to find those responsible was immense. The hunt begins. A joint task force was formed immediately, pulling in the best from the Incheon Customs, the Korean National Police, and crucially, the National Intelligence Service, South Korea's equivalent of the CIA. This was now officially a national security incident. Their first stop was the paperwork. The container was received by a company called, let's say, XYZ Trading. A quick database search showed it was registered, but when investigators went to the listed address, they found nothing. It was a shell company, a ghost, a paper entity created solely for this one transaction, a dead end. So they turned into the digital and financial forensics. Who registered this company? Who paid for the shipping fees? The web of international finance is often the thread that unravels these schemes. Meanwhile, the T.G stamp that was sent to the intelligence agencies and drug enforcement partners worldwide. The question was burning. What does the crown tiger belong to? This is where the case fractures into possibilities. This is where we introduce our theories. Theory 1. The cartel's gambit. The tiger share. The most straightforward theory points south, directly to the source. The cocaine originated in South America, almost certainly from the region known as the Cocaine Triangle, where Peru, Bolivia, and Colombia meet. The prime suspect is the Gulf Clan, one of the most powerful and ruthless drug cartels in the world, led from behind bars by the notorious Onatelli. But their typical branding isn't a tiger. Digging deeper, intelligence suggests TG could stand for the General's Troop, a specific highly violent armed wing within the Gulf itself. The tiger could be a symbol for a specific commander known as El Tigera. The crown, a declaration of their dominance. The logic is sound, but the risk is almost suicidal. Why choose one of the hardest targets on the planet as your first major push, unless South Korea wasn't the target? Theory 2. Transit hub. The Seoul Gambit. What if Incheon was never the final destination? What if it was just a sophisticated layover? This is the transit theory. The cocaine's journey from South America to Shanghai and then to Incheon is a classic example of transshipment. You break the journey to confuse the paper trail. The ultimate targets are markets with more established, wealthier user bases, but equally vigilant customs, like Japan, Australia, or even Russia. The profit margins in Japan are astronomical. A gram of cocaine can sell for over $300. A kilo could fetch over 300,000. The entire shipment could be well worth over 300 million in the Japanese market. Why use South Korea?
Hey everyone, it's Nene here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden upload a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode.
Why use South Korea? Precisely because it's not a known narcotics hub. Customs officially in Tokyo and Sydney are on high alert for shipments from known source countries. But a container that's been through South Korea? It might be treated with less scrutiny. It's a brilliant piece of misdirection. The Phantom Korean Company was just a mechanism to get the container off the ship and onto dry land. The plan was likely to let it sit in a bonded warehouse for over a few weeks to let any heat die down. Then, quietly move it into a secluded location, repackage it, and send it off via a fishing boat, private plane, or even disguised in smaller parcels through air freight. This theory paints a picture of a complex international partnership, and it still doesn't fully explain the staggering volume. And it doesn't explain why you would put a stamp of your product with any identifiable logo if your entire strategy is stealth. Which leads us to the most shadowy theory of all. Theory 3, the setup, the Phantom Conspiracy. The narcotics world is a brutal arena of corporate welfare. A bust this size is a strategic weapon. Let's re-examine that tip-off. Find accurate. What if it came from a rival cartel? Destroying over $1 billion worth of your competitor's product is a devastating financial blow. It's a declaration of war that can be critical to their operations and allow you to poach their clients and routes. In this scenario, the TG stamp is a frame-up. A rival group slaps their aggressively tipping off the authorities. The police get a historic win. The public is safe, and the rival cartel is blindsided. Their brand associated with the catastrophic failure, their network potentially exposed by the investigation. It's a masterpiece of strategic sabotage. There's another even darker inside job. What if someone within the struggling organization itself was an informant? The financial reward for a bust this size from a program like the DEA's Confidential Informant Fund could be tens of millions of dollars. Or perhaps it was a member facing imminent arrest or a deadly threat who sacrificed the entire shipment to bring down the organization from within to secure protection. This theory is the hardest to prove, but it's like the one that accounts for the sheer, almost theatrical audacity of the crime. It feels like a plot from a spy film. But while analytics theorized, the Joint Task Force was following very real, very tangible clues. The breakthrough. This became an international effort. The task force worked with the DEA, Interpol, and agencies across Asia and South America. They followed the money, the ship logs, the digital registrations of the shell company, and they found a name. Then another. The first was a Korean national 40s, Jeon. He was a man on the ground, a fall guy. He was the one who was registered, the Phantom Company trading company, handling the bureaucratic paperwork, and was designed to co-sign the container through customs into a secure location. The second was an alleged mastermind, a Chinese-Korean man in his 50s, identified only as Mr. An. He was the international connector, the link to the suppliers, the financer. He was believed to be orchestrating the entire operation from the safety of China, far from Korean. When the news of the bust broke, both men vanished. Jean disappeared into China, and Ah was brought abroad, and he was untouchable. For on November 6, 2023, a major break. Through coordinated international police work and trafficking financial transactions, Korean authorities working with Philippine immigration officials located and apprehended Zhong. He had fled to a resort area in the Philippines, likely hoping to disappear into exile. He was extradited back to Seoul and thrown into intense interrogation. Facing the prospect of life in a Korean prison, he began to talk. He pointed the finger directly at Mr. An, claiming he was just a hired hand, a logistical asset who was promised a large sum of money to handle the Korean end of the deal. He provided crucial details about the community methods, encrypted apps, the financial arrangements, and the plan for the distribution. Based on this testimony, an arrest warrant was issued for An, but he was, and remains, he is believed to be in China, and extraditing a suspect from China on drug charges is a complex, often futile, diplomatic process. He is, for now, reach. John's testimony also confirming a terrifying detail. The plan, according to him, was to distribute the drugs within South Korea. The transit theory began to seem less likely. This raised the most disturbing question of all. Why? Why would anyone try and dump over a ton of cocaine into a market that simply could not absorb it? Let's do the math again, but deeper. The estimated user base for cocaine in South Korea is minuscule, perhaps only 5,000 to 10,000 regular users. This shipment contained enough cocaine for over 10 million individual doses. The market would be instantly, catastrophically saturated. The street price would collapse from over 100,000 per kilo to a fraction of that. The economic logic makes zero sense for a simple sale. But what if the goal wasn't a simple sale? What if the goal was to weaponize the supply? To unleash a tidal wave of high purity, cheap cocaine onto the streets with the specific intent of creating an addiction epidemic? To create a market by creating addicts? It's a predatory long-term strategy that sacrifices short-term profit for long-term control. It is, frankly, a form of biological welfare. It suggests a level of ambition and patience that is terrifying. It suggests that people behind this were not just criminals, they were strategic thinkers playing a very, very long game. The fallout from this bust was immediate and profound. The Port of Itchen went into a top-to-bottom security review. Screening procedures for certain types of cargo, especially from space, were drastically intensified. Politicians passed out even harsher sentencing laws for drug trafficking. The physical evidence, the 1.157 kilograms of cocaine, was held as evidence until the investigation stabilized. And then it was systematically incinerated over a high-security government waste facility. Over $1 billion of potential misery went up in smoke. John waits trial, facing almost certain life imprisonment. The hunt for Mr. Aang continues, a slow, quiet, diplomatic dance. And the TG stamp? Though internationally intelligence sharing, authorities have reported identifying the specific Colombian criminal organization it belongs to, strongly leaning towards Theory 1. But the full report remains classified. The crown tiger remains as an enigmatic symbol, an almost successful but utterly atrocious crime. So where does that leave us? We have a kingpin hiding and a foot soldier in jail, a mountain of drugs destroyed, and a million unanswered questions. Was it a cartel's arrogant invasion that failed on the shores of a vigilant nation? Was it a sophisticated transit operation that was betrayed by a single precise tip-off? Or was it a calculated act of war between criminal empires using a national law enforcement as a weapon? The file on the Itchen cocaine seizure is officially closed. But it serves as a permanent reminder that in our globalized world, no nation is an island. The tides of crime and conflict can wash up on any shore, no matter how well defended. This case was more than a bust. It was a wake-up call. It was a case that changed the game. Thank you so much for joining me and my friends on this deep dive, and for this entire first season of Criminal Files. Your curiosity is what fuels this show. We read every comment, every theory, and I'm so grateful for this community of armchair detectives. This case, above all, proves that the truth is often stranger, darker, and more complex than any other fiction we could dream up. I'm Ariag. Until next time, remember, stay curious and stay safe.
What criminal case do you want to see next? Comment below. It's Hanako here again. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comments section below. I'd love to hear from you, and feel free to share this video with anyone who might enjoy it too. Thanks again, and I'll catch you in the next video.
What's up everyone, and welcome back for Season 2 of Disaster Files, the show where we dig into the history's most catastrophic, mind-boggling, and often deeply unsettling events. The disasters that reshaped the world, and the mysteries buried beneath them. Tonight, we're kicking off Season 2 with a case that is almost too big to comprehend. We're not talking about a single ship sinking or a one city burning. We're talking about a disaster that engulfed the entire planet. An event so strange, so globally devastating, that for the people who lived through it, it felt like the laws of nature themselves had been cancelled. I'm your host, Mayho, the world-travelling girl. This is the story of 1816. They gave up. They call it the year without a summer, the poverty year. 1800 and froze to death. From the misty valleys of Ireland to the bustling streets of New York City, the story was the same. Perpetual winter. Snow in June, frost in August, a sun that shone with all the warmth and power of a distant, dusty coin. Of the disaster are twofold, and they are massive. First,
What in the actual hell happened? What force of nature could possibly plunge the entire world into a seemingly endless winter? And secondly, the more human question, how did society not completely collapse? How did people survive when the very concept of a harvest vanished? This isn't a story of geology or weather patterns. This is a story of human desperation, resilience, and the birth of a monster, literally. So buckle up. This is a global mystery, and we're going to try and get to the bottom of it. This is the year without a summer, the setup. Okay, to understand why 1816 was so profoundly, pants-crappingly weird, we have to set the stage. What was the world like just before everything went sideways? The year is 1815. The world is exhausted. The Neapolitan Wars, a continental spanning conflict, had been raging for over a decade, had finally, definitely, ended, with Neapolitan's defeat in Waterloo in June. Europe is shattered, bankrupt, a traumatized mess. Supply chains for, important things like food are completely destroyed. But that's just the human drama. Unbeknown to every single person on the planet, Earth itself was gearing up for what can only be described as a perfect storm of terrible conditions. First, we have what's called the Dalton Minimum. There was a period from about 1790 to 1830 where solar activity, sunspots and sun flares, were a historic low. The sun was, for a lack of better term, running a bit cold. It had turned down its thermostat by almost 1 degree globally. Not enough to notice in your day-to-day, but enough to make the entire system a little bit more fragile. Second, the planet's volcanoes had been weirdly active. There was a massive mystery eruption in 1808. We'll come back to that. It's a whole thing. Followed by significant eruptions in 1812, 1813, and 1814 in various parts of the world. The atmosphere was already loaded with a baseline level of volcanic dust and aerosols. It was an atmospheric powder keg. And then, April 5th, 1815, on an island almost nobody in the West had ever heard of, someone lit the fuse. The big boom. Meet Mount Tambora. On the island of Sumbawa in the Dutch East Indies, modern-day Indonesia, Tambora wasn't just a mountain. It was a sleeping giant. And in 1815 of April, it didn't just wake up. It woke up and decided to tear the sky in half. The first eruptions on April 15th were so loud that they were mistaken for a faraway cannon fire. British authorities on islands hundreds of miles away accidentally sent ships out to look for a naval battle. But guys, this was just the volcano clearing its throat. The main event began on April 10th. And what happened next? The numbers are they're not even scary. They're nihilistic. The sound. The explosion was the loudest sound in recorded history. It was heard over 1,200 miles away. For context, that's like an explosion in New York City being heard clearly from Des Moines, Iowa. If you were within a few hundred miles, it wasn't just a sound. It was a physical force that could rupture eardrums. The power. The eruption released energy equivalent to roughly 33 gigatons of TNT. Let's sit with that. The atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima was about 15 kilotons. This was over 2,000 times more powerful. Every second of the eruption was multiple Hiroshima bombs going off. The volcanic explosivity index goes from 1 to 8. Tambora was a 7. It was the most powerful volcanic eruption in the past 1,300 years, maybe even 10,000. The destruction. The top 4,000 feet of the mountain were utterly obliterated, vaporized. The island of Sumbawa was wiped off the map by pyroclastic floors, those terrifying superheated waves of gas and rock that move at highway speeds. and subsequent to tsunamis. An estimate of 71,000 people in Indonesia died immediately. But the immediate local apocalypse, that was just the opening act. The real global nightmare started with what Tambora threw into the sky. It ejected an estimate of 37 cubic miles of material. Not just rock and ash, but crucially, sulfur dioxide gas. This gas shot up into the stratosphere, miles above our weather, and combined with weather vapor to form billions upon billions of tiny sulfate aerosol particles. And this is the key. These particles formed a gigantic, microscopic shield that over the next few months would encircle the entire planet. This shield was so vast that it was roughly the size of Australia. What does a shield do? It blocks things. In this case, it blocked sunlight. It reflected the sun's rays back into space, preventing its heat from reaching us. The stage was set. The trigger had been pulled. The world just didn't know it yet. The consequences were sailing silently on the winds towards a completely unsuspecting population. And when they arrived, it looked like the end of the world, the unsummer. The first signs that something was horribly wrong began in the spring of 1816. In the northeastern United States and Canada, people had survived a tough winter, but were ready for spring planting. But spring didn't come. May arrived, and instead of warm rains, they got killing frosts. Farmers, beginning the resilient folks they are, replanted. They figured it was a fluke. It was not a fluke. On June 6, 1816, in snowy Albany, New York, in Dennisville, Maine, let me say that again, it snowed. In June, in the northeastern United States, not a light dusting either, inches of it. In Cape May, New York, New Jersey, frost was reported on 5 consecutive nights in late June. The North American Review wrote, in June, another snowstorm spread dismay among the farmers. Another paper simply called it the year of the cold summer. July and August were no better. A strange, persistent dry fog hung in the air, a reddish, yellow haze that dimmed the sun, making it possible to stare directly at it. It couldn't be dispersed by wind or rain. Temperatures swung wildly. On July 4th, Independence Day, people in Pennsylvania were shivering around fireplaces. In Virginia, a farmer wrote of defrost destroying his corn crop in late August. The agriculture disaster was total. Corn froze on the stalk. Wheat and grain crops failed completely. What little was harvested was often mouldy, and oat prices saw a 7,000 price increase. The despair of the diaries in this time is palpable.
Hey everyone, it's Tech here. Before we continue with the episode, I want to give a quick reminder that if you are interested to see more case files in VR chat, make sure to hit that subscribe button right down below. And be sure to turn that notification bell so you can get notified whenever Hayden upload a new video. Thank you so much. Enjoy the episode.
May 28. Weather backward. From Sarah Snell, Bryan, Massachusetts. And on June 11th, cold and frost this morning. All was froze, said by the Shaker farmers in New York. This wasn't an American phenomenon. This was global. In Europe, still rebuilding from the Neapolitan Wars, it was even worse. The summer of 1816 was the coldest and wettest on record. Torrential rains in the UK and Ireland rotted the potatoes and grains in the field. The Switzerland, the endless rain and cold forced a group of vacating riders to stay indoors all summer. We'll get back to them. It's important. Food riots, the worst since the French Revolution, broke out in England, France, and Switzerland. bakers and grain markets were stormed by desperate, starving mobs. And as always, famine brought disease. A massive typhus epidemic swept through Ireland, killing thousands of people. Cholera, agitated by the weird weather, began a deadly spread from India all the way to Europe. In China, the monsoon season was disrupted, leading to a catastrophic flooding in the Yanzhou Valley. Frost was reported in Taiwan. In India, delayed monsoon season eventually arrived with devastating floods, therefore worsening the cholera epidemic. The entire world was sick, starving, and freezing, and nobody knew why. So naturally, they started to guess. And theories. Ugh, the theories are a wild ride. Theories of doom. So you're living in 1816. Your family is hungry. You're wearing a winter coat in July. The sun looks wrong. The snow is the wrong colour. How do you explain it? You get creative. The explanations people come up with were a mix of semi-scientific and downright supernatural. Theory 1. Sunspots. This was the leading rational theory. Because of the dry fog, people could stare at the sun and see large dark spots on its surface. Many thinkers and newspapers blame these sunspots for blocking the sun's heat. They were wrong. Sunspots are actually associated with more solar activity. But it was an attempt. Theory 2. Divine wrath. This was a hugely popular one. Preachers across Europe and America proclaimed that the strange weather was God's punishment for a sinful world. Revival meetings sprang up everywhere. People were convinced that they were living in the literal end times. Theory 3. Benjamin Franklin's wild guess. Okay, this one's a little closer. The famed scientist had theorized years earlier that a massive volcanic eruption in Iceland, Laki, in 1783, had caused a cold winter. A few scientists in 1816 began to tentatively connect the dots, suggesting that maybe a volcano somewhere could be to blame. But without global communication, they couldn't prove it. Theory 4. The really weird ones. Some thought the dry fog was smoke from vast unexplored forest fires in the Pacific Northwest. Others thought it was fumes from the polar ice caps, somehow released. They were all stumbling in the dark. They were all trying to solve a global climate mystery with only local knowledge. It was terrifying, confusing, and utterly bizarre time to be alive. The science and the aftermath. So, was it God? Was it sunspots? Was it the fumes of the earth? No. The real explanation, which we piece together much later, is a much more simple and much more terrifyingly complex. It was science. What the people of 1816 experienced is what we now call a volcanic winter. Remember that sulfate aerosol shield from Tambora? That was the culprit. Those billions of tiny particles acted like trillions of microscopic mirrors, incoming light and preventing its heat from reaching us. They also massively distributed global weather patterns, like the jet stream, which is why some places flooded and others froze. Modern climate models and ice core samples from Greenland and Antarctica confirm this. They show a massive, undeniable sulfur spike in the layers corresponding from 1815 to 1816. Science is settled. The mystery, it seems, is solved. But the story isn't over, because the aftermath of the year without a summer, it literally changed the world. The westward expansion. In New England, thousands of families gave up on their failed farms. This triggered a massive migration west to the Midwest, like Ohio and Indiana, accelerating the settlement of the American interior. The birth of modern climate science. This was the first time a global client anomaly could be investigated with semi-modern methods. It forced scientists to think about interconnected global systems. A literary monster. Remember those writers stuck in the villa in Switzerland? Those ones forced inside by the endless rain. That group included Mary Shelley, Percy Bysshe Shelley, and Lord Byron. To pass the time, they had a ghost story contest. The story Mary Shelley began writing that haunted summerless summer was Frankenstein, a novel born from the darkness of the world that felt like it was dying. Lord Byron also wrote a poem that year called Darkness, which began, I had a dream, which was not a dream. The bright sun was extinguished. So, do we close the case on a year without summer? On one hand, yes, the case was unequivocally Mount Tambora. The evidence is overwhelming. But is the story really over? First, the lingering mysteries of 1808 eruption. Ice cores show another huge eruption then, but we have no historical record of it. Where was it? Did it help set the stage for the Tambora chaos? We still don't know. Second, and more importantly, 1816 serves as a haunting warning. The global temperature drop that caused the worldwide famine was only about 1 degree Celsius. Scientists project that a human-driven climate change, the global average temperature could increase by 2 to 4 degrees this century. The chaos, the crop failures, the starvation, the mass migration of 1816, all of that was caused by the drop of 1 degree Celsius. So, the mystery of what happened then is solved. But it leaves us with a far more terrifying and pressuring unsolved mystery. What are we doing now? And how will we deal with the climate disruptions we are actively creating? The year without a summer was a tragedy born of natural ignorance. The question is, will we repeat the tragedy? But this time, with full knowledge of what we're doing? And that incredibly cheerful note is our case. What do you think? Let us know in the comments. And as always, until next time on the Disaster Files, stay curious and maybe pack a jacket, just in case.
What disaster do you want to see next? Comment below.
If you liked the video, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our upcoming videos. If you have any questions or suggestions,